like on the top of your deck or on your balcony, your front porch.
Go tell everybody, Shaquifa, that we're live.
They're going live. Text all your friends. Go on Facebook. Share it out everywhere. Go on Twitter. Dirt, have you retweeted it and liked the stream?
Oh.
Chad, did you retweet it and like the stream?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Message deleted by Shabisky. Let me see. I gotta use message. Fix audio. What?
No, the audio's just fine. Okay?
What's wrong with the audio? Did they not hear what I was just saying? Was it?
No, they just heard.
It was working now.
It was
working now, but
was
it wasn't for.
It's fine.
Were we mute it?
For just a second.
Okay.
Oh my God, Shab, I thought you were supposed to know what you're doing with all the technical shit.
I already set everything up once or twice, and this was the third time.
Jesus Christ, Shab, I need to fire Shab. God.
Everyone sucks.
Stupid fucking cat. But anyway, people in the chat, share it out. I gotta go through, walking people through, sharing it out again. Message all your friends. Go on your balcony, your porch and shit. Shout out to all your neighbors and stuff that the PPP podcast is going live. So go on Timmy, Young Minded, everyone go on Twitter, retweet it, tell everyone we're live again. Shab is worse than Hitler, he's worse than Hamas, he's worse than the IDF. It's worse than Joe Biden because he doesn't know how to operate OBS, a program that he uses every single day, and I'm better at operating OBS, and I only operate it I don't know, once every 6 months.
I don't think
you incompetent, dumb fuck.
Nobody's gonna agree.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm being a bit too mean. I'm being a bit too
abusive. Exactly. Your hands.
Let's get back to the people having their hands amputated because the IDF is torturing people in concentration camps because it's 2024.
Hit and kicked, people screaming and dogs barking at them. It's terrifying. Some detainees are taken away and beaten
intimidation tactics.
Bones and teeth are broken.
So you saw people.
Dude, I like what this one dude, Wicked and stuff, says that the Shabisky guy kind of looks like Hitler. Yeah. A little Himmler motherfucker. Look up Himmler. I think it looks more like Himmler than Hitler.
Himmler? Who the fuck is Himmler?
He looks like Bing Crosby.
Himmler was one of the top Nazis. He was Hitler's second in command. It's kind of funny. It's almost like maybe he had a Jewish name or something. Maybe he was in the closet. And it's what's your name? And he had some Jewish name. And it's Himmler?
No, he low-key does look like Shabisky.
Yeah, Himmler looks like Shabisky. We gotta look this up now.
At least you can Google Himmler, so I don't have to.
Yeah. Look, people gotta Photoshop this. Yeah! Shabisky's relative.
No.
Shab is a descendant of Himmler.
Shabisky talks about how his grandma was German. He don't talk about how his grandpa was German.
He's Italian. Mussolini. He's got all the Mussolini DNA.
His head is too round.
Yeah,
this is Shab in 20 years. The black and white photo. Fuck. I'm sorry.
You'll like
gotta roast Shab because of all the OBS issues. We gotta make up for it.
I'm sorry, Shab. John, you'll like the picture directly to the left of that one.
Oh, yeah. Shabisky, look. It's when Shab doesn't shave. Or when Shab does shave. He doesn't have his hair. Shab's got his little, man chin. His little double chin.
I do have a mansion.
Okay. Shab, this is you in 20 years.
It's a pretty good mansion.
Everyone, look up Himmler, Google it, and we want to see people's Photoshops. And then next week, we'll display people's Photoshops. Yeah. Share it in the memes, all the photo sections in the Discord. Send me, or just DM me all the, Shab Himmler
Photoshop him with a backwards hat and see if he really looks like
I'm pretty sure, Timmy will get behind it, and then we'll roast Shab next week, or not next week, this weekend or whatever. I got to do some makeup streams. I had to make up for my absence. And because Shab's like Himmler and is a fucking Nazi, he's ableist, getting on me for being late when I'm all sick and stuff. Piece of shit, Himmler motherfucker, Himmler-looking Mussolini motherfucker, but let's continue.
Who were subject to these beatings, who had their bones broken.
I'm sorry,
and had their teeth broken.
Yes, it's a practice which commanders know about. They want intelligence, but they also want revenge and punishment for what happened on October 7th.
The Israeli military hasn't approved CNN's requests for access to Sidi Taman. At the gates of the facility, we challenged the Israeli guards.
How many Palestinians are in there? We don't know. Do you know if they're being handcuffed? Are they being blindfolded? No.
This is a facility
As we leave, masked soldiers approach.
Hello, how are you?
My God, is that Hamas? It's almost like Hamas, the IDF. Can't tell the difference.
I'm filming this way.
Wait, do you think they're committing acts of terrorism in this in this concentration camp? Do you think when they're going into like Gaza and they're zip tying all these people, turning them in some like Canaduro like array of skin and shit? Do you think that's terrorism? Or do you think they're making some like torturing people, engaging in these atrocities as like some kind of like I don't know, send some kind of political message? Torturing others for political reform, is this terrorism? I don't know. Maybe I'm using the term a bit too loosely.
They try to take our cameras.
Give me please now. Give me please now. What is it that you want?
Then order us to leave.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Well, we're driving now to meet
Terrorist
one
apologists.
Israeli with personal experience of the Sadeh Tayman facility. It's experience that he says has left him shocked at the condition and the medical treatment of Palestinian detainees there.
He told us he treated Palestinian detainees with gunshot wounds fresh from the war zone in Gaza, but was appalled at the lack of equipment and expertise.
The problem is, Gazans who are brought in are labelled as terrorists, and it is very...
Yeah, they're terrorists. Like, why are you going to treat their bullet wounds? You're supposed to be waterboarding them. You're supposed to be, like, sticking, like, dogs on them. You're supposed to be zip tying them till they need their limbs amputated. Because since they did bad stuff, it's okay to commit atrocities. Like, because it's not like you should show that you're, like, the more morally and ethically sound party. You want to show that, if you want to show the world that, hey, we are not Hamas, we're the peaceful side. It's almost like maybe they shouldn't be doing shit like this, but hey, maybe I don't know.
Very popular opinion over here that terrorists deserve to die, so they do not deserve the same medical care as everyone else.
Satellite imagery obtained by CNN
Fair, who isn't a terrorist these days?
shows how the Sedi Taman facility was expanded after the October 7th attacks, with detention facilities and makeshift...
It's like the satellite skyline images of like the concentration camps in East Turkestan and China with the Uyghur population. It's like when you see the skyline shots at Camp 22 and like North Korea. Maybe since I just got to keep Google Images open.
Somebody in the chat says, "What do we think about the 8-foot-tall Vegas alien?" That's just Shabisky, the guy in the white hat.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm Googling it right now. 6 days ago, Las Vegas alien previously missed details. Proves authenticity you can't deny. Gene, we gotta visit that video from September again, where the aliens crashed in Las Vegas, and Shabisky's family was trying to pick him back up, but they had the wrong address.
Okay, look at this. You see some similarities? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, they are prison camp. I don't know. So there's. I don't know. It's a little uncanny how similar, like they're I don't know, interior design and shit, like the layout, the architecture. Seems like I don't know, the IDF. They're taking like notes from the Kim Jong-un like sort of police state. Then what is it?
Hey Gene, I'm gonna send you something.
What's that?
A nude? Yeah, show him your asshole or something. I'm excited during the show.
I just can't
Like,
find
that's so
satellite images.
unhygienic.
Whatever. Back
Medical
to the
bays
concentration
being added. Public
camps.
hospitals in Israel refused to treat injured Gazan suspects. Eyewitness accounts describe a field hospital with 15 to 20 patients, virtually naked and blindfolded, with hands and feet shackled to their beds and wearing diapers. One eyewitness told CNN
At least
painful
they're getting some
procedures are
diapers
carried
to wear.
out by underqualified medics.
How often do you think they're changing their diapers? Do you think they're leaving them in their little like shit garments for? Maybe that's another form of torture. Just like, do you think they are giving them the like if they're keeping them in zip ties until they need their like limbs amputated? I don't know. Maybe their nurses aren't. Maybe they're pissing blood in those diapers from all the urinary tract infections, from like keeping them in their little shit undergarments for hours, days at a time. What do you think is the longest amount of time they've been keeping them in their shit diapers? What do people in the chat think?
The whole time.
Maybe some of them need their like dicks amputated from like mass infection, from a chronic infection, from being in like a shit diaper for months at a time.
The medical worker told us amounts to punishment.
In my view, it's the idea of total vulnerability. If you imagine being unable to move, being unable to see what's going on, that's something that borders, if not...
Dude, like, they're going a step farther. It's not even solitary confinement. It's like, just strap them down to a plank of fucking wood and a shit diaper for months at a time. They don't even get, like, one of those, like, toilets where it's, like, the sort of vacuum cell of a sink, a toilet, and nothing else, and just a dark room. Blindfold them, strap them to a plank of wood for months at a time. There you go. Like, seems like they're going a step farther. I wonder if in Camp 22 they're doing that. I don't know, when we did the episode on the worst prisons ever, and they're the North Korea like defectors, and they were going into detail, they showed some fucked up shit of, like, I don't know, them zip tying them and so forth, and making them dance on the table as they'd shoot at their feet. But seems like I don't know, they're kind of like being a bit too, like, they're being even more hardcore than, like, the Kim Jong-un, like, sort of like fucking state.
...into psychological torture.
The Israeli military says prisoners are stripped for security checks and that investigations are opened when there's suspicion of misconduct. Still, accounts from Israelis and Palestinians inside and the shocking images paint a disturbing picture.
Do you think it's a disturbing picture? I don't know.
I do.
Hamas propaganda.
Talk about the World Food Program. You have provided aid to 1.4.
Okay, so, like, this is before they went into Gaza, so a few weeks ago, so this is showing, like, how fucked up things were prior. So we're gonna go down descending order, all the dates and stuff, to show how just things are, like digressing and deteriorating and stuff. It's becoming more and more of a shit show.
1 million people every month since the start of the war, but the war is nearly in its 7th month. How dire is the humanitarian crisis on the ground right now in Gaza?
Well, whenever you have conflict like this and emotions rage high...
And just wait. So everyone's starving. They need to get aid through and everything. And just wait until we see all the videos and stuff of, like, all the settlers coming in. And they're not trying to colonize the land or whatever. It's not like they're building a wall, like, splitting Gaza into two. Or they're building a road in between Gaza. And it's like, you look at the West Bank, where it's just a bunch of enclaves and stuff. And there's all these illegal Israeli settlements, where it's like they have to go through massive fucking checkpoints. And Gaza, it's like they're already putting settlers and establishing, like, towns with Israeli citizens in northern Gaza and shit. And wait until we get to the videos of all the settlers, like, putting, like, rocks and things, like, in the road to sabotage the trucks, and standing in front of the trucks, not letting the foreign fucking aid trucks through.
Things happen in a war, famine happens. And so what I can explain to you is that there is famine, full-blown famine in the north, and it's moving its way south. And so with what we're asking for and what we've continued...
Like, medieval-style sieges. How many, like, parallels are there? It's like everyone's malnourished. There's no food. Like, it's not just mass fucking famine, but diseases are spreading, plagues. Everyone's dying of, like I don't know, cholera and like shit. It's I don't know.
Continually ask for is a ceasefire and the ability to have unfettered access to get in, safe and unfettered access to get into Gaza at various ports.
I don't know. Well, I mean, they do have, like, zippers and stuff on some of the bags that they're using. And I mean, you can't let Hamas militants use those zippers as weapons. According to the IDF, they can use zippers as weapons. So if there's one package with a zipper, they have to turn the entire truck away. It's not like they're finding reasons to obstruct foreign aid from getting through.
Various gate crossings. But it hasn't always worked that way. It's been a very difficult run, and I'm so proud of our people on the ground there because it's dangerous, and they continue to deliver.
I just want to be very clear because what you're saying is significant, and I believe it's the first time we've heard it. You're saying there is full-blown famine in northern Gaza.
I am. Yes, I am.
And there has not been an official declaration that there is famine, but you are...
Okay, NBC. This is NBC. So when people are like, I mean, that's the thing. So when I talk to people, and it's just, the mainstream news is like all pro... Is it? I mean, we're covering, like, every single fucking news network. It seems like, again, outside of the Christian Broadcasting Network and Fox News, those are the only two news networks I've come across that are being Israeli apologists or IDF apologists.
You are saying that based on what you've seen.
Yes, it is. Based on what we've seen and what we've experienced on the ground, yes.
Which is?
It's horror.
And it just shows how, like, misinformed, ill-informed a lot of Americans are, where it's just they don't tune into the news, they engage in that sort of, like, hearsay dialogue with their friends, where they hear the same, like, sort of rote, like speaking to like points just regurgitated, and it's like, hey, let me like just repeat a bunch of things from the hearsay grapevine and not do any sort of homework, or the internet exists and I can just like read a few articles and inform myself, but I'm not going to. I mean, hey, they're using their people as shields. Hey, they voted Hamas into office. Yeah, let me just like recite what I hear other people say, because clearly I know what I'm talking about.
You know, it's so hard to look at and it's so hard to hear also. So I'm so hoping that we can get a ceasefire and begin to feed these people, especially in the north.
So it's like a few weeks ago. I don't know. I don't think they got their ceasefire
In a much faster fashion, but also including, as I said, water,
was
sanitation, and medicine. It's all part of the famine issue. And it's also something that we need to make sure that the world understands. We can't let this happen. In this day and age, when the world has the ability to feed itself 10 times over, nobody should starve. Nobody should starve.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
In the war-torn Gaza Strip, famine looms large as thousands of Palestinians still await more aid. After almost 7 months of the conflict, a top UN official has raised concerns over the Gaza Strip facing humanitarian catastrophe. Cindy McCain, the American director...
Once, it's almost like half their population consists of like young children, but hey, it's their fault voting Hamas into office.
Catastrophe. Cindy McCain, the American director of the UN World Food Programme, says hard-hit northern Gaza is now in full-blown famine.
I mean, the president of Israel straight up said that they're all every single Gazan is partially responsible.
Israeli restrictions continue to be placed on food deliveries to the Palestinian territory. She says the famine is moving south, where millions of displaced Palestinians have taken refuge. The top UN official also says a ceasefire and a greatly increased flow of aid through land and sea routes is essential to control the growing humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Moreover, according to a report, Gaza Strip's ability to produce food and clean water has been severely hampered. Israeli airstrikes and bulldozers have razed farms and orchards. The crops that had been abandoned by farmers who sought safety in southern Gaza have withered, and the cattle have been left to die. According to United Nations Satellite Center, agriculture accounted for nearly half of Gaza's total land area before the war, and now 45% of that agricultural land has...
I mean, it seems like half these buildings, if they're not rubble, it seems like they're close to falling apart, or they're, like, should be fucking condemned.
...has been damaged by the Israeli aggression. For latest news, download the WION app.
No, don't download that app, just watch PPP. Drone footage reveals Israeli soldiers using Palestinian man as human shield.
جريمة أخرى.
I mean, you gotta be resourceful.
فردية بحق فلسطيني لم تعرف هويتها. ربما يتعرف ضوءه عليه بعد هذا التقرير كحال كثيرين ممن فقدوا في هذه الحرب. يبدو أن الرجل كان معتقلا لدى الجنود وقرروا التضحية به واستخدامه درعا بشريا يرسله الجنود إلى داخل
I mean, kind of military age man, therefore Hamas militant.
إحدى المدارس وتتابعه المسيرة التي وثقت هذه الصورة. يطلب منه الجنود فتح الأبواب والبحث عن أي شيء حي. تظهر مسيرة أخرى في المكان نفسه. طائرتان مسيرتان تلاحقان الرجل وهو يتجول في المكان. تظهر في هذه الصور جثة ملقاة على الأرض مجهولة الهوية والمصير كذلك. لم تعرف هوية هذا الرجل الذي غاب ولم يعرف مصيره حتى ساعة إعداد هذا التقرير.
Anas and Asir only have each other.
So 2,400 or 24,000 children have lost parents. So do you think these are accurate numbers, or do you think it's just the media sensationalizing what's going on here? I don't know.
Their parents were killed in an Israeli strike on their home in Nusayrat refugee camp in central Gaza. To protect his 6-year-old brother, Anas has not told Asir what happened to their mom and dad.
It looks like they're finding lots of ways to remove people's limbs. Bombing them, like zip tying their hands.
My brother doesn't know till now that he's lost all of his family except me. I don't know how to tell him. I'm afraid that if I tell him, it will have a psychological impact.
The strike did not just kill their parents, it left them with life-changing injuries.
I was with my family at home. I went to bring something from the kitchen. Suddenly everything fell down and I was on fire. The fire was eating me.
Asir loved playing outside with his friends, football their favorite sport.
My leg is amputated. What can I do? I want to walk. I want to run. I want to play. I want to see my mother. I want clothes to wear. I want to stand up. I want to walk alone on my own. I can't sit down. I want to be able to sit down. I can't sleep. I stay awake all the time.
Even wipe his own tears. I mean, it's like, I don't know. Do you think these desires that he has, do you think, like, I don't know, these are reasonable desires for a kid? Going throughout their youth, going throughout their childhood, do you think, I don't know, like losing your fucking parents, your limbs?
As he remains in shock, Anas is wondering what he did to deserve these.
What did I do to the Israelis? I did nothing to them. I did not carry a gun against them. I did nothing
Well, he voted Hamas into office.
wrong to the Israelis.
I know I keep saying it, but hey, I mean, we gotta like refute like Israel's like heads of state, like their government officials, their top, the fucking people that the Israelis voted into fucking office. They're the ones claiming that like when over half their population are fucking children, they voted them into office, so it's okay.
Anas and Asir are alone but alive. But as Israel intensifies its bombardments in Gaza, that is not guaranteed. Hamza Mohammed, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe. يا جماعة الخير هاي أنا كنت بوزع للأطفال تمام؟
Oh, and they're killing journalists. Here's some like interesting data. It's like they have these like two AI. It's like called Gospel and Lavender, and it's a sophisticated AI where one of the things they'll do is they'll track journalists, they'll track militants, and so forth, and they track their whereabouts. They know where their family are. And one of the things they found is that the AI is actually programmed, where when they get all of their family in one place, they get like it's programmed to detect when all of their movements, their daily rituals, the daily rituals of their relatives, and when they're all in one place, send the drone in, bomb the place, airstrike. And they also found that the AI, the parameters of the amount of people of innocent civilian casualties is 40. The AI is allowed to include up to 40 additional casualties on top of one militant. And these are the algorithms in their like sophisticated like military programs of, hey, let's use facial recognition software, all these drones and stuff, and AI, track their fucking phones. And it isn't just militants, it's journalists. They're purposely tracking journalists, and there's been whistleblowers that have been pointing it out, and even politicians are open about it, that this is something that they're doing. Not only are they purposely targeting like foreign aid workers and obstructing foreign aid from coming through, they also have fucking military like programs that are targeting fucking journalists and their families. And this is a girl in tears because she thinks this like or this journalist reminds her of her father, who was murdered.
لو شكلته مصاص بس للاسف ما كان لها نصيب انه هي تاخذ فبتفاجئ انه صارت تعيط وتبكي فبسالها سؤال ليش؟
السؤال ليش انت صرت تعيط؟ عشان انا شبه ابوها تخيلوا لوين باذن الله لغير يوصلها احلى هديه احلى من اللي راحت ان شاء الله.
At least she has all her limbs. There's that. She doesn't have her parents, but she has her limbs.
Talk about Israel, which is now
gotta be grateful for what you do have, or what you do still have.
Shalom border crossing days after the critical aid entry point was closed due to Hamas's rocket attack. This comes as Israel has taken control of the Gazan side of the Rafah border crossing, and Palestinians have been forced to evacuate the southern city ahead of a possible full-scale military invasion. All of this raising concerns that the humanitarian crisis in the enclave could get worse. For more on this, we are joined by Jada Doyen McKenna. She is the CEO of Mercy Corps.
John, you like to address the chat from time to time. So there seems to be a contention in the chat that Trump would never have supported this war. And it's, you know,
I think he just cares about the popular vote.
No, I think it's easy for Trump to say that now, but if he was the president, you know, John, it's like that. Do you pull the John? Do you know, whatever.
I think his advisors have pointed him in the right direction, and they keep giving like aid, like financial aid to Israel and backing them, and America's always been doing this. It's like Obama when Obama's like, I'm going to shut down Guantanamo Bay. I'm going to withdraw the troops. Did he do it? No. You look at Vietnam, every single JFK, Lyndon B. Johnson, like every single fucking president during Vietnam, they campaigned on, I'm going to withdraw the troops. They were all like 2-term presidents. None of them withdrew the troops. continuing to send military advisors. Nothing fucking changes. None of the presidents follow through with any of their promises. And when it comes to, like, they are the commander in chief. That is an area where they have power, where Congress doesn't really have much of a say there. They, like, Congress needs to sign off on the military aid packages or whatever, but they can veto it. They don't have to follow through with it, and they do. So I don't know if Trump's going to do it, because it seems like every fucking president that promises it doesn't follow through. I think Trump's more likely to pander to what people want to hear or whatever. He knows that Biden's approval rating is like just going in the shitter. And I mean, now Trump's probably going to become fucking president again because of it. So it's like, I don't know. Don't we live in a perfect world?
Support all over the world. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
What are you hearing from your team in Gaza right now, and in particular, Rafah, where many people have been forced to evacuate?
Our team in Gaza is scared. They are tired. They're also, frankly, a bit depleted. There has been just lack of access to food and basic medical supplies. What we're hearing is that they are facing an impossible choice right now, and they recognize that some of them are lucky to be able to have that choice, right? So, for example, if you were elderly or disabled...
And that's the thing. They told everyone, hey, evacuate to Rafah, evacuate here, relocate them. And it's sort of like apartheid. That's one of the things that was like sort of like a control tactic or an intimidation tactic. It was just for no reason. Let's take these towns and relocate all of them. But it was controlled by their white supremacist government. It's like, hey, you guys need to go here now. Let's draw pamphlets. Like, we're not going to bomb this area. Go here. But I don't know. Seems like all of these different things are adding up. It seems like it's pretty fucking evident that it's a fucking genocide. You are a dumbass, you're a dishonest person if you say this isn't a genocide.
The idea of leaving or evacuating further, it just may not be much of a choice at all. But for those who do have the choice, they're wondering, many of them had this really harrowing journey from the north or other parts into Rafah. They're wondering if they're going to face bombardment by staying, or if they leave, if they're going to be going through uninhabitable places, if they're going to face bombardment there. And there's a lot of rumors and speculation that the places that they're being asked to evacuate to are just not fit for human life. One of the areas that people are being asked to evacuate to, a 5-year-old girl died from heat in her tent in that area. So there are a lot of concerns.
It's like they're dying of heat strokes, disease, bombings,
and hesitations. In the meantime,
dude, when are they gonna start using chemical weapons? I mean, let's add up every single war crime. I mean, I don't know. It wouldn't shock me.
The medical aid
Israel has nukes. Watch them be the first fucking country post World War II when the U.S. dropped the nukes. So, like Putin's threatening to use nukes in Ukraine. I don't know. It would even shock me at this point. They're using ballistic fucking nukes. I know I'm being somewhat hyperbolic, but I don't know.
Longer available in Rafah as people as medical
wouldn't do it.
facilities.
I don't think they do it. They want that land.
Yeah.
Evacuated.
I don't want to like Chernobyl, where all that land in like Ukraine, Belarus, like they can't really use it because of all the radiation. Yeah, they don't want it to be contaminated. So yeah, they need the land. They're already putting settlers there.
One of my staff talked about bread costing 10 shekels last week, and now she went yesterday and it was up to 70 shekels. So just lots of uncertainty and fear.
And now we know that Israel has taken control of the Gaza side of the Rafah border crossing. There's another crossing that had been closed temporarily after being bombed by Hamas. I think it's reopened, but the Rafah crossing is really the main crossing. And as I understand it, it was already really difficult to get aid through. All the trucks have to be checked and checked over and over again before they can sort of venture onto the people who need them. So how concerned are you about getting aid in? What is it like trying to get aid into the enclave?
You hit it. It was almost impossible to get aid in before. Rafah is the humanitarian hub. So the little that was coming in, that was where we were able to distribute it and do things. All of that is completely uncertain now, right? We have no idea.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the area, the land radius keeps shrinking. One of the most densely populated areas on the planet, making it even more densely populated, just shrinking and shrinking. And then it's like they're trying to call for cease fire and stuff. Please don't go into Rafah. And it's like, what do you know, going to Rafah, bombing the fucking hell out of it.
We've had to close our warehouses.
Kill as many people as you can. I mean, create as much as of a sardine can. I mean, like, you really want to cluster everyone together. All the refugees are going to go to the place where they need to, like, go after the last battalions of, like, Hamas. And just, like, I guess, again, you don't even need nukes. Just, like, play the system, organize, like, everything logistically so you can get as many people in one space. So it's, like, you can be resourceful. Kill as many people as you can with the fewest amount of airstrikes and everything, and then obstruct all the foreign aid from getting through.
We have no idea about safe operations within that area, and it's devastating. This was already a devastating situation. There already were not enough supplies getting in, and now to have it completely halted for an undetermined period of time is quite frightening.
The Defense Department, as you know, says that the U.S. has finished the offshore construction of the temporary humanitarian pier system, but that it hasn't been moved into position to be anchored ashore yet. What's your reaction to that? And do you think that it will help to bring more aid to Gaza?
No, that pier is pure humanitarian theater. The issue has not been.
You agree with that?
Humanitarian theater. I like that term.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be utilized at all. And I think, I don't know, Israel's probably going to find a way to obstruct it. I think there's going to be a bunch of dumb bombs where they miss their target and stuff. And then it's probably going to be like, hey, Hamas did it. It wasn't us, it was Hamas. And the same way, like, I don't know, they're accidentally like, hey, we were trying to aim for Hamas. We accidentally destroyed the harbor. How long do you think it's going to be before that? A drone goes in, destroys it. Hamas is the one that destroyed it, not us. Or they misfired. I have a feeling maybe that's going to happen.
Inability. The issue has been.
It seems like that's been going on with all the hospitals, all the forms of like social infrastructure. It seems like, I don't know, they keep missing their targets for some reason.
And not allowing goods
One
in.
of the most sophisticated militaries on the planet. They're in the top 10 in terms of their military strength index. The billions of dollars not only their own government spends on their military, but all the aid they get from all the NATO states and the United States. And it seems kind of odd that they have all these sophisticated programs that like they can get journalists and as many of their relatives and associates together to just send in a kamikaze drone to murder dozens of people at once. But it's weird how they always miss their fucking targets and they're hitting like all these like humanitarian like camps and humanitarian supply trucks and all these like these social institutions.
And then the issue has been safe distribution once they are in. A pier was wholly unnecessary. You have hundreds of trucks waiting behind these other borders every day that are being stalled for very arbitrary reasons.
So as you know, Israel has claimed that Hamas militants are seizing aid that's meant for civilians. I think that's part of the reason why they also took over the Rafah side of the Rafah border crossing. Stumbling over my words. I want to know what your organization has seen, how your organization ensures that this aid does not wind up in the hands of Hamas.
Yeah, thank you. There have been very few confirmed reports of that happening. Even the U.S. acknowledges that there's very little confirmed reports of that. You have to know, we've been operating in Gaza since the 80s. Gaza was already the most difficult place in the world to operate before this in terms of restrictions of what was allowed in and the really, really strict protocols we have to undergo to make sure that nothing is getting into the wrong hands. You know, as you know, between U.S. Sanctions on terrorism and also just Israel's own very strict requirements around this, we've had to be just airtight in making sure that goods always get to the right places.
I mean, sanctions on terrorism, but they're sending billions of dollars of like military aid to the IDF.
So these are things that have always been in place in Gaza and that remain in place, and especially now with heightened scrutiny and heightened sensitivity to these issues given the terror that has happened.
That's a different thing, John.
The Israeli military has conducted what it called targeted raids in Rafah as negotiations to halt the 7-month war resumed in Cairo. Israel's operations are in defiance of international calls not to attack the southern city, which is crowded with Palestinian civilians sheltering near the Egyptian border.
They don't care about international law. And what good is international law when you don't enforce it? And then some of the world's leading military powers, like the US, the UK, France, are, again, giving them billions of dollars in aid to fund this genocide.
Fighting has intensified following Israel's seizure of the vital Rafah crossing with Egypt. Israel says it's reopened one of the main crossing points for aid. Kerem Shalom was closed last week following a Hamas rocket attack. The World Health Organization has warned hospitals are running dangerously low on fuel. Negotiators from Israel and Hamas are at the ceasefire.
Yeah, and they have to run on generators, and again, running low on fuel. I wonder if they'll get any. But hey, Hamas might use that fuel for their apparatuses, for I don't know, their encampments. So can't let them get fuel on there.
And Qatari mediators. On Monday, Israel rejected a 3-phase proposal that had been accepted by Hamas. From Jerusalem, our Middle East correspondent Yulan now reports. A warning, you may find some of her report distressing.
The panic and confusion as rescuers pull the wounded from the rubble after an overnight Israeli airstrike in Rafah. And today, another all too familiar scene in Gaza, a mother struggling with unbearable loss. After Israel seized control of the key crossing with Egypt, it says it's continuing a limited offensive in Gaza's southernmost city.
Yeah, take a shot every time somebody's missing their limbs. Take a shot every time parents are losing their children. take a shot every time children are losing their parents, I mean, you're going to be dead by the end of the stream. Your liver is going to fucking die out.
Battling Hamas gunmen in the east of their last stronghold. But for hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who fled to Rafah to escape the fighting elsewhere, there's renewed fear.
Last time they told us to go to Rafah, saying there's aid, and it's a safe place. And look, they came into Rafah. For now, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here. It's enough. We're tired of being displaced. And I don't know where
Tired of being displaced. They're tiring them out. They're exhausted. They're diseased. They're malnourished. So, I mean, hey, as we're like all like diseased, malnourished, we got to relocate for the nth time. It's like, what are we going to do? All these people are segregated into this one region, and now they got to go and they got to deal with Hamas.
I want to go.
World powers have warned Israel against a full assault here, saying it would be a humanitarian catastrophe. Israel argues its operation is...
Seems like it's already humanitarian catastrophe.
...pressuring Hamas to make concessions in talks on a ceasefire and the release of hostages. And this is a critical moment in those indirect negotiations now taking place in Cairo. The US says it believes a deal...
Now, I mean, it's almost like, again, I'm going to quote Star Trek here, needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Do you think this is like, maybe you should do hostage exchange? Get the, like, Israeli citizen hostages free. There's that. Those innocent people get freed. Even if you're going to claim that the Hamas militants that are going to be, like, released and stuff, okay, they're terrible people or whatever, I think you're going to save a lot of people's lives overall. Like, it seems like, yeah, the needs of the many, again, outweigh that need to punish the few. And seems like you're not just going to save people's lives, but you're also going to, like, save their limbs and save their fucking children.
Deal is achievable, but Israel clearly has issues about the wording of the draft text, referring to a return to sustainable calm. It simply doesn't want the war in Gaza to end before it can say it's dismantled Hamas. But there are signs of growing strain with Israel's closest allies. For the first time in this war, the US has halted a shipment of powerful bombs, an official says, worried about how they'd be used. The Israeli military insists relations with Washington remain strong.
The aid is unprecedented. The operational partnership is significant. When there are disputes, and there are being resolved in closed rooms in a matter-of-fact way.
In line with a promise to President Biden, today Israel said it was reopening the biggest crossing for aid into Gaza. Kerem Shalom was closed on Sunday after Hamas rockets killed 4 Israeli soldiers.
Do you think all the, like, they keep saying, hey, we're opening it up for aid again, and then the aid just continues to not really get through?
Nearby, but a UN agency says no supplies have yet entered. The desperate situation in Rafah.
What do you know? They're going to open up the aid. No aid gets through. 0%. Not 5%, not 10%, 0%.
Could yet get worse. Yolanda Nell, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, let's speak to our security correspondent.
God, look at how much fun they're having! Now, this is just like a few days ago. Most of these clips are a few days ago. Like, I have several of these, them obstructing aid. But to show that they're, again, installing a bunch of illegal settlements. These are not even government officials. These are the new colonists, Israeli settlers. And it shows that for the last few months, they've been having a lot of fun obstructing aid, being a bunch of saboteurs, putting a bunch of, like, spikes and rocks and stuff in the road to pop all the fucking tires and to sabotage the aid trucks. So seems like as a nation, they're all really supporting one another. Seems like it's not just the military that's obstructing the aid trucks that are getting through, but it's all the settlers that they're installing in this region that also want to obstruct it as well. God, they're really enjoying themselves. God, at least some people can find joy in such a miserable scenario. Because they're all Borg. I mean, again, it's almost like 2 wrongs don't make a right. Listen to those sick moves. Now, it seems like they should probably add some American flags there. It seems like, yeah. If they want to be appropriate, you got to show like the proper confluence. Seems like those really go hand in hand with one another. You can't have one without the other. You need the Israeli flag and the U.S. flag.
All the crossings into Gaza are actually closed. So the Rafah crossing is closed at the moment. So too is Kerem Shalom, despite the fact that Israel says they
use every weapons you can. Stone Age tools to like modern sort of like AI, like autonomous warfare. So seems like they're all like supporting each other. Even the civilians are joining in on the fight.
Nothing is getting through past its inspections.
See, this shows if there's ever a war, somebody without military training, there's always a way to assist your nation in the war effort.
Quite deliberately so.
You gotta assist, like you gotta obstruct those supply trucks from like providing zippers and chocolates to Hamas. Can't have that happen.
And Erez, which they promised the Americans probably almost a month ago that they were going to open it, is still not opened.
Dude, how many minutes of this stream have gone by where Shab's not even on camera? And it's been AFK when he fucked things up at the beginning and his OBS crashed.
And
I gotta find somebody else to produce the streams.
Can get through. Settlers have covered the road leading to Kerem Shalom, I think it is, with rocks to stop any vehicles traversing that highway. That is the level of.
Now, it seems like again the IDF, they have mandatory military service. Seems like they have plenty of artillery. Air drones and stuff to deal with all the bombing and the murder and so forth. So it seems like they should have, plenty of like military personnel on standby to, police these people, tell them to cut it out.
No, they're too busy, John.
Of pure evil from the settlers in Israel.
עם ישראל לא נותן להעביר סיוע לאויב בזמן מלחמה בכלל, לא על חשבון החטופים שלנו, לא על הגב של החיילים שלנו. משאית קמח במעבר ארז מנסה לעבור, לא תעבור.
So this is up 8 days ago.
אנחנו דואגים לזה, בואו לכאן, תחזקו אותנו.
So there's stories that prior to the stream, hours ago, not even a day ago, some of these clips of them obstructing aid, and then there's even ones that go like 3 months back. Yeah! Fuck those terrorists!
You need to add chat to the stream?
What's that?
Where do you want me to put the chat at, Skabibi?
Shep, don't derail things.
Info.
Dude. Oh. So you use everything you can. Rocks, bulldozers. Again, you don't really, it's not just the military that can be useful here. It reminds me of, like, post 9/11. Like, the entire nation was rallying behind, like, fuck them, let's destroy these, businesses, family businesses of, Islamic Americans and so forth. Treat them all like they're a Borg. Treat them all like they're a collective. Yeah, fuck them, this vitriolic hate for what they did. And it seems like they're, clearly wounded as a nation, and it's like they can't see past their fucking seething hate. Yeah, don't you think they're doing a good job at, or I guess now, the Israeli military, the IDF, they don't have to blame Hamas. They can just say, hey, it wasn't us, it was our civilians. It's a bunch of civilians that did it. Hey, I was 7 years old when 9/11 happened.
Yeah. You remember everything.
I don't know. I probably wasn't able to comprehend it that well, but I do remember how angry, like, the average adult was. I can remember just how furious they were. I had a teacher that went on some giant, like, hate rant on, like, these Islamic countries and so forth. And I mean, I can remember plenty of people explaining to me just how they're a bunch of terrible fucking people. So I can remember that much.
Gene, we should make Razor Wire a mod. You think?
I don't know.
After what they
Maybe
said.
later.
Look at what they said, Gene.
What?
Look at what they said.
I don't have my fucking glasses on. You guys are supposed to read the chat. Here, read the chat. I gotta go pee. And I was trying to pee a while back, but Shab's been gone for like 90% of the stream.
I was eating. Okay.
He didn't deny it at least.
Razor Wire said, Shabisky is far more funnier than you could ever be, Gene. See, I could get behind this. This is good stuff. He said, why do you even try to make people laugh while Shab's here? Just leave the laughter up to chat.
He's a bitch.
What? He's a bitch?
He's a bitch.
Yeah, he's a bitch. I agree.
I know. I can't believe his OBS wasn't working.
Wait, who? Me?
No, Gene's.
He isn't.
Yeah,
smart
Gene's
enough.
OBS crashed like twice. It was.
Yeah.
I'm a professional, okay? He needs me. Without me, Gene is nothing, okay? Right, Razor? Razor agrees.
Shab knows what he's doing. It's all Gene. Gene just wanted to blame Shab.
I'm manipulating Gene.
Here, wait. Before he gets back, let's start getting drunk, Shab.
I was thinking of running and go and get my another 40 real quick.
Make as much noise as you can before Gene.
Dude, he's gonna fire you, Shab. Be careful.
If anything, I should get a raise, okay? I hit 86,000 subs, okay? Alright? I'm the greatest.
Leave now before he gets back.
Yeah, everybody just leave.
Yeah,
but all three of us on the stream leave. Everybody in the chat, let's all leave. Okay? Fuck this shit. We'll just come back to nothing. Show them what kind of power I have here. I am powerful, Bisky. I'm Himmler, Bisky.
I don't know, young-minded. It's like I see they're spamming the F-bomb, and yeah, I've been using it excessively this stream, but I don't know. Kind of people get angry, they kind of curse a lot, and I don't know. Something's making me really angry.
Dude, this shit makes my blood boil. Like, honestly, I'm like, it's fucking terrible. And you know, who are we as Americans who conquered the natives and took a whole damn chunk of continent?
We're the land of the free. You know, we're a nation that stands for freedom.
I mean, I'm not gonna say any of that's any good. I'm fucking feasting on the bones and sorrow of fucking many innocent people as an American citizen. But you'd hope that, isn't that part of it, is to learn from your history and say, hey, that was bad when that happened. Maybe we shouldn't do that. I mean, I didn't do that. My ancestors did. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it, dude.
Well,
what do I do about it?
I don't know. Yeah, well, you say learn from your history. So when it came to, like, manifested destiny, all these different society, and again, looking at people like their collective, the Native American, they're all one people. They were all a bunch of separate societies and nations. A lot of them, they had presidents, they had cities. Like, a lot of people think that, hey, they were all just living hunter and gatherer lifestyles. Some were, but they had varying levels of development, sophistication, and so forth. And hey, they're just in the way. It's our land, like west of the unexplored land, or at least unexplored to a bunch of white folk. It's almost like it's explored plenty by all the indigenous people that were there prior. And we all have to keep moving west to the Mississippi or whatever. We got to explore. It's like all this, we got all this land to colonize. And it's almost like when there's a bunch of people already there, it's almost like the United States is doing some colonizing. And it's kind of weird. France, like in Vietnam, Indochina, with Cambodia and Laos and everything, seems like we like supporting France and dealing with like there, and we're gonna get to some French stories. We're gonna look at New Caledonia later on the stream and go over some another big NATO military power and some of their neo-colonialism that's still going on. But it seems like we in the Vietnam War we like to support like side with France and their colonialism, and now we're dealing with this colonialism where Britain carved out like this state. The Israeli state took half the land from like all the people that were already living there, and it's manifest destiny. It seems like we're helping them. We know our shit when it comes to manifested destiny, when it comes to our history. So now we're helping them with their manifested destiny. They're just in the way. We got to help them to expand onwards, expand west, clear out the indigenous people.
It is a total outrage that there are people who are attacking and looting these convoys coming from Jordan, going to Gaza to deliver humanitarian assistance. We are looking at the tools that we have to respond to this, and we are also raising our concerns at the highest level of the Israeli government, and it's something that we make no bones about. This is completely and utterly unacceptable behavior.
Big trucks burned.
So they're putting rocks in the road, bulldozers, throwing them off like cliff sides, and now, you gotta light them on fire as well. Hey, if you're gonna like engage in some saboteur work, might as well be inventive. Apply some variety into your craft.
Playing Call of Duty.
Yeah, God, Call of Duty LARPing. They're having a lot of fun.
It should be a video game. We gotta
Shad would like that game.
Gotta destroy the food trucks before they get to the people in need.
Genocide, the video game.
Yeah, the video game. I'll show them. You don't get to eat. Only we get to eat. Fuck you.
The police ain't stopped to intervene on the looting, John.
If I may just to say, it's something that it's important to me to say as an Israeli, as a Jew. We have this command in Judaism: you shall not stand over the blood of your neighbor. And for me, I don't see the Palestinians and the Gazans as my neighbors. I see as my own people, and I say it with tears because what happened yesterday, do not represent many Israelis and many Jews. My family is Iraqi. They're Iraqi.
Yeah, see, it's almost like you shouldn't look at people like they're a collective. You shouldn't look at them like they're one hive mind or a Borg. It's almost like borders are arbitrary, man-made. It's almost like, I don't know, look at each person like they're, I guess, individual.
When I see grandmothers and grandfathers in Gaza begging for food, I see them in my own eyes, and this is not something that we condemn it, and we have to stop it, and this is our moral obligation to fight with our own people, with our own blood, in order to tell them what you're doing is wrong. We have to stop this war. We cannot let this bloodshed continue. And I'm saying it because I know that I will pay prices. Talking with you right now, I will pay prices, and I'm getting threats and death threats, and people trying to locate where I live right now in order to attack me because I was there.
Do you think it's terrorism?
Yeah.
Let's kill. Let's kill the journalists in Gaza.
Yeah.
Let's kill journalists overseas from like other I don't know, news networks, and then
These guys,
look at this fucking whistleblower helping being a terrorist apologist.
These guys are just out trying to have some fun. And this Karen comes along and starts recording them. What do you want them to do, John?
You see how the IDF has their own techniques with their billion-dollar AI networks and everything to identify where all the terrorists and their families live, or journalists, terrorists, or whatever. It seems like they use those terms interchangeably, but now, it's again, even if you're not part of the military, you don't have military training, you can do whatever you can to help in the war effort, to help your nation. Use bulldozers, rocks to obstruct supply trucks, destroy aid, but also if you find whistleblowers and stuff, it's not just your nation that can destroy the journalists in the other country. You can make sure other people engaging in some independent journalism, you can find out where they live. Just snooping and stuff like that, and looking at their social media and so forth, so they can engage in some little vigilante justice, find out where they live, and fucking murder them.
yesterday, but we keep organizing more people in order for them to come.
The problem is he says it from their point of view all the time when he does this.
You know, it's
he always mocks it and says it from their point of view.
I think
let's just kill them all.
I think if people watch 5-10 minutes at a time, they definitely will get the point that we're not supporting them.
It's the people who watch 2 or 3 minutes at a time that got us all wrong, John.
Right, they were here for just they were here checking it out for 60 seconds. Like, what's this? And you're like, yeah, kill them all.
Okay, this is my type. This is random commentary. I think a lot of people enjoy it. There's like pros and cons. Can't please everyone.
That want peace.
You're a con, Gene.
For us, for our children, and for everyone that living in this land, by God, by moral, by love, and it's important that you will hear our voices and to know that we are doing as much as we can with this horrible government in order to resist. It's hard. We're paying prices. I was attacked yesterday, and I'm with scars and bruise all over my body. But I did it, and I don't regret it, and I will do it again and again and again because we have to. It's the least that we can do in order to what's happening in Gaza in order to stop this war and to prevent the other one. Thank you.
Hey,
ain't she a traitor?
Right? Fuck, dude.
You're supposed to support your nation.
I hate this fucking world, dude. I really fucking do. It's bad.
Wonderful world we live in.
And I think to myself.
Protest, same script perhaps, demanding Israel reoccupies Gaza.
It has to be, again, in Israeli hands. Because if it won't be in Israeli hands, we won't finish the things that we started doing in this war.
If we want manifest a destiny.
Quiet for the Toshvei Ha'otef or for Israel at all, Gaza should be in our hands.
The far-right national security minister convicted for inciting...
it's like, seems like there's some rhetoric. They need to help these people. They need to help, like, stabilize them and stuff. I mean, same thing with the colonial age. We need to help these overseas territories. We're not exploiting them for, I don't know, land, goods, resources, free labor. Bunch of, it's like a little like, I don't know, slave farm. No, they're doing it for altruistic reasons. They're doing it to help these people.
Racism, Ben Gvir endorsed that call at the rally. 218 days of this now inside Gaza. The Palestinian Authority says 80% of healthcare centres there are now out of action. UNICEF says close on 500,000 civilians displaced by Israel's assault on Rafah, with nowhere, of course, safe to displace to. Aid workers say at least 8 displaced civilians killed today by an Israeli missile strike on the Nuseirat refugee camp.
I'm one of the displaced in the house. The house was hit by 2 missiles from the fighter jets. It was known that people from Rafah have been displaced and sheltered here. There were about 70 people in the house.
Also hit in this attack, a UN school. Palestinians.
When you're going to see this, like, this is the largest amount of U.S. representatives that have ever been killed overseas. So wait until like we get into it. There's this arson attack. And see, there's civilians. They can definitely assist. They can definitely help. So we're gonna get to that where there was an arsonist that tried to burn down some UN embassy that I believe was like in Jerusalem. So because they're supporting these terrorists.
Nakba or catastrophe this week.
See, like, is that terrorism? Trying to burn down, like, I don't know, because you don't support their ideologies.
Remembering their 700,000 forcibly evicted or who fled their homeland as Israel came into existence.
To the Middle East now, and the White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has said the US is still working with Israel to avoid a major military operation in Rafah.
We still believe it would be a mistake.
They are, or what?
What?
We don't like to criticize people based on their appearance or whatnot, John, but did you see that guy's teeth?
I made a face whenever he popped up. I don't know. He's okay.
Bro. I mean, I'm
don't
sorry.
want to
Like, it didn't look real, but I'm sorry.
He's actually AI, so it's.
He's
fine
probably a
for us to make
wonderful guy.
Okay, here.
He's AI.
This is from a few months ago, so it shows they've been doing this for a while. Illegal Israeli settlers. No aid for terrorists. Now, here's where, when you see people doing these protests in, like, parts of the U.S. and stuff, or they sit in the road or whatever, and it's protests for, I don't know, veganism or something like that, and you see people coming out, grabbing them by the hair, throwing them to the side, And it's just, I usually don't condone that, even though I think it's obnoxious and it's not right for them to obstruct traffic. I don't know. Do you think there should be people that, I don't know, come out, maybe not grab them by the hair, but do you think maybe there should be some people that restrain them and throw them out, like, on the side of the road?
Yeah, some peacekeepers or something to make sure
maybe all the extra, like, IDF personnel, like all the infantry, because they, again, have their artillery system and all their drones and automated systems and their airstrikes. So.
I would support a fucking envoy of fucking UN peacekeeper military vehicles to make sure that these fucking shits get to their fucking destination and help some fucking civilians.
Here's the thing. In order for the UN to engage in some kind of, I don't know, diplomatic mission, especially with the UN peacekeepers, there needs to be like, it's not just a popular vote, because there's 5 countries that have vetoing power. Who are those 5 countries? The big 5?
America, Australia.
No, America, Russia, China, France, and the UK. So again, I've gone over this. The big 5 military powers on the planet, the big 5 global police, and seems like I don't know, which nations do you think are using their vetoing power to override the popular vote?
The UK.
Could be like the US, the UK, and France.
Yeah,
I don't know. It seems like there's been a lot of votes in Palestine's not accepted as a country similar to like Taiwan. China uses its vetoing power to obstruct Taiwan from being recognized globally as a state, or at least by the UN. And then you have Palestine, which they've put I don't know, appeals and stuff into a request into the UN to be accepted as a country. And there have been votes where every single nation voted for it except for the US and Israel. And if they US didn't have vetoing power, it would have gone through. But good thing they got America, giving them billions of dollars of like aid and military aid, and they're also there to help them in the UN to obstruct any sort of I don't know, any way to humanize these monsters.
Israel has blocked the free movement of people and goods in and out of the Gaza Strip for almost 2 decades. Now, Israeli civilians have started their own blockade. Dozens of protesters have demonstrated outside a major Israeli seaport, opposing the delivery of humanitarian aid. They demanded truck drivers tell them where their goods were heading. It's not clear if any aid deliveries were affected.
I know that this war is getting longer and longer and endangering our soldiers and our sons because of all these trucks that are going into Gaza.
Aid trucks already inside.
Yeah, see, they're trying to, I don't know, save more people in the long run by shortening the war. I mean, see, it's bad that they're getting through. And clearly, like, all these trucks are getting through and stuff, and it's prolonging the war. They're helping the world out. They're not just helping out Israel and the IDF. They're helping the Palestinian people by shortening the war in the long run. Like, what do you think? Do you think her calculations are correct when it comes to like the needs of the many versus the needs of the few, or do you think she's full of shit?
I think
it's mental gymnastics. Oh,
she's right that starving the Gazans is going to help make the war quicker, but that doesn't make it a good thing.
And it's also
dropping a nuke now.
They have zippers. They might give the zippers to Gaza and Israel, like the IDF. They need to turn around away the entire truck because there's one thing that they consider like some kind of like red flag sort of item. And I mean, like things like zippers, toothbrushes, chocolates. Just basic general like hygienic supplies. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll mix the chemicals of the deodorant together to turn into a bomb. I don't know. Can never be too safe.
Are under pressure too. The World Health Organization attempted to deliver supply.
I don't know why he brings it up or whatever, but he says 60% of men ain't getting laid in USA. Can you show us stats on that? Or is that just...
Okay, I don't think it matters.
In Han Yunis.
This matters.
Urgently needed medicine was delivered, but
If you're gonna read stuff from
Hey, he was using it as part of another argument.
Stuff from the chat, Shab. Try to read things that have something to fucking do with what's going on, especially when we're covering something, I don't know, just fucking serious.
Well, he was talking about other stuff before that. Maybe
Well, what are
Gene?
What are some of the other things he was talking about?
He said the Joe Brandon fans ain't getting pussy. He said it's because there's his way. Is that what he's saying? I don't know. I can't.
I mean, if he's not a troll, you know what?
Getting elected.
He's providing some very stellar rhetoric. I mean, you know, you're talking to some kind of connoisseur. You're talking to some great, sophisticated, well-educated mind. When it's like these petty sort of ad homs. I bet you guys ain't getting any pussy, being a bunch of like left-wing pieces of shit supporting these. Like, you're not real men. You wouldn't be fighting some war for some cause. But bunch of like low testosterone beta motherfuckers.
Food aid for the hospital was intercepted.
We made another attempt to get food to Nasser, but due to delays about 500 meters from the checkpoint, the food was taken from the trucks by crowds who are also desperate for food.
It's not that these people are greedy, it's that they and their families are starving to death.
As you see and as the world sees, if food isn't available for these people, then we're heading towards a famine and a disaster that will be the worst in the history of humanity.
Before the war...
To be fair, the IDF does try to protect the humanitarian aid workers because, like when the Flowery Massacre, when the 100 civilians were all shot and killed because they were swarming the aid trucks because they're all malnourished and starving. Yeah, see, they really cared. They said that they were afraid that they were going to attack the humanitarian aid workers, so they had to save them by firing a bunch of rounds into the crowd and the humanitarian aid workers and stuff. And yeah, so see, they're not always, their heart isn't always in the wrong place. Sometimes the military will try to protect the aid workers. See, they were trying to do it there.
More than 70% of Gaza's population relied on the UN's Palestinian Relief Agency, UNRWA, for food, clean water, and shelter.
And again, you look at the statistics, and if they're not being, like, murdered, humanitarian workers aren't being murdered by the IDF, or Hamas did it, it seems like 0% is getting through whenever you look at the metrics. I mean, it seems like in the best case scenarios, 2% is getting through. Doesn't seem to ever get into the double digits, though.
But its operation is in jeopardy after numerous donor countries withdrew their support following allegations some UNRWA staff participated in the October 7 attacks.
The agency is responsible for a large number of refugees in the Gaza Strip, and without this supply, it will cost lives. There's no need to punish the entire Palestinian people.
A coalition of 20 aid groups, including
no, they're all partially responsible, according to the Israeli president. I mean, what do you think? I mean, Netanyahu said, their prime minister said that, hey, they all need to be held somewhat accountable. They were all supporting Hamas. And
reliable source, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Here's 25 minutes.
Don't Minecraft, Scotty. You can always rebuild, though. Examine yourself.
Okay, look, so, I mean, again, support the war effort, help out however you can. Even if you're not on the scene, obstructing the aid trucks and everything, lighting the supply trucks on fire and using or going against the UN by trying to light the UN sort of part building, delicate building on fire. You can go online, help with I don't know, communication. Maybe you can make some comedic videos to help boost the morale of your troops. So here you are, they're having some fun mocking the Palestinian people. Do you think they're good parents? The parents letting their kids, you see kids that are as young as 12 destroying the aid on the supplies on those trucks. They're out there partying, dancing around in front of the trucks. And then you also have the parents, see? Teach them when they're young. Hamas is indoctrinating their youth. I mean, hey, they teach them day one to hate anything Western. So I don't know if it's okay for Hamas to do it. Then must be okay for them to do it.
That in-group, out-group bias.
Oh yeah, in-group, out-group bias. Good job.
They aren't in our
Chat's learning.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, we got water. We got flushable plumbing, motherfucker. They're hurt. They're fucking mentally injured. Dude, imagine if, like, I know the internet was around during 9/11, but imagine if it was like,
TikTok.
Yeah, internet 2.0. Imagine like it's the Instagram, Facebook, like age, TikTok age. What do you think people would be doing? I mean, you know damn well it would be it probably would even be worse. Guess it's up to open for speculation, everything. I don't know, maybe when it comes to like all the discussions on TikTok bans, I don't know, maybe this might be, I don't know, that's suppressing people's freedom of speech if they ban it for this. But it kind of makes you like, your emotional side of your brain kind of wants it banned in these kind of cases. Yeah, see? You got dead children. We got children that can party on fucking TikTok. Us versus them. Support the collective.
The main UN agency for aid
Here you go. Here's the UN arson
to
story.
Palestinians has closed its doors in East Jerusalem following an arson attack on its grounds. UNRWA says chanting Israeli demonstrators set fire to the compound on Thursday evening, its flames engulfing about 70 meters of dry bush.
And I believe they've decided to just leave. They've decided to pack up. The UN council decided to relocate, I guess.
We had them on CCTV. We then had a second fire 2 hours later, very near our petrol station in the back of the compound, petrol and diesel. And of course, this would have been very dangerous if that had exploded the whole community. Because
I don't know, terrorism seems like they're trying to intimidate them. It's like they don't like that, the UN. They're trying to petition for humanitarian aid getting through. They're trying to allow the trucks to get through, so make them feel unsafe. Light their belly on fire. They fear for their lives. So I guess, I don't know. You do everything you can to scare everybody off. Anybody that wants to assist in kids not starving to death. I mean, you got to find a way. Not just sabotage, espionage. Got to find a way to intimidate them.
we have many residents here, many neighbors.
Since the start of the war on Gaza last
You can use fear tactics as well.
October, Israeli officials have repeatedly called for the agency to be shut down. UNRWA has long been a target of Israeli hostility, Thursday's attack following months of extremists staging protests outside the compound, at times turning violent. The targeting of the agency was condemned by the UN Secretary-General and European officials.
The EU strongly condemns the attack against the UNRWA premises in East Jerusalem. Perpetrators must be held to account. It is Israel's responsibility to ensure the safety of humanitarian workers. UNRWA is an irreplaceable lifeline to...
I don't know. It's almost because they're not doing a good job ensuring that they're the safety of all these journalists, humanitarian aid workers, just children and everything, seniors. It's almost like maybe some third party needs to get involved. I mean, maybe America, instead of getting them military aid, maybe the US, all the big NATO powers, maybe they need to go in and act where are they? Where's the global police when you need them?
millions in Gaza and the region.
UNRWA employs around 13,000 people and coordinates nearly all aid to Gaza. But the agency has been in crisis since January, when Israel accused about a dozen of its employees of being involved in the October attack. The accusation led to many donor nations, including the United States, to suspend funding to the agency, hampering its efforts to deliver aid to the enclave.
UNRWA זה חמאס, UNRWA זה חמאס, UNRWA זה חמאס, UNRWA זה חמאס, UNRWA זה חמאס.
So this is Israeli extremists set fire on some UN building, and they're recording it and they're really happy, so I believe they were across the street. I don't think these are the people that set it on fire. I believe these are people that saw it. It's those fucking apologists. See, they know how to party. they're all ready to engage in their like sort of collective like melodies and so forth. Not just like their collective dance choreography in front of the aid trucks. Also, like they're ready. They see some humanitarian aid building, or they see like the UN HQ on fire, and there you go. Get ready to sing. Get ready to film it. Put on TikTok. Get ready to party. I don't know. Do you think the fire department showed up? I don't know. I'm surprised they didn't try to attack the firefighters, claiming they're apologists. I'm surprised they didn't try to light the fire truck on fire. Dude, threatened with guns. So not just threatened with arson. I mean, even like the civilians, armed vigilantes. I mean, they keep claiming that, hey, these like any military aged Gazan is like some Hamas militant and stuff. Like any bureaucratic worker, like some nurse or librarian, is some Hamas personnel because the Hamas is the government, and I guess they're basic like social bureaucrats. But it's like seems like they also got their like armed militants. Or, like, armed vigilantes. So, it seems like no one feels safe in Gaza. But I think, in Israel, I think all the Israelis feel safe. But anybody who isn't Israeli, any sort of delegates from other nations, international aid workers, Doctors Without Borders, journalists from like other nations, it seems like none of them can feel safe in Gaza or in the Israeli borders. The risk of a major explosion, there you go. Explosions, firearms, arson, I mean... Again, not just the military, it seems like the civilians know how to really be resourceful. They know how to do it all. Quite a bit of variety. Yeah. Makeshift espionage, makeshift bombs. Stone Age tools to... like makeshift bombs all the way up to like automated sort of like airstrikes. Use every tactic you possibly can.
The aftermath of an Israeli bombing in northern Gaza, as civil defense workers try to rescue the living.
An Israeli bombing.
They say 4 members of one family were killed in this residential building. Israeli soldiers not far away, filmed by the IDF. They say they're targeting terrorist infrastructure. And in a raid on a school, say they found guns and ammunition. The hopes of peace, or a pause at least, that began this week are all gone. In the southern border area of Rafah, amid growing fear of the promised Israeli assault, the United Nations says more than 100,000 people have already left. Thousands more are packing up what they have to get on the move.
I do want to say this is kind of fucking stupid. Like, they're trying to pose it as like, oh yeah, well, they found guns in the school. Well, no shit. Nobody's going to fucking school. They're fighting to fucking survive. So they're holding up in whatever fucking rubble is left that won't immediately collapse in on them fucking selves. So of course they have guns to protect themselves if some fucking maniac with a gun comes in and points one at them.
Well, hey, even if there are Hamas militants in there and there's a bunch of unarmed civilians, look, it's Hamas using their people's shields. So I guess makes it okay to go in and just like bomb the hell out of the building. No due diligence is needed.
There was unrelenting bombing. We could hear it very loudly from our rooms or our dorms in the hospital. We are witnessing the killing of children, of women, of innocent men. These are people like you and I. They have committed no crime, many of whom have no political affiliation whatsoever with any group. They simply want to nurture their families and look after their loved ones.
American weapon supplies are on hold, but Israel's war cabinet has approved carrying on operations in Rafah, and Netanyahu chose the TV psychologist Dr. Phil to go over...
I don't know. Maybe selected... Oh, did you hear? I think he's, like, running for governor, and I forget what state.
didn't hear that.
He's a Republican.
Yeah, go fucking figure.
I mean, oh my God. He is such... Like, somebody like that, I don't know. They should not be giving people, like, psychiatric care. Or like any sort of like clinical sort of like
there's nothing
psychology.
Clinical. It's reality TV. Didn't he have some kind of, was there like a lawsuit or some shit because of the name Dr. Phil? No, I guess not. He still calls himself Dr. Phil. I guess it was just some controversy. I don't fucking know.
Well, he does have a PhD, so he is allowed to call himself like doctor legally. Yeah, that's what it is. But I think it was something like I don't know, he did lose his license to practice as, like, a practitioner. And I do think it's, like, unethical. So one of the things I've criticized about our mental health care system is, like, a lot of his laziness, like, social workers and so forth will be like, hey, parents come to me because they have issues with their kids. Let's ignore the fact that there's lots of dysfunctional parents, a lot of abusive parents. Let's ignore the fact that it's not that rare. And a very decent percentage of the population consists of people who probably shouldn't have kids. And it's a case-by-case basis. But a lot of the times it's just black and white where, hey, the adults say one thing, the kid says one thing. Let's just treat everything the parents say as if it's unequivocal, dogmatic truth, and then engage in some form of malpractice. Gaslighting's a form of abuse. So let's abuse these kids that could potentially be victims of abuse. That's why I kind of hate social workers when, statistically, based on a Princeton study, your major is a decent indicator of what your IQ is, and social workers are at the bare bottom and have the lowest IQs on average than any other college major. So you see a lot of that those fucked up elements where it's just, hey, you're profiting off of bad parents coming to you to get your sort of so you can give them some level of self-justification where it's not me, it's my kid. And even though the science says, and they went to school for this so that they should know, that people who are dysfunctional parents tend to be highly neurotic, and those cluster B personality types that love to do this thing known as scapegoating. But let's ignore that facet of reality. No nuance. And just, hey. And what, like 100% of cases, let's gaslight the kids, even if, like, it's likely 1 in 5, 1 in 3 of those scenarios are probably parents just being dysfunctional parents. But you're not going to tell the adults what they need to hear. You tell them what they want to hear because they're your customers. They're coming to you and paying for like your services. And they probably know based on the science that if you tell dysfunctional, neurotic adults what they don't want to hear, they're just going to engage in confirmation bias, the self-serving bias, and they're gonna doctor out. They're not gonna continue to go about your services. So it's almost like they've learned that if you just tell all the parents what they want to hear, it's like, I like this guy. They allow me to scapegoat the blame on my child. It's like they're profiting off of child abuse. It's almost like that's why when you look at all the stigma and social workers wonder why the public hates social workers so much, along with like, there's good reasons to hate fucking cops in America. I think there's also a good reason to hate fucking social workers. Even if they don't all do that, I would say the overwhelming majority of them do because they have no ounce of fucking intelligence. And I think Dr. Phil does the same shit. You see him on live television. That should be malpractice when you're taking children, like 6, 8-year-old kids, and you're putting them on live fucking television and putting all their like problems out there. It's one thing if it's adults that decide willingly to come on and air out all their problems on TV, but as a practitioner, you should know that isn't healthy. This isn't a healthy setting to do that, so it's still unethical, but at least adults can consent. There will be fucking children and these dysfunctional families where he does that black and white, tell the bad parents what they want to hear. And then these kids are on fucking camera. And he is like a right-leaning, now he's running as a right-leaning politician. Fuck Dr. Phil. He is a disgusting piece of shit.
And beyond that, so like you said, enabling abusive parents or whatever, I'm pretty sure there's at least one case, maybe several, of him sending kids to those like behavioral therapy camps or whatever the fuck they're called, where
residential treatment centers, aka prison camps for children, where and again, All of the science shows that those residential treatment centers are inhumane, that they don't work. It causes estrangement between the kids and the adults. All of the fucking research shows that kids come home and it's even worse. They tend to be more defiant because it's almost like they're angry after having their human rights violated. And it is a fucking human rights violation. And it's a way to bypass any sort of like peer review judicial process, because what they're doing is it's just the parents can just act as judge and jury and voluntarily sign their kids into these institutions. A doctor doesn't need to give them an evaluation. The parents not just act as judge and jury, they also act as fucking psychologists, and they can decide that their kid needs to be locked up in a fucking prison camp or military camp. Boot camps are fucking like military camp. They're fucking prison camps. You are a criminal. 100% of parents that send their kids there should go to prison. 100% of doctors and the staff that work there. We send all these people like typists that work at Nazi concentration camps. We're charging them. You are a fucking criminal if you work at one of those residential treatment centers. You are supporting a institution that is violating people's human rights. Those kids are falsely incriminated and are there against their will. It's a form of abduction. You're profiting off of fucking child abuse. 100% of the people, maybe with the exception of the custodial staff, all of them should be in fucking prison for human rights violations and severe abuse. 100% of all of the psychiatric staff, the psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers should lose their license, be charged for fucking malpractice.
Two things. Number one, sorry, Skep told me not to trigger you. It was too late.
Yeah.
Two, you'll like this one. This is kind of an anecdote. This is recent. A buddy of mine just a month ago, he was taking an antidepressant. Sometimes you feel a little down, sometimes you seek help. Sometimes you take this medicine and one of the listed side effects are thoughts of playing Minecraft. And my friend suffered these side effects. So he went to his doctor and said, hey, yeah, I'm having these Minecraft side effects. And they said, well, here's what you do. You just go to the emergency room, tell them you need to change your meds, and they'll take care of you. We can't do it here. And he said, okay, so that's all they're going to do is change my meds? And she's, yep. Well, he goes there. They take him to another hospital 90 miles away and put him in a psych ward in a room with the word Jesus written on the wall in crayon. And then about 5 days later, he's like, yo, man, I got to get back to my job. I got bills to pay. And the doctor tells him, well, if you need to go to a homeless shelter, we have resources for that when you get out.
Don't you think it's kind of funny how, like you said, like Jesus on the wall and so forth, when all the science doesn't approve of these residential treatment centers and so forth, or things like that, combining religion with mental health care, why does all of this science not really find its way into these formats of psychiatric care? Why does it seem like out of all these different fields of medicine, psychiatry seems to be the one that conflicts the most with the science? And it's almost like when you don't abide by what the research says and you're a practitioner and you go to school for 10 years, get your medical degree, 8 years to get your PhD and so forth. It's almost like they should know better. They know right from wrong. They're well educated. They know what's healthy and what's unhealthy. So it's almost like when they support things like authoritarian parenting, prison camps for kids, things like amalgamating like religion and like treatment, it's almost like they should be charged for malpractice and lose their 10 years of college, and they should probably spend a good 10 years in a prison. It's almost like they're terrible criminals, and it's almost like they need to spend some time in prison. They need criminal records to follow them around for the rest of their life.
Biden's head to the American people.
We've destroyed about 20 battalions of the Hamas's 24 terrorist battalions. We have another 4 to go there in Rafah, and that's why we want to go into Rafah, because we can't leave them there. Basically, what they're trying to do is extort, blackmail us to leave Gaza, leave them in place, these battalions, and leave their leadership in place, and then they go in and take over Gaza again and do it again.
That will mean more of this. families in mourning, wondering where to go and who will be next. Well, I've been speaking to President Biden's senior advisor on Middle East humanitarian issues, David Satterfield, who was until very recently also the special envoy to this region. I asked him how the humanitarian situation in Gaza had brought President Biden to his threat to withhold weapons for Israel.
This is by no means a withholding of U.S. military support to Israel. That support is quite robust. Some $800 million of weapons have just been approved and moved forward out of the $15 billion.
Okay, so where's more evacuate? Okay, so let's finally get to
today. The Israeli military.
Yup. So we've been building up and everything. Now let's see how bad things get. Now that we're finally to the attack on Rafah. Let's go.
People seeking refuge in East Rafah to evacuate immediately and head to designated humanitarian zones. The warning comes
evacuation again
after the Israeli War Cabinet voted to expand its operation in the southern Gaza city. Israeli airstrikes on Rafah have already left nearby aid crossings inaccessible. Some agencies say a full invasion would cripple humanitarian operations. Remy Inocencio is in Tel Aviv.
Good morning. Hamas says ceasefire talks are back at square one, blaming Israel for rejecting the proposal the militant group accepted last Sunday. Israel's prime minister said he can't accept Hamas's demand to end the war, and now Israel's war cabinet has greenlit the military to deepen its push into Rafah.
Hamas fired rockets into southern Gaza as Israel's military advanced to Rafah city, building on its capture of the Rafah aid crossing this week. This morning, again warning people to evacuate with flyers and with text messages. You are in a dangerous combat area. The IDF is about to operate with great force.
My advice to Netanyahu straightforward is not to go to Rafah.
But with the city's eastern half now encircled, retired Army General Israel Ziv outlines next tactics.
Go through the main street with a combination both of tanks, infantry and air support.
Block by block?
Block by block. We don't have any other choice.
Hamas wants to show they are watching. This video shows a sniper shooting at Israeli soldiers. More than 110,000 people have now evacuated Rafah, says the UN, more than doubling in the past few days.
I think this is the first time when we've gone over all these stories where we've actually seen some Hamas militants.
Satellite images show Rafah's white tent camps disappearing. The army's not far, said this displaced man. Israeli tanks will be in the middle of the city soon. Its biggest hospital is now abandoned, and the UN says Gaza only has 2 days of food left. General Ziv says Prime Minister Netanyahu is making a mistake.
I don't know. It's almost like all those supply trucks they were obstructing has something to do with the fact that they only have 2 days of food left.
With a lot of chances to have uninvolved casualties.
And what was it? 0% of them got through? I don't know. It seems like those citizens, they did a good job supporting their military.
And, raise the tension with Egypt. I don't think it's worthwhile, especially when we don't have a plan what to do the next day after taking over Gaza.
And
Israel has continued its airstrikes on several parts of the Gaza Strip, even as it continues issuing controversial evacuation orders to Palestinians. The Israeli military said its troops had found many tunnels used by Hamas at the Rafah crossing into Egypt.
Here we go. We went from arson, sabotaging aid trucks, running them over with bulldozers, now finally getting to the airstrikes.
Israeli Defense Forces have declared a narrow coastal strip at Al-Mawazi to be a safe humanitarian zone, but the UN says it has no
go south, go north, go east,
Israel
go
says
west,
that since Monday, about 300,000 Palestinians have already fled Rafah.
Seems like they should make up their mind.
Still urging Israel not to mount a full-scale assault on the city. And in the north, there were evacuations in the city of Jabalia, as the IDF says that it's been carrying out airstrikes. It says Hamas fighters are regrouping there. Meanwhile, a top EU official, Charles Michel, has condemned Israel's evacuation orders, saying that people are being directed towards unsafe areas. While the UK Foreign Office is investigating claims by Hamas that a British-Israeli hostage has died in Gaza. Nadav Popperwell was seized with his mother on October the 7th from the Narim kibbutz in southern Israel. Hamas claims that Mr. Popperwell died of wounds sustained in an Israeli airstrike more than a month ago. The Israeli military is yet to comment. The UK Foreign Secretary Lord Cameron was asked about the claim on Sunday with Laura Kunsberg.
Like everyone else, I watched the video on Twitter X last night, put out by Hamas of Nadav answering a question as to who he was. And I watched that video, and you just think, what, callous people they are.
Here, I was reading something, email. Who did they say the guy was?
I don't remember the name of the guy.
You guys weren't paying attention. Well, I'm saying, was he a journalist? Was he what did they say? Oh my God.
That part.
See, I shift my attention.
I got animals attacking me for love, dude. What do you want?
Condemned Israel's evacuation orders, saying that people are being directed towards unsafe areas. While the UK Foreign Office is investigating claims by Hamas that a British-Israeli hostage has died in Gaza. Nadav Popperwell was seized with his mother on October the 7th from the Narim kibbutz in southern Israel. Hamas claims that Mr. Popperwell died of wounds sustained in an Israeli airstrike more than a month.
Nadav Popperwell was seized with his mother on October the 7th from the Narim kibbutz in southern Israel. Hamas claims that Mr. Popperwell died of wounds sustained in an Israeli airstrike more than a month ago. The Israeli military is yet to comment. The UK Foreign Secretary Lord Cameron was asked about the claim on Sunday with Laura Kuenssberg.
Like everyone else, I watched the video on Twitter X last night, put out by Hamas of Nadav answering a question as to who he was. And I watched that video.
Oh my God, I refuse.
I like how instead of calling it either X or Twitter, he's like Twitter X. But yeah, I don't call it X either. I think it's stupid. Like fuck that. Just keep with the Twitter. We were fine with Twitter.
I mean, I don't know. Like first he tries to go about like supporting his sort of sci-fi Hyperloop project, but
and
I
now
think
this
is where, yeah, I think X
this is where he pushed it too far.
Yeah, he
went too far this time.
Callous people they are to do that, to play with a family's emotions in that way. I met Nadav's family, his sister, and I know the heartbreak they've been going through for over 200 days. And when you see what Hamas are prepared to do, you just realise the terrible, dreadful, inhuman people, frankly, that we are dealing with.
The UK Foreign Secretary, well, our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams is in Jerusalem.
These were claims that emerged yesterday when Hamas, as it has done repeatedly throughout this crisis, released a video in which they said that Nadav Popperwell, who's 51, was killed in an Israeli airstrike. Now, we have absolutely...
It's just, see, they're not doing a good job rescuing the hostages. And it doesn't just seem like they're, like, they finally found some of the hostages, like, a few months ago, and they ended up, like, accidentally gunning them down. So they're killing like UN delegates, aid workers, journalists, I mean, any sort of like bureaucratic workers, children, elders. They're even killing their own fucking people.
No way of verifying that. We don't know when the video that they released yesterday was shot. We need to be extremely careful about any assertions that Hamas is making about the circumstances surrounding his death. Or
assertions. You think it's just Hamas using assertions?
Whether indeed Nadav Popperwell is dead, but that is what...
Take a sip every time Israel makes assertions. You'll be dead by the end of the stream.
Hamas said, we know that his brother was killed on October the 7th. They were both attacked on October the 7th. Their mother was also abducted, but she was released later in the first of the ceasefire hostage negotiations. The Foreign Office, as you say, is looking into this. But this kind of goes to the heart of one of the issues that still divides Israel and Hamas during these tortuous negotiations aimed at getting a ceasefire organized, which is how many Israeli hostages and dual national hostages are there? How many are still alive? How many are dead? Over the months, tragically...
What percent have been killed or will eventually be killed by the IDF alone? I mean, fuck Hamas. They're terrible for, like, the October 6th attacks or October 7th attacks. They're, I mean, of course, without a doubt, I think they've murdered a decent amount of hostages so far, but seems like, I don't know. What portion of them have been murdered by Hamas? What portion of them have been murdered by the IDF?
The number of dead hostages has risen, while the expectations for the number of live hostages has diminished somewhat. And this is a very live issue because the Israelis want much more clarity about what they can expect from Hamas in terms of the release of hostages, alive and dead, in return for a ceasefire deal.
Paul, we'll await any comments from the UK Foreign Office as it investigates those Hamas claims about the British-Israeli hostage.
Hey, next vid.
One of the many thousands to have fled to this beach in fear of an Israeli onslaught are Zainab Al-Khalut and her children. After living in this
God, look at those Hamas supporters.
tent for 4 months in Rafah, it's well worn and needs stitching back together. This, the most precious of the few possessions they were able to carry with them.
He doesn't look too well. What do you think? You know, it seems like he's got almost looks like grime, sand around like his lips and stuff. It's like it's almost like when people are starving, they develop pica. They start to even do things like eat like mulch, dirt, sand. I mean, maybe that's not the case, but it seems like, I don't know.
My children and I ran under fire and people died in front of us. The shrapnel hit our faces. The houses were hit by strikes while we were running. I found a shoe on the road. I wore it to be able to run better. Airstrikes killed several people close by last night. In 7 months of war, Gaza's health ministry says the death toll has now surpassed 35,000, while tanks are rolling back into areas once...
Wasn't it like, I don't know, it was something like 3,000, I think, civilians died in 9/11. 1,000 people died in the October 7th attacks. 35,000 killed in Gaza. I don't know. But what percent of those are Hamas operatives or militants, though? Do you think that's a assertion from the IDF and Netanyahu and his organization?
Claimed cleared of Hamas militants like Jabalia in Gaza's north. But it's the IDF's plans to invade Rafah that have led President Biden to pause the US's sale of £2,000 bombs and other munitions to Israel.
Because there's 1 million people there in very close quarters who've been pushed there because of the military operations in other parts of Gaza, you would have really significant civilian casualties. And while...
Yeah, see logistics. I mean, be as resourceful as possible.
Israel
few bombs as possible.
Would also be able to kill some Hamas folks. Many Hamas folks
and it seems like they consider everyone in Gaza to be Hamas folks. So it seems like, I don't know. They're doing a good job eliminating as much of Hamas as they possibly can.
The way, because they're terrorists. They're not really organized fighters in the way that we think about it.
Yeah, they want to finish them for good.
Typical military. In that context, he doesn't want to see American weapons used in that kind of operation.
Today, the British Foreign Secretary was asked if he'd ban weapons.
And again, I mentioned how they seem to identify pretty much everyone as being part of Hamas. And they've literally explicitly stated that they're trying to finish Hamas off good. Do you think that's kind of a dog whistle for they do indeed want to commit genocide and just...
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? There's no dog whistle, dude. It's fucking happening. And Bill Hook says, should we end our alliance with Israel? Yeah. I think it's good, because right now we're on the wrong fucking side of history, buddy. It don't look good on paper, my friends.
And I mean, it's debatable. Should we get involved with Ukraine and send billions of dollars there? And we're going to get into it, where Russia has engaged in like their largest offensive since the start of the Ukrainian war. And one of the things is that they're in dire need of military aid. It's like, if we're gonna assist anyone when it comes to like military, financial aid packages, maybe it's Ukraine over them. It's like, I don't know. And then if you decide, hey, let's stop just like supporting military like affairs that aren't really ours, seems like those billions of dollars could really help a lot of people living in the United States that have issues with finding like things like affordable healthcare. A third of Americans can't afford like a $300, $400 emergency. Seems like you could the United States, one of the most developed countries on the planet. Third, its population can't afford $300 emergency, and we're like in one of the top like 15 nations with the Human Development Index. Don't we live in a wonderful world?
Sales to Israel, he repeated he would not.
Well, we're in a completely different situation to the United States. They are a massive bulk state supplier of weapons to Israel. Overall, we're responsible for about less than 1% of their imports. We have a very rigorous legal process we go through, and that is on an ongoing basis.
The IDF says it's launched only precise operations inside Rafah, but the UN fears its call for civilians to evacuate is a precursor to a full-scale invasion, with catastrophic impact and the possibility, it's said, of further atrocities.
I can see no way that the latest evacuation orders, much less a full assault in an area with an extremely dense presence of civilians, can be reconciled with the binding requirements of international humanitarian law.
Today, in a diplomatic blow, Egypt, which is mediating a ceasefire deal, has announced its support for South Africa's case of genocide against Israel at the International Court of Justice.
Seems like maybe South Africa's on the right side of history here. I kind of like their approach or whatever. That's a good approach when it comes to like holding them accountable on some international trial. Seems like if we're going to have war crimes and stuff like that, at least some people are trying to push some kind of, I don't know, enforcement, some kind of international judicial process. So it seems like South Africa is doing a good job trying to support some level of like globalism. You know what? Maybe Egypt. It seems like they're starting to shift on the right side of history. So you know what? I I don't know, maybe the United States can take hints from South Africa and Egypt.
But Prime Minister Netanyahu earlier vowed to keep going until...
Seems like they're progressing more than the US at this point.
Victory. What victory looks like, unknown even to Israel's closest ally.
We also haven't seen a plan for what happens the day after this war in Gaza ends. The trajectory right now is that going into to Rafah, even...
Day after the war ends, what's not settled by a bunch of, like, Israeli sort of colonists is just a crater with nothing but a bunch of dead bodies.
To deal with these remaining battalions, especially in the absence of a plan for civilians, risks doing terrible harm to civilians and not solving the problem.
The US has warned tonight that without a post-war governance plan, anarchy and chaos would fill the vacuum here, where for so many it already rains.
I was playing on a scooter with my cousin, he says. We were on our way home when we saw an Israeli jeep driving towards us, so we started running.
I mean, it's not missing his limbs, but it seems like he's got, like, nerve damage or fractured spine, so I don't know. It's another area where, another scenario where he's not going to be walking, not going to be using his legs.
There's an instinct every Palestinian child knows well. Soldiers began shooting, Jude was hit in the neck.
Take his mobility away from him.
He says in that moment, he felt very...
Not only are they finding a wide array of different methods of obstructing aid trucks, a wide array of different methods of intimidating foreign sort of delegates and embassies and so forth, arson, use it all, death threats. They're also doing a good job here, finding multiple ways to take children's mobility away from them.
Very far from home. It happened near the Aqbat Jabbar refugee camp near Jericho.
Look at this level of variety.
In the occupied West Bank. Soldiers detained the wounded boy, accusing him of throwing rocks and pipe bombs, before leaving him at an Israeli hospital.
Oh. Do you think they were being honest there?
Yeah. Terrified and alone, it was hours before his family knew where he was.
Every day, whenever they'd administer any kind of treatment, they'd ask my wife to sign bills. They'd say, "We want money, you must pay."
I don't know, it's almost like it's hard to trust them for some reason.
They were giving us a really hard time. Every time they'd administer treatment, they made it very difficult.
He's out of the woods but has nerve damage and can't move his left arm. The Israeli hospital where he was treated claims they are owed more than $13,000 for treating an 8-year-old child with a gun.
Maybe part of these dozens of billions of financial aid packages that are going towards or being invested to the IDF, maybe, I don't know, tens of thousands seems minuscule. I'm considering tens of billions. Maybe it wouldn't be that hard for the United States to at least, I don't know, support some of these hospitals being able to function at a basic level.
Gunshot wound from an Israeli assault rifle. Before Jude was brought back, his family says Israeli hospital staff even tried to take the neck collar, protecting his wound. A scenario so absurd it might seem comical if it wasn't really happening.
What is it?
They tried to take the neck collar.
Before Jude was brought back, his family says Israeli hospital staff even tried to take the neck collar, protecting his wound.
Huh. Do you think maybe Hamas could use a neck collar as a weapon in the same way they could possibly use zippers as weapons? They're trying to confiscate his neck collar.
A scenario so absurd it might seem comical if it wasn't really happening.
So absurd it might seem comical.
If it wasn't happening.
His father says the bill is so high, it will be impossible to pay. Palestinian officials told Al Jazeera that in situations like this, Israel deducts...
God. It's almost like they need some affordable health care, and it's almost like, I don't know, these NATO states that have billions of dollars to donate to the IDF, I think maybe they could pay for his medical bills.
The funds.
Do you think the IDF's going to use the billions of dollars that they've been given by U.S. taxpayers? Do you think maybe they're going to use that to help pay for some of these people's medical bills who can't afford it?
Directly from customs taxes that it collects on behalf of the Palestinian Authority. When the news came, Jude's mother says she was hysterical. But anger gave way to relief that her son survived.
I thank God he's okay. Hopefully he'll get better. Hopefully he'll see a happy life, a life he chooses for himself. I hope he'll have a future. I hope he lives his childhood despite the difficult circumstances.
When asked if he was scared, he puts on a brave face.
No.
He says he's looking forward to going home, having a shower, and seeing his grandparents.
what like one of the things he has to look forward to, taking a shower.
But he says he'll never ride a scooter again. A lesson every Palestinian child learns too soon. It is never safe to play outside when you live under Israeli occupation. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, the occupied West Bank, Palestine.
John, I hate to do it to you, man, but I haven't slept. I haven't slept for 24 hours. I think it's time to clock out. Well, it's probably
hundreds of thousands of.
I'm crashing.
That's fine.
Sorry, gentlemen. I'll see you on the next one. There'll be a makeup stream this week, I'm sure. We owe a movie night.
This is the makeup stream.
Well, I'm sure there'll be like whatever. Yeah. I won't put your words back in your mouth.
Yeah, geez.
All right. Good night, motherfuckers. See you next time. Thanks for watching the show.
Later, Grandma.
Adios.
There goes
Thank God he's gone.
Thank God.
Okay, so it says the following content may contain graphic or violent imagery.
And to Gaza now.
Huh.
That's scary.
So none of these other... It is very scary because none of these other videos have given that disclaimer. So... And they've all been pretty fucked up.
In one of Gaza's countless dark, newly ruined spaces, another casualty of this grinding war.
What do you think that is? That's I don't know, kind of like wiggling underneath all that rubble.
The casualty of this grinding war. Rescuers are trying to free a tiny girl, her head wedged, but somehow not crushed beneath heavy slabs. Gently, one by one, they're removed. While 5-year-old Tolin asks again and again for her mother. They tell her she's waiting upstairs.
I imagine going through this at the age of 5.
Yeah.
What do you think? Spinal injuries, traumatic brain injury?
I don't know.
In fact, her mother, her sister, and 11 other members of her family were killed in this strike on northern Beit Lahir.
Not only physical trauma, she's going to be fucked up mentally for the rest of her life. Whether it's physical injuries to the brain or just trauma from being in this situation.
It was part of a renewed Israeli assault in northern Gaza, concentrated in the nearby Jabalia refugee camp after Hamas fighters re-emerged in a zone Israel said it had cleared months ago. Journalist Fadi Al-Widi was caught up in the fighting. The scene is difficult, he says. The occupying forces have stormed the shelters and evacuated the displaced. The Israeli military said it was acting in accordance with international law by ordering the evacuation over the weekend of what it called a dangerous combat zone, but many civilians were still inside it this morning.
We don't know where to go. We've been displaced from one place to the next. We are running in the streets. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the tank and the bulldozer. It's on that street.
Tanks and killdozers. See? What weapons don't they have? They got, like, Stone Age tools. They got bulldozers, arsonists, air drones. They're, like, AI, like, military programs, and they got their killdozers. Seems like they got nukes. They got every type of weapon there is.
In Israel, it was Memorial Day, the annual commemoration for generations of fallen soldiers and victims of attacks. The memories to the fore this year, though, are months old at most. The siren sounded at the site of the Nova Music Festival, a phantom echo of a warning that never came for the hundreds killed and abducted from here in the Hamas attacks on October the 7th. Namka Kazes came to mourn her friend.
I have a brother in there that is fighting, and I know what we're going to pay for this. But if that's what we need to save our place, our land, the one land that we have.
At the official commemoration in Jerusalem, Benjamin Netanyahu again promised victory in an existential war.
This is exactly what the war revolves around. It's either us, Israel, or them, the Hamas monsters.
Or us or them. Seems like there's a lot, like, if you're going to elect a leader, seems like you'd want one that doesn't really think in black and white extremes. It seems like you'd want some leaders that understand this thing known as nuance. Probably want leaders that know how to think in a more dynamic or critical manner. And maybe he's capable of thinking critically because, like, when you're talking about people who know how to think dynamically, seems like they're very dynamic, again, with all the various creative ways they're using to kill all these people. It's almost like he knows how to think. He just chooses a lot of cognitive dissonance, intellectual dishonesty.
Continued existence, liberty, security and prosperity, or destruction, slaughter, rape and enslavement. And we are determined to be victorious in this struggle.
But in what appeared to be coordinated leaks to the Israeli media over the weekend, senior generals were said to be dismayed by a lack of long-term strategy, seen not least in the Hamas resurgence in northern Gaza. If that was deniable, behind the scenes, there were more public displays of division on a day designed to unite. Netanyahu was heckled at his next speech. Garbage, came the shout. The far-right nationalist National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir sparked scuffles in southern Ashdod, where protesters called him a criminal. And Israel's defense minister was confronted by demonstrators.
See, he's a thought criminal.
Accusing him of having blood on his hands. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli settlers attacked trucks loaded with food bound
they are. Yeah.
for Gaza. One calling it beautiful, saying instead of visiting graves, people have used Memorial Day to blockade to Hamas.
It's such a disgusting thing that what like how this it's like
is it terrorism?
I don't know, but it's just so disgusting. Like there's those kind of annoying people who are like trying to get people to stop using oil and spraying oil on paintings and stuff to try to what's the word I'm looking for when protest in protest they're trying to, and these guys, their protest is those motherfuckers shouldn't be able to eat over there. Those all those people should starve to death. We shouldn't send them food. They shouldn't get any food at all. They need to just starve and all die off. Like, is that not? I don't know. It's just so disgusting.
Well, do you think they are engaging in some type of homicide? I mean, it's like you're obstructing. Yeah, you're obstructing. 0% got through, and seems like a lot.
That's exactly their goal. They're you know their ideas. They're all these people in Gaza. They're trash. They need to be wiped off the face of the earth. The world would be better without them. That's the way they think, and they think they're doing a good thing when they do this.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And going into the semantics realm when it comes to what's terrorism, what's protesting, and so forth, and it's like when certain media outlets were classifying the January 6th riots when they took over the Capitol building. They were claiming that they were protests, but then a lot of the George Floyd protesters, they were claiming that they were terrorists. It's like, when's somebody a terrorist, when's somebody a protester? It's like, is this terrorism? I don't know.
I think things like the January 6th thing is terrorism. I think people getting in the way, I think people that are protesting at colleges or whatever, have been happening now and stuff. Peaceful protest is something totally different. That needs to be respected. This is disgusting right here. They think they're and how fucking how high do you have to think of yourself so much? They think they're like the Dunning-Kruger
You're
thing,
patriots.
whatever. It's like it's like I say with religious people, how they think that they're so wise and know these things that they don't know, that they need to go and share it with everybody and get everybody else to subscribe to these ideas and stuff. These people think so high and mighty of themselves, they can't even question that, the way I think it might not be right. It's just no. I don't know. It's lame. It's stupid that me at the age of 14 or something seems to be smarter than a lot of the dumbasses right here on the screen, if not all of them.
Now, when it comes to the protests at the universities that have been going on, according to talking about hey, a bunch of dirty fucking heads of state. So you look at Netanyahu, and a lot of the terrible things he's saying. Joe Biden, who again his approval ratings are plummeting because of his support here, but or who he's supporting. But didn't he come out and claim that this anti-Semitism isn't going to be supported because they're a bunch of hate groups, these protesters, because they're speaking out against Israel?
I don't know.
Fuck Joe Biden.
Being thrown away here.
I'm starting to feel that, you know what, he's worse than Trump.
Whoa.
I fucking hate Trump. Oh, God, I don't know. Maybe it's either he's too fucking senile that, all his advisors who want this to happen are just doing a weekend at Bernie's. And they're just kind of taking this decrepit man and just pointing him into the direction of what to do. Or he is well aware of what he's doing. If that's the case, I don't know. Seems like Trump's like xenophobia, let's build a wall across the border. Like, you think that's pretty fucked up that we have a president that's supporting shit like that? You make a pretty good argument. Biden's fucking worse, and I'm very left leaning. To me, it's like the Democratic Party, people like Hillary Clinton, Obama, and so forth. It's like I think they're too right leaning for my taste. And what does it say when I'm kind of like, I don't know? Trump is almost who to fucking vote for.
Gene, did you
notice
that I sent you some stuff recently?
We'll get to it, but I think this is really important. We need it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was in Twitter.
Gaza, with hundreds of thousands on the move again, now from the north as well as from Rafah in the south. Many heading here to the overburdened coastal city of Deir al-Balah, the latest place to pass for sanctuary for those exhausted by this war.
The idea was wherever you established a kibbutz like this, I mean, that.
I think it, took me away from my playlist.
Oh God, that again.
76 years of disposition as catastrophe of war unfolds in Gaza.
كان أملي سنة 48 أن أعود، لكن الأمل اليوم أن أعيش. في فرق بين العودة إلى وطني الأصلي يبنى وبيارتي وداري اللي أبويا عارف ولا اليوم موجود فيها، والحمضيات تاعتي والبير تاعي بير أبويا والماكينة اللي تطلع المية من الأرض أن أعيش فيها. اليوم أنا أتمنى بس أن أعيش سليم بدون عاهة. والله لقمة العيش ما هي موفرة. مش قادر اوفر نفس الامن والامان. انا عايش في منتهى الخوف. مش قادر اوفر لابني وابن ابن الامن والامان.
Do you think he's just handing it up for the camera? For those of you who just popped in, sarcasm. Don't approve of this. We need to put a disclaimer on like an automated disclaimer on the stream that Gene Morgan speaks in sarcasm.
Yeah.
Gene Morganese.
I
don't know, but I am on the side that those aren't crocodile tears.
The humanitarian crisis in Gaza is getting worse as new fighting rages and Israel presses its operation in the city of Rafah. We're also hearing from a team of American doctors now stranded in Gaza. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more.
The exodus from Rafah is gathering
steam. No one's safe in Israel or Gaza. No one's safe in this region. Seems like unless you're an Israeli citizen.
Drunken Crow said, why was he laughing?
This morning.
Oh.
The UN says more than 450,000 Palestinians have already left. President Biden has warned Israel not to invade because of the risk of civilian casualties.
America said that they are pressuring, but you see the pressure, nothing's happening.
Israel says Hamas has 4 battalions of fighters in Rafah and insists going into the city is the only way to clear them out. But will it work? Hamas's tactics are evolving. Its fighters have regrouped in northern Gaza, which the Israeli military claimed to have already cleared. It's a sign Hamas is becoming an insurgency, digging in for a long guerrilla war. The Biden administration says Israel needs a long-term plan for Gaza and that the goals expressed by Israeli leaders may not be realistic.
Total victory. I don't think we believe that that is likely or possible, and that this looks a lot like situations that we found ourselves in after 9/11.
Hamas used to run the services in Gaza, but now it's nowhere to be found. It started the war with Israel and then went underground to fight it.
Now, one of the things they usually do, whether for better or worse, and sort of military operations displacing one government, whether the government needs to be displaced, is that the invading party usually will provide a provisionary government to make sure that things are functioning at just a basic level. Hospitals are up and running, schools are up and running, all of these fundamental source components of bureaucracy and social institution. And I don't know now, Hamas is gone, they were the government. Do you think the US or Israel is going to try to install that sort of provisionary government for the time being? To make sure at least that stuff's working? Doesn't seem like they're doing that. Seems like if you are going to be, I guess, fighting for the greater good in war, seems like maybe that's something that they should be following through with. And I don't know. It seems like they're scaring the UN away and stuff, and maybe the UN peacekeepers. If votes went through, maybe the UN and their like peacekeeper corps, they could provide that sort of provisionary government. But I guess they squandered that by lighting their like embassy on fire. And I'm fairly certain the US probably just using, or the UK and France using their vetoing power.
Little aid Gazans receive comes from humanitarian workers. The State Department says it's aware of reports that some American medical volunteers are now trapped after Israel seized control of Rafah's border crossing with Egypt. We spoke to Dr.
American taxpayer money really doing and running its course, really doing a good job helping the people. Taxpayer money does a good job helping our citizens within our borders and outside our borders.
Amar Ghanem from Michigan.
We have been trying to help, but the need is above what you can imagine.
Israel controls the flow of everything in and out of Gaza, and some Israelis want to stop the flow of aid completely. Extremists have begun attacking trucks, believing food and medicine should not be allowed in as long as Hamas holds hostages.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken made an announcement to visit by...
Okay, we'll get to that later.
Spring and former Trump foreign policy advisor and Fox News contributor Kyron Skinner, along with Israeli Special Operations counterterrorism veteran...
Okay, here's Fox News. Let's see what Fox News has to say. We haven't gone over any stories from them in a while. So let's...
Thank you both for coming on. We always appreciate it. We know that withholding, Aaron Cohen, to you, withholding weapons from Israel is detrimental to Israel. It's beneficial for Hamas. It's amazing to me because Secretary of State Antony Blinken said...
So far, it seems like they're trying to, I don't know, victimize the IDF and really vilify, I guess. Well, makes sense to vilify Hamas, but it's like, hey, sending weapons to them. They're like, look at how it's going to harm Israel. And it's like, are they going to talk about the civilians at all? I wonder if they discuss that whatsoever. So let's see. My prediction is they don't really...
died during that attack on Israel, January or whatever it was?
A little over 1,000.
Okay, okay, that's a lot. I didn't realize
says that he thinks maybe
much.
Maybe Hamas might be the best answer. Watch this answer. Israel has not acted in a manner that's consistent with international humanitarian law. A lot of armed Hamas will be left, no matter what they do in Rafah. Or if they leave and get out of Gaza, as we believe.
You know who he is, Shab? Antony Blinken.
Definitely recognize him. What?
Secretary of State. What does Secretary of State do, Shab?
They make sure that the state of the country is good.
Hey, we've gone over this. I think you know. You answered it correctly before.
I don't remember.
Shab.
So it's like they're fourth in line to be president. They deal with all like the embassies across the globe, and they're pretty much the main person when it comes to being the main diplomat and delegate with like sort of like international treaties agreements with other like foreign nations. So they definitely play a very significant role when it comes to the federal government, and they're definitely like one of the most important cabinet
it's really
members.
Weird how a lot of people with a lot of people that don't know anything about politics, not saying that I'm somebody that knows a lot, but like thinks that like the president just controls everything and whatever, and in a way we kind of have like a bunch of different presidents, you know, like this guy's kind of a president of ours too in a way. He controls like one big chunk of the pie.
President can't override any decisions they make. A lot of it is essentially that a lot of times presidents, they're like they're not chemists and scientists, so it's like they don't really know what they need to do when it comes to like the FDA regulating like food and drugs. I mean, they're not academics and stuff, so like when it comes to like the head of education and so forth, I mean, when it comes to like the head of the Treasury and Secretary of Treasury, I mean, they're not economists, so that's one of the big things when they appoint the cabinet members is that they need to try to find these pundits that actually know what they're doing in those specific areas. And a lot of times it is the cabinet members who are the ones like, hey, because I'm a pundit when it comes to economics, I'm the Secretary of Defense. So I'm the pundit when it comes to military tactics. They're the ones that lay things out.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
too
what we need to do.
complicated of a thing with too big of a spectrum for it to be like, hey, this one
Too
guy
esoteric.
Yeah, this one guy controls the whole thing. It's like, no, it's way too complicated for that.
And a lot of times, like one big power so when people look at electing the president, a lot of things they think of is, and this is where it's just people never pick up on this. When presidents campaign, most of what they campaign is changing laws and policies within like the U.S. on a federal level. They don't really have any power there. They can propose bills, but 100% of people can propose bills. They can veto bills, but that's about it. And it's rare that they ever veto any bills. So that's Congress. And so many people don't understand that it's the legislative branch. They're the ones that deal with passing laws and policies that affect people within the country. Congress deals more with what's going on internally. The president and the executive branch, they deal more with the external elements. They're the heads of the government. They deal with the global politics. So when you pay attention to the president, that's one of the big things you should be thinking of when, like, their next campaign. They're the commander-in-chief. They have the final say when it comes to pretty much everything. When it comes to our military, and we spend more money on our military than like the next 7 countries combined. We are like one of the big military powers. We got vetoing power in the UN. The president's the one who appoints our UN delegate. And that's where they have a lot of power. They can veto any UN bills. They have control of the largest, most globally expansive military on the planet. We have more military bases overseas. So it's like the president has more influence over people living outside the United States than people living inside the United States. Like, if you're living in military bases overseas, that's where the president comes in. When you're working at an embassy, it's like the Secretary of State. They're the one that deal with that. And when it comes to it's like the reverse when it comes to international laws, and people don't understand how important that is. So when it comes to treaties, so trade agreements with other countries, which do affect not just our economy, but the global economy, where when it comes to deciding hey, we're going to allow the exchange of goods with our nations and so forth, and we're not going to tax engage in these sort of international trade tax and so forth. There's a lot of that sort of global logistics when it comes to cooperating with other countries, and those are kind of global international laws, policies, agreements with other nations. So it's the executive branch where they create the agreements and treaties with other nations. Congress has to approve it. When it comes to internal laws and policies, it's Congress that creates the outline, and then it's the executive branch that has to approve it. So it's like the reverse. The executive branch creates the international laws, Congress approves it, Congress creates the national laws, the executive branch has to approve it. So when you're voting for president, that's the stuff that you need to pay attention to. And even when it comes to the internal stuff, like what the FBI does, most of it are the laws they're enforcing are across state lines. They're dealing with things like the Border Control Agency, dealing with policies of immigration between our neighboring countries. They're dealing with most of what the DEA deals with are criminal groups where there are cartels from other nations and drug wars with with nations in Latin America. So even the crimes that they're enforcing are typically crimes that are across federal national borders. So when you're paying attention to the president, you should really be paying attention to the things that they reform when it comes to external policies and practice. But people don't understand the president isn't the government. So they tend to just like, I'm gonna try to like establish universal health care, where it's like they can't do that. Congress, they're the ones that have the power there. Pay attention to your senator, pay attention to your your whoever your representative is. What's that, Shab?
What do you want, Taylor?
I was gonna say, Young Mine said that why hasn't the USA went to war with Mexico if they're so tired of Mexico's?
I was gonna answer that. Gene, can I answer that?
What's your answer, Shab?
Mexico ain't got no goddamn oil. Okay, fuck them. Okay, we ain't got time for that. If there's no oil there, we can't build a military base and then get a bunch of oil.
Like the drug war has been going on forever. Like Fidel Castro, and the thing is, it is like you think of it like, hey, it's just kind of like dealing with like these criminal organizations, criminal groups, but it's just basic law enforcement. That's how a lot of people think of it. But it is like a full-on war. A lot of these drug cartels, they have a major foothold in those like Colombia, Venezuela, Mexico, their governments. So what the DEA and ATF, a lot of these organizations are dealing with is just like we do have a notable war that's been going on for decades in the South. That's what I said. Like, just decriminalize these drugs, legalize them, get rid of the black market, you cripple their cartels. If they do that, you know what? We don't have to deal with all it. It would help add a great level of stability in all our neighboring countries to the south. It would like holding people in prison. Criminals are fucking expensive, and it's another like just financial sink. Not only are we spending billions of dollars in these like military affairs overseas, but we're spending billions of dollars on these drug wars that are these huge boondoggles, where it's just maybe if you just decriminalized all these drugs and stuff, they could tax it. These private organizations, if you love capitalism so much, it would create jobs. You can have taxable income from those jobs. You can tax the organizations. Therefore, it's regulated. You know what's in the drugs, and it would just help boost our economy, of like pretty much the economy of like the like North and South American continents, and it would also like we wouldn't have to be spending billions of dollars on a never-ending war, because there's always going to be a black market. It's the invisible hand in economics. If there's a supply, there's going to be a demand. If you don't like supply that demand legally, illegal organizations are just going to fill that gap. And that's another discussion for another day. Maybe I should do a deep dive on the other sort of just military industrial complex where our drug war in the South. We've been engaging in all these military boondoggles in the Middle East for decades with our military organizations. So with the DEA and everything, we've been dealing with these military boondoggles in the South with the war on drugs.
Boondoggles.
They need to do. Then you're going to have a vacuum, and a vacuum is likely to be filled by chaos,
But
by
don't
anarchy,
you agree,
and ultimately by
Gene?
Hamas again.
So
I guess
we
what he's
would
saying
be
is-
sending military into Mexico probably if there's a bunch of like oil there for us to get.
Yeah, maybe, but we got plenty of oil of our own.
And we get it from other countries that we put our military bases in, that you know, like in the Middle East and stuff.
And I like
What
how
a
Razor
boondoggle.
Wire is like, but like, what is it? It's a snooze fest. What were they saying earlier?
They said me and
Blah,
Taylor
blah,
need
blah,
to talk
trade
more.
agreements, blah blah blah, international trade, tax. Where's the Fortnite? I think you're on the wrong channel. I don't play Fortnite, and you're.
Well, get to playing.
I think if they're not kidding, do they honestly think that in the middle of the PPP of our podcast, we're just gonna randomly start playing
let's
Fortnite?
do it. Someone take $20 and we'll play Fortnite.
They're like, God damn it, they're covering the wrong stuff on the stream. They're supposed to just be playing video games. You're aware that you're watching news coverage and political commentary podcasts? This isn't a Let's Play gaming podcast?
He's kidding, Gene.
Or not, yeah, whatever.
He said earlier he was kidding.
Stop. Just stop
It's
what you're
still
doing everything
funny.
right now and just go back to
Civ
work.
6.
Trace, the only reason why Rafah is...
Well, I said I don't know if they were joking or not.
Yeah.
If they were being serious, that was my response, but whatever.
Battalions of Hamas is because Israel has conducted the Sir Lachatz, or the pressure cooker campaign, which forced all of the remnants of the terror group into Rafah. The way you conduct counterterror operations in the most significant...
Again, I'm wondering, will they cover, even discuss like the civilian casualties and the humanitarian crisis at all? Or are they just going to go over like the military beef between the IDF and Hamas and act like it's just 100% military dispute between these two factions?
Populated warfare that we've seen in years is by not only selective operations, but by going into Rafah. Those units need to clear all those 90-degree angles. They need to get barrels inside of rooms. They need to get those drones inside. That's the nature of unconventional warfare, in this case, special warfare. So Blinken is absolutely wrong. He's almost lying. I feel like this is personal between the White House and whatever relationship they have with Bibi.
Listen to what Fox News is saying. So our Secretary of State, Blinken, part of the Biden administration, they're not draconian enough when it comes to what they're doing with the military aid. They need to be giving more military aid, and they need to be more intense when it comes to dealing with Hamas. How many Americans get all their information from Fox News alone?
Probably
And-
like half a majority of them do.
I wouldn't say the majority. I'd say probably close to half. And look at how many like networks we've covered. Al Jazeera, like we've covered like networks from India and stuff, like Hinduism Times. We've been covering like watching BBC. We've been watching all these news networks from the United States. And all of them are going over it. Have gone over like the humanitarian like sort of like crisis, and so far Fox News is the only network we've watched where they're not even discussing it whatsoever, and they're claiming that like fuck the Biden administration, they need to be like spending more, they're not helping them enough, they're not helping like Israel against the terrorists. That's Fox News. Imagine people getting all of their information from this, and then you talk to people. It's like no wonder they're so fucking like ill-informed. Jesus fucking Christ, people are idiots. You are a dumb fuck if you just sit down and exclusively watch Fox News. Get your information from multiple fucking sources. Cross-reference information.
Yeah, Taylor.
It's just a bad attempt to.
And then you get to the information war, Kyron Skinner, because now we know that they have lowered the death toll in Gaza. And it says here, UN seemingly halves estimates of Gazan women, children killed on May 6th. The UN published data showing that 34,000 plus people reportedly been killed in Gaza, including 9,500 women, 14,500 children. 2 days later, May 8th, the UN published data showing 34,844, including 4,959 women, 7,000. So half the number of women and half the number of kids. We absolutely desperately need accurate information because the information that we have inflames parts of the world, as we have seen.
And what's so sad about those numbers is that it's a humanitarian organization.
Maybe I spoke too soon. Wasn't giving them enough credit.
Damn, Gene, you're a bigot of Fox News.
The United Nations, not exactly a friend of Washington, that has said the numbers have to be lowered. And so it's not even the administration itself. It should be our State Department producing.
I like that bitch's wig. Okay, I'm just gonna be real with you. Okay, I'm sorry.
They're not producing enough evidence that this humanitarian aid crisis is as bad as it is.
Health ministry in Gaza is in fact wrong. And that the health ministry is not telling us the truth.
Are they going to go into detail about how they're not providing proper figures, like what they're doing wrong when it comes to the documentation? Are they going to go into detail about how they're not telling the truth, or is it just making assertions, begging the question? They're not telling the truth because they're not telling the truth.
Yes,
it's not accurate because it's not accurate.
Either is controlled by Hamas. So the numbers are never right. And that puts everything that comes out of Gaza, that Israel has hit a hospital, that Israel has hit a humanitarian truck, it puts it all under a suspect way of looking at what's going on. If you can't get the information right, you can't get the strategy
And this
right.
administration continues to parrot what's coming out of Hamas and Gaza. The New York Times investigation.
I think Biden's doing enough to support Israel here. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Secret Hamas files show how it spied on everyday Palestinians. Goes on to say, quote, the documents show that Hamas leaders, despite claiming to represent the people of Gaza, would not tolerate even a whiff of dissent. Security officials trailed journalists and people they suspected of immoral behavior. Agents got criticism.
Okay, it is pretty much it's not just Hamas, with the exception of Israel. It's like every single NATO, EU organization, every international military organization, the UN, all these humanitarian aid organizations, like pretty much like South Africa, like pretty much every federal government of every fucking nation across the seas and their like foreign intelligence like agencies are all pretty much providing these numbers when you have hundreds of fucking sources from academics, intelligence agencies, international fucking treaty organizations and so forth. I'm sorry. I think there's plenty of research and there's plenty of in-depth meticulous analysis here and numbers being provided from other people outside of Hamas. I have no respect for people that watch Fox News and Fox News alone. Yeah, it's not accurate because it's not accurate. It's all from Hamas because it's all from Hamas.
Removed from social media and discussed ways to defame political adversaries. Political protests were.
I guess everyone's wrong except Fox News. The Fox News journalists, they're the ones that are getting it right. Our government is getting it wrong, where it's again, we spend more money on our military and our sort of intelligence agencies and stuff than any other country. And even though we're supporting Israel, we're still providing these estimates. We're one of their biggest allies, and they're still producing all these figures of how many civilians are dying and so forth who aren't militants. And again, it's not the academics that know what they're talking about. It's not these federal intelligence agencies from countries abroad that know what they're talking about. It's not some of the world's leading pundits and military tacticians and military organizations. It's not these foreign organizations. It's not foreign aid organizations like the Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders that know what they're talking about. It's not the UN. It's the journalists at Fox News. It's not 100% of all the journalists from every other source. It's the journalists from Fox News exclusively that are getting the numbers right. The thousands of other sources are wrong. The one network of Fox News journalists, they're the ones that know what they're fucking talking about.
As threats to be undermined. I mean, this is what you're talking about. The same thing that happens in Iran is it is the government against their people, and that's what we're seeing in Gaza.
That's right. And Israel is doing the Palestinians a favor by going in there and gutting Hamas trace. We have another expression here, but for every second we waste, another innocent person is going to be killed. And the longer the United States waits to put the hammer on Iran, the longer Israel waits.
You got to rip off like a Band-Aid. You're going to save much more people. You give them all the missiles, the stockpiles, ammunition, and munitions that they need. Bomb the hell out of it, turn it into a crater. You'll save so many people in the long run. What's that?
He really just said what I think he said.
What did you say?
You say Israel is doing them a favor, Is that what he just said, right? Is Israel's doing Gaza or Palestine?
Getting it done quickly, ripping it off like a Band-Aid.
Doing them a favor. Good job, killing everybody.
Quicker you wipe them all out, quicker you'll put them out.
What a bunch of heroes
the hammer on Hamas
Israel is.
and finish those last two battalions. The greater the risk to the Palestinian people, and to your guest point, also the greater the risk to the domestic threats here in the United States that are festering from these idiot kids running around who have no concept of what's going on, what would happen if they got stuck in the middle of Gaza. But the longer the White House waits and placates and panders and with all this nonsense, that rhetoric and incitement is only going to escalate and it's going to fall on the shoulders of law enforcement.
He talks about the young people. New York Times, a swing state poll, 18 to 29-year-olds. Who do you sympathize with more, Israel or Palestinians?
Oh my God! Look at all these terrorist apologists. And again, it's they're going to act like Palestine. They're just Hamas. They're one and the same. And it's just, seems like Fox News likes looking at them like they're just a fucking Borg. And then it's when I talk to all my older boomer relatives, 2 generations above me, this is their attitude. It's if you live in the Middle East, if you're Muslim, you're automatically a terrorist. They're all the same. And it's like they don't understand that all these Middle Eastern countries have various different extremes when it comes to enforcing sort of like religious policies. They don't understand that a lot of different nations and states are much more secular than others. And they don't, like, even in the most, like, extreme cases where the Taliban are controlling, like, Afghanistan, they were interviewing kids that are like, we think women have a right to education. And they claim, oh, they're all brainwashed to hate the West. They're all brainwashed to just hate women and everything. And, like follow, like, the Quran in an absolute sort of manner. And they have such a black and white sort of absolute approach to evaluating this. And it's like, it's kind of odd that people who exclusively get their information from Fox News, there's absolutely zero nuance when it comes to how they see the world and how they interpret, like, global politics. And it's just, oh my God, Palestine equals terrorists. Living in the Middle East equals terrorists.
44% Palestinians, 18 to 29-year-olds, you know what's happening across the country is going to last a while.
It's also, like I've said before, like when people don't understand, like you talk about Mexico and people treat Mexico like it's a race. When it's not a race, you can be any race, live in Mexico. It's a nationality.
Look at that Mexican over there.
There's plenty of Christian Palestinians. And the thing is, it's like being Palestinian, that's a nationality.
It's really weird because I feel like if you went up to most Hispanic Americans and said, I hate Mexicans, they would be like, you're racist.
Well,
like most people, I mean, even if they're Hispanic, most people in America, they react that way. Like 99% of America.
Well, it is semantics where it's just xenophobia is when you're just discriminating towards people who have different cultures or come from like different, not just countries, but maybe like you can be xenophobic where you hate people who live in the city or the country. You can be xenophobic towards people who live in the South. You can be xenophobic towards like different classes and so forth, but xenophobia and racism are equally as bad. So even if you're wrong and it's a different type of bigotry, it's still like whatever. They're still right in terms of. It is just a weird.
Yeah. They're wrong in terms of definitions, and that's just a big. I don't know. We have a problem with people not being educated in the right way in America, and that's just one big, like, obvious sign of it. So, I don't know.
Yes, I blame this on K through 16, and I've said it before, probably on your program. The lack of education in the United States about Israel.
Ugh.
Just not educated enough about how all of Palestine, they're all just a bunch of terrorists.
About America's role in the world.
I don't know if she knows, but the wig doesn't make it look better. Look any better just because she.
Hey, stop obsessing over.
I'm sorry. Okay.
About America's role.
I've already made the joke 5 times.
Okay, sorry.
The good that both have done, both regionally and going to last a while.
What's that?
This is not very pretty.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
Oh, you're 28. Okay.
Yeah, he's an old fuck.
Yes, I blame this on.
I'm only 23.
Well, people are talking in chat, and Bill Hicks said,
Oh, 26. I like that. Let's go with that. 26.
In order to run for president, you have to be like 34 or something. 35 or something.
Bill Hicks said, is anyone here old enough to be my running mate for president? And that's how that came about. I said you were 26.
Damn, she complimented you, Gene.
What?
You look like
young-minded. How old did you think I was? This is what the fuck. You're my age, Gene.
Well, I knew Shab's age because Shab's, 32?
Yeah.
Stop telling everybody.
I mean, Shab, you're like 22.
I'm 18. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Just hit it.
Now, I think people,
well, I'm drinking a beer.
They always either underestimate or overestimate my age. Now, do you think that which one do you think's due to my appearance? Whether I look older or younger than I actually am, and which one do you think's due to my personality? Whether people
you're
think
older than you are, or what? What'd you say?
Do people think my, I guess, personality or maturity equates to me being older or younger than I actually am? And do you think my appearance equates to people thinking I'm older or younger than I actually am?
Your appearance makes you look younger, but like your knowledge and maturity makes you seem older.
No, he acts
Got
like a little
'Cause,
child.
like,
Okay.
if you think about it, like most people, like when they think of somebody that's like older, they think of them having like, short hair and like stuff like that. So like,
I think Gene is
if that makes
immature. I think if Gene took another Adderall right now,
no, we're
give it-
not having.
give it
take another
give it
Adderall.
30 minutes, and you'll be like, no, this motherfucker's immature as hell, and I hate
It's
it.
almost like everyone's level of like maturity when it comes to
Shut
their
up.
behavior drops by
I could take
a
an
large
Adderall.
margin when they're drunk or under the influence of some kind of drug.
Am I causing a problem? I'm drunks.
And I've said it before.
Well, the thing is, if you're young and you're very knowledgeable and articulate, then you're an arrogant piece of shit and you're fake.
That's
Once
you.
I'm 20 years older, my hair grays and I have wrinkles, then you're a genuine intellectual, because you're only allowed to be genuinely smart if you have my like engage in my kind of behavior, my sort of like articulation, so forth, if you're older.
Well, you
And-
also look younger because you like exercise and everything, and you eat right.
Yeah. But that is something I find to be kind of funny, is that when people are like, there's a level of ageism there, where I think when somebody's younger, and I guess they're somewhat of a bookworm, somewhat of like an academic, people are like, it's always their arrogant pieces of shit, and they're not really smart. They just go out of their way to talk that way. But what I think's kind of funny is like, when you look at people like Landon or people that are much older, you look at like your typical image of a college professor. What do you think your MIT professor was like when they were my age? It's like
They were like me.
Yeah, it's
They
just
took a lot of dabs and drank a lot of 40s.
the no true
you know?
intellectual fallacy. I think it's just like, again, like your typical, the image you have of like somebody who's a medical doctor. What do you think they were like when they were in their early 20s or late 20s?
Probably on your program, the lack of education in the United States about Israel, about America's role in the world, the good that both have done, both
Oh
regional.
my God, this sort of like nationalistic pride, patriotism. It's like they're still stuck in like the post World War II era of like, it's our side, their side, like pre like Vietnam and the Korean War, where like war was heavily televised and people still had, and it shows that the majority of their audience are people that were like children during World War II and shit like that. They're the kind of people that just it's like, yup, America's the #1 country and kids aren't well educated anymore on how America's perfect and it's black and white, there's no nuance. America stands for the greater good, and yeah, they just aren't properly educated.
And all over the world has led our young people to believe that Hamas, which terrorizes its own people, and is somehow superior to the United States and to Israel. And they really believe it.
And that's
And
exactly
they don't understand the degree to which, as your other guest has said, Hamas has terrorized the Palestinians. And they don't understand how many...
They don't think it's Hamas. It seems like a lot of them have the same kind of views that we've been sharing. They don't agree with Hamas. They sympathize with like Palestine more. Why? People aren't a Borg. It's nuance. It's almost like it's a bunch of racist people who think in all or nothing extremes that watch Fox News. And it's almost like the reason why people sympathize with them is because they're innocent fucking human beings. The majority of them, like over half of them, are all fucking children.
What is Fox News? Like, this is such a disgusting thing, everything. Like the host is so whatever. Like, who is this guy? I don't even want to watch him. They have the worst guests on. Like, let's get two fucking artards that agree with this bullshit or have some stupid ass view that doesn't go against ours or whatever. I don't know. Both of these people just... I didn't pay that much attention to what the woman said, but the dude, he pissed me off with what he said. I don't know. They're just they just have the like horrible guests, and they probably, I'm sure they're not too inclined to invite people on that really go against their narrative and have some sort of intelligence behind them. They just get these two dumb fuckwads come on and drool on their show.
Well, it's also
like, what the hell?
It's like, I understand in a lot of media outlets they wear their suit and tie, but this is how it is. It's just everyone's supposed to have short hair. Why? Because you're supposed to have short hair, because nothing else, because appeal to tradition, critical thinking. What's that? Everyone's supposed to wear a suit and a tie. Why is wearing this random ribbon around your neck the right way to dress? No critical thinking, appeal to tradition. It's just because, not the after, because. And there's still the subset of people in our country that, again, they think that they're still living in the 40s, and they still think that this is how things should be.
Yeah.
They're not educated about God and the Bible and American exceptionalism.
Don't you agree though that this is my first time seeing this host guy, and to me, compared to like Tucker Carlson and what was that other dude that got fired? I don't know, but the other, he seems like a Wish version of them. Like they really downgraded with their hosts.
Yeah, it seems
like
odd
just charismatic wise, you know. I don't know. I'm just saying, like this doesn't seem like, this doesn't look like Fox News the way I knew it growing up. This looks like some other show that wants to be Fox News.
Well, it seems like that's very telling, and it's pretty disheartening when Carl Tuckerson is more ideal.
Yeah, even though I didn't like him, he's more charismatic and a better host than this guy from what I'm seeing here. I don't know.
Hey, they need to pander to their audience. Carl Tuckerson, he speaks at like two his speed, 2 hour frequency.
Bill O'Reilly.
Everything.
Bill O'Reilly was the other guy I was thinking of. Better host. Just
you're watching Fox News when their advertising depends and like alert bracelets. So it's just I think the average age of people who watch Fox News are 65.
Wait, did you say Carl Tuckerson?
Maybe I did.
I think you did. That's hilarious. All right.
I don't know. I don't watch a lot of Fox News. I guess this is a sign that we're just not well educated.
Tucker Carlson.
Oh.
The Palestinians have bought into the rhetoric of Hamas. This is a much more complicated story than what's being told on
it's 1 o'clock in the morning, Bill Hicks.
I like how their outro covers eyes. It was covering her face for a second. I was happy.
And now to the Middle East in a critical moment in Israel's war
I have
with Hamas.
a new
the UN
favorite
says,
political channel now, Gene. You want to know what they're called?
What's that?
They're called the Good Liars. And I think you'd like them too. They're some of the
crows in general.
Well, fuck him, stupid bird ass bitch. Who's that bitch ass bird?
What do you want, Crow?
Yeah, what do you want, Crow? We're talking about Carl Tuckerson here. What the fuck you want, ho? You want to suck it? Oh, he's really good at responding.
Okay.
Wow.
around 450,000 people have now been displaced in
Best commentator out of us all.
southern Gaza
Really
ahead of a possible ground invasion of Rafah. Israeli tanks, they are already on the move. And there was another deadly airstrike just last night. MTS Tayyip
Well, I have
reports
to
from Tel
wait
Aviv.
fucking half an hour to be noticed in the goddamn waiting.
What?
You're a bird.
busy
We see
watching
the
Fox
birds
News.
are everywhere.
We're busy
The
listening
harrowing
to
out-
Gene.
Yes.
Aftermath of an
I'm
Israeli
busy going on giant tangents about Carl Tuckerson.
airstrike on the Nusayrat refugee camp. A CBS News team was there as first responders dug survivors out from the rubble. Several people were killed in the attack, including women and children. But it's in Rafah where the fighting has triggered a mass exodus of civilians. Many are coming here to Al-Mawasi, a squalid camp with no sanitation, including 81-year-old Mustafa Al-Ghazar, who was displaced as a child when the State of Israel was created and is now displaced again. I live in extreme fear, he says in tears. I can't even promise my own son and grandson's safety. Today marks Israel's 76th Independence Day in a somber memorial ceremony attended by Israeli leaders.
Now, I was looking at the Christian Broadcasting Network, and one of the things they were like criticizing, it's like, oh my God, like people are paying so much attention to like Hamas and being a bunch of Hamas apologists and so forth, that Israel's Independence Day, their day of like when they like celebrate like colonizing the Palestinian region. Yeah, it's just being overlooked. I mean, it's so disgraceful that people just don't care. They want to support the wrong side, and now, yeah, Israel, the right side, they're not getting the attention they deserve.
Protesters and hecklers interrupted, accusing them of allowing the Hamas attack to happen. While in the occupied West Bank, a group of Israeli settlers attacked aid trucks on their way to Gaza, throwing food aid to the ground.
And the White House has called the attack on the aid convoy, and I'm quoting here, a total outrage. Now, this is not the first time far-right groups in Israel have tried to stop humanitarian.
It's like the 20th time Sheb's gotten up during the stream. Okay, so people in the chat, I want you to throw some numbers out there. Taylor and Crow, I want you to give some estimates.
Okay.
How many children, so not adults, just children, are missing like at least one of their limbs when you see the smoke rising? How many limbs have been lost just like within the radius of this like fodder?
Enough to maybe, if you sewed the missing limbs all together, you could probably make 3 or 4 children.
I would say about at least like 20.
Shad.
Yeah, gay.
Okay, so we're discussing this like smoke cloud, mushroom cloud here and everything. How many like limbs have been lost, or how many children have now lost their limbs within this particular chaos right here? Just an estimate.
So if I was there and I could get a whiff in the air and really, you know, get an idea, I could probably tell you. But just judging by the smoke cloud here, it's really hard to judge, Gene.
Yeah.
Give me a sniff analysis
at least
of
20.
the area. I can smell.
You know what?
Smell
I
burning bodies.
agree with Young Mind on that. No lives should have been lost. People.
Yeah.
War is bad, cause like war is like not good, Jane. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like totally.
You're drunk, go home.
The world would be like a much better place, Jin, if war didn't like exist. You know what I'm saying?
We should all just be friends.
Exactly.
Wow. I have such insightful things to add to the stream.
You know, like Hands Across America, we need to do like Hands Across the Equator.
No,
where we
hands
extend our
across
hands
Gaza right
across.
now.
We build a makeshift bridge across like the Panama Canal, Suez Canal, like the Bering Strait and stuff, and then we make sure that like everyone of every nation, they all hold hands, and we connect every state together, every sovereign state.
Gene, you asked how many limbs when you're talking about hands across America? No, there's hands across.
What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. Limbs across Gaza. Jesus Christ. We're bad.
Yeah, if you took every single limb that was lost, do you think it would extend across, like, I don't know, the parameter of Gaza? Do you think you could achieve that?
Yeah.
I don't think if it's just the limbs of children, maybe if it's the limbs of adults.
Yeah, you have to include
them all. Yeah.
You have to be inclusive.
Then you'd have the proper length.
Yeah.
Maybe not spread around the entire border, but at least to go all the way from, like, north to south.
I'm gonna have to do some math on this, Gene.
Yeah, some calculations. But hey, we only have Hamas numbers to rely on. Maybe you should rely on Fox News.
What's
Maybe
the most likely
not that
limb
bad.
size? How much mile of a radius is Gaza? We're gonna figure this out, Gene. You're an engineer.
Gazan
We can figure this out.
Well, to be fair, the average like Gazan their limbs are probably a lot smaller than like the average limb of like an
Oh my
American
God.
because of how malnourished
Okay,
they
now
are.
we're starting to sound
yeah.
like those motherfuckers on TikTok making jokes of it. We're starting to sound like
we're making fun of like Israel and America. Here, it's
Yeah, that's one thing I pointed out, young mine, is out of all this, nobody thinks about all the animals that died during this as well. Just think about all the cats and dogs and birds and whatever.
They don't even know what's going on.
Like reptiles.
Also, yeah, all sorts of
reptiles
animals.
barely function beyond their brainstem. It's the dogs and cats that matter. The hamsters.
Still, just think,
They're-
like, I bet if we looked at the amount of like dogs and cats that they've murdered during this whole thing too, like you'd be like, wow. Like,
then it would be a lot easier to do the limbs across Gaza.
oh
Include
god,
all the
yeah,
animal
it
limbs as
includes-
well.
Yes. Not only are they a bunch of human murderers, but they're a bunch of fucking...
People are scared. People
They're a
with-
bunch of pedophiles. Get it? Because they killed animals.
Yeah.
These Rafah invasion people are fleeing. There is no hospital staff. I'm currently located at the European Gaza Hospital, and it's become the major trauma centre for Rafah. I arrived here around a week ago. What we found when we first arrived was that there were refugees surrounding the hospital with makeshift tents.
Okay, see, it's just like we're only getting our information from the Hamas. It's like I don't think this like Doctor the Surgeon. I don't think they know what they're talking about. They're just some Hamas
There's around
apologists.
30,000
According to Fox
refugees
News.
in the European Gaza hospital. There was a severe lack of medication, a severe lack of nutrition, and a lack of surgical instruments with the invasion from the Israeli army into Rafah. What we started seeing was numerous blast injuries, gunshot wounds, not to the chest, but to the neck. Gunshot wounds to the limbs. It doesn't matter whether you're a 75-year-old man or woman, whether you're 16, or whether you're a child of 18 months. We are seeing patients who have been burnt from the skin right down to the bone with inhalation injuries that are so severe that the patients cannot survive.
Wrong. Fake news.
A patient I operated on had 6 pieces of shrapnel lodged within his bowel, within his spleen, within his liver, and he was...
Okay, let's hear that description again. So I like how Shab gets up again. So burned from head to toe. So let's hear like this sort of shrapnel scenario.
Pieces of shrapnel lodged within his bowel, within his spleen, within his liver, and he was...
Bowel, his spleen, and his liver. So not only are people losing all their limbs and family, imagine living out your spleen, bowel, and liver. Or I guess,
very lucky to even get off.
It's gonna have a very difficult time. Maybe he needs a colostomy bag now or something.
See, this is...
Well, they were just punctured. Didn't have to remove the whole thing.
Oh. Yeah, but they're probably not going to be able to, I don't know, like function properly at all now.
But we've got a power generator.
I guess they could get like donated like organs, but I don't know how the bowels that works. I don't know if they can do like bowel donations.
No, because it's just shrapnel. You know what shrapnel is, right?
Yeah, it's like bits of like metal and
yeah, so
debris.
it's just like serrated. It serrated the organs, so it's not like you can stitch some shit up.
Yeah, but
once they're fucking cut, you're done.
Yeah, but still, it's like you're also, if they're injured in just the right way, they probably won't be able to function at all, like anymore, or barely function whatsoever.
Well, you can live without a spleen, and the liver does repair itself. As far as the intestines,
depending on how much damage.
Yeah, true.
But the brain can repair itself, but again, it's like the way nerve cells reproduce and so forth. Same thing with liver cells. Like they're like it does depend on the level of trauma, but also it's just even if it repairs itself to some extent, it's probably not going to function as it should. And even though you can live without your spleen, still causes a lot of complications. It's definitely better to have a spleen. So it's like they're definitely going to have some notable like impairments and are probably going to be disabled to some extent for the rest of their life.
Well, it's the Middle East, so they shouldn't expect much.
No, bad crow.
Countless stories of hardship. This is not something that anyone should have to go through, let alone a 21-year-old boy who's lost his whole family, a 5-year-old girl who has lost her whole family. I am seeing it firsthand on the ground, and this is something that I have never seen before, and I do not wish this on my worst enemy.
Well, according to Fox News, I mean, that guy must be some kind of like deep fake CG or whatever produced by Hamas, because according to Fox News, the only source is from Hamas themselves. And this guy going in talking about like people losing their entire families and stuff and being burnt head to toe, this surgeon from like this European hospital. Do you think that European International Aid Hospital, that it's run by Europe, not Hamas, do you think they're providing proper data on the fatalities and everything and injuries?
No, that was just a stage. That's
yeah.
Stage. They're propagandists, all paid actors.
Warning, the following video is graphic content which might be disturbing to some viewers. Viewer discretion is advised, so be wary anybody who might have some kind of PTSD in the chat.
Yeah. Bitch.
Every place I had memories and is destroyed. So again, losing their limbs, their families, their like spleens, their internal organs. Kids can't ride their scooters anymore. They're losing their pets. They're losing their homes. They're like every like facet of their memories and stuff that they can look back on is destroyed. Seems like they're taking away quite a bit.
This is a message I received from a colleague in Gaza. Many of our colleagues, especially in the last few weeks, especially after the threat of attack on Rafah, have been sharing that they don't feel like they belong to humanity anymore. They keep reminding us that all of them, whether they are doctors, patients, anybody living in Gaza right now, have the same needs. It's been 5 months of non-sleep, of looking for their basic needs, like having no access to water or food, having sometimes no place to even call home, no shelter,
That fella. There's an animal that has no fucking clue what's going on.
Sometimes no
someone's
place
wife.
to even call home, no shelter, no place to sleep.
Oh my god, bro. Disclaimer!
That's good. That's good.
They feel like they are under constant threat, they live in constant fear, ongoing stress, anxiety. They all suffer from insomnia, and then they still come to work in the morning or stay in the hospital to work at night. This is what you're supposed to do.
I think when they're dealing with insomnia and they're overworked, that might make it harder for them to, I don't know, give people the like quality care that's needed.
Yeah.
You're supposed to save lives. You're
That's
supposed to
liberal
protect
bullshit.
from death, and yet you can't really do it. The conditions under which medical staff are working at the moment are beyond human. What they are currently facing, it's not only one horrific moment, it's multiple. It's ongoing. It's constantly acute. I think is for them very much unprecedented. Doctors are trained to, and medical staff in general are trained to see blood, to see things that are hard, that would be hard to see for most people. But what they've been seeing is extremely distressing and disturbing for any human being who would see it. They've been seeing people coming missing one or many limbs, dismembered, children.
That one person they showed, at least they were only missing some of their toes.
Women and men in acute extreme pain. In the beginning, we had no more supplies, and so some amputation were done without any painkillers or sedation, which is beyond imaginable. This will create anxiety or nightmares or memories that they won't be able to forget. Some doctors, some medical staff receive their own people, their own family or extended family.
Well, I don't know. I think I kind of have to trust Fox News here. I mean, what percentage of those medical staff right there had white skin? I mean, come on. Brown skin, Hamas. Black and white logic. I mean, I don't know. It seems like.
Dang.
Well, how much do you bet that if you're watching these kind of videos and you see some old American boomer that's looking at it, it's like that one video we saw of a surgeon, it's like, hey, this is a white guy, so maybe they would give that some level of credence, but here it's just all these people they showed there were all brown. Hamas militants.
Some doctors, some medical staff receive their own people, their own family or extended family, and having to witness that and treat your own people adds another layer of.
Imagine like amputating your child, pulling shrapnel out of like your niece's fucking heart.
Of something potentially very, very traumatic. Many of them have lost multiple members of their family, friends, people they knew, places, memories. When you're surrounded and when you're experiencing that amount of trauma, to have some sense of agency or to feel like there is somewhere where you can actually act and be in action can be somewhat protective. And going to work is for most medical professionals a duty, but it's giving them some sense of purpose. As a medical professional, you're trained with that sense of tremendous responsibility towards other human beings. And so they live with that constant feeling of having to care for others. They are trying to save lives and they fear for their own lives at the exact same time. Some of them have been working in hospitals that were bombed or attacked many times because of the bombardments or because of the insecurity. They've had to leave patients behind. And many of them have shared a feeling of guilt for not being able to do more. We've been hearing medical staff in Gaza are heroes, and I think they surely are for what they are doing. And yet it's not a choice. They are all in survival. What else can they do? And so I think that they have absolutely no time to process what is happening to them. Survival is not a choice. Survival is not coping.
Here, let's look at here.
Process what is happening to them.
So,
Survival is
how old do you think that person is?
She has to be at least 10.
Like 11.
Do you think that's old enough
maybe
to
like,
be?
Maybe like 8.
Well, you know, in a lot of like, you know how in like Central Africa, a lot of times they'll abduct kids and have them act as like militants and stuff, children of war. She could be a Hamas militant. This is a bunch of left-leaning like propaganda. and
survival is.
I mean, okay, over 50% of people living in Gaza are children. Now, according to Fox News, the only source is Hamas. So, do you think every single nation abroad, Western, Eastern, like nations from like the Americas, Africa, any sort of oceanic sort of nation, do you think they're all getting the numbers wrong when it comes to the age demographics? Do you think? I mean, even Israel's coming from the IDF themselves, their metrics, they're determining that like over half their population are children. It's like, and again, not just these like really sophisticated like government, like all the world's major superpowers, NATO and everything. It's like the UN is coming up with these metrics and so forth. Academic institutions, private social institutions. It's just, according to Fox News, it's only Hamas. They're the only source of this data. It's exclusively based on what Hamas is saying. Because, like, you know, Israel's intelligence agencies, the US, their intelligence agencies, they're not able to come up with data. Like, you look at their AI programs, like Lavender and Gospel and stuff. When Israel themselves are saying that when they don't even have, they have a clear bias and it would make sense for them to fabricate the data. And you look at, like, some of the most sophisticated AI on the fucking planet. They're not able to use that to come up with these metrics outside of just what Hamas is presenting them with. The numbers are inflated when over half of the fucking people are fucking children.
Why are they doing that, John? Why are they doing that?
احنا عشنا النكبه هذه مش مره واحده، عده مرات ترحلنا وعده مرات يعني التغريبه الفلسطينيه عشنا.
Look at all those Hamas militants.
مش مره واحده، عده مرات يعني 2014
Oh my god, fuck Fox News. We haven't covered a Fox News video in a while. I cannot respect anybody that gets their information from Fox News. Yes. Audrey, like, I don't know how long you've been here, but 100% agree. The United States should not be supporting them at all. Gone into great detail.
Well, Fox is the fucking fear monger.
سنة 67 برضه كنا يعني ظروف صعبة جدا.
I just think it is just jaw-dropping that, and I mean, I gotta perseverate on this. It's like Biden. His approval rating's going down because people don't like how he is supporting Israel. Globally, the popular opinion just like abroad. Nations of all various like cultures, when you look at their religious demographics, racial demographics, everything. It's like they're like completely like appalled, like disgusted with what Israel's doing, and they do not advocate for what the Biden administration's doing. They're giving billions of dollars of military aid, and then Fox News is claiming that like Biden's a coward and shit, and they're not doing enough, and they need to be giving more aid.
No, it's okay, John. Fucking
who gets their fucking information from Fox News? I mean, you are a dumbass. I don't mean to be that like. Maybe I shouldn't be this extreme, but I mean seriously, it's unbelievable.
الإنسان مش عايش بكيانه إلا في مكان. يعني واقع مرير جدا، واقع صعب. يعني حياة يعني تعب مملة. يعني صرنا نتمنى نكون متنا تحت أنقاض بيوتنا ولا ترحلنا. نتمنى ربنا يعني يوقف هذه الحرب ونعيش بأمان وسلام زي باقي شعوب العالم.
Palestinians call the founding
John,
of Israel the
on
Nakba.
Fox News part. Okay, so most Fox News viewers are conservatives, and most conservatives are highly religious. So maybe they're pro-Israel because they want the fucking, what is it, the prophecy where the Israelites take back all of the Holy Land. That fucking, you know, once they do that, boom.
We're there first in ancient history. And it's not like it is literal ancient history. And I mean, like, yeah, it's not like it's too far removed. These, like, all these children that it's like you go back dozens of generations and their relatives were still living there. It's like, I'm sorry, even if you go back like 12, like 20 something generations, that those like people, those ancestors are still too far removed from what their ancestors did. It's just, I'm sorry. It's one thing if you want to discuss, and these are the kind of people that will be like, hey, the transatlantic slave trade, slavery, oh God, that happened in the past. Forget about it. But then they're going to go back to ancient history and be like, well, they were like displaced like in ancient times. So the past is relevant when it's ancient history, when you're being an apologist for Israel and the American like industrial complex, but within our own borders, something that only happened like several generations ago, like that still has a notable impact on like our overall like I guess political like sort of like infrastructure and stuff, and like when it comes to sort of this wealth gap when it comes to our racial demographics in America. That's something where it's like, oh, shut up about it. It happened in the past. They don't understand how that has a trickle-down effect, but then you gotta love your cognitive dissonance. You gotta love people who are too absent-minded to pay attention to just how inconsistent their logic is and how it just constantly shifts.
Shab has a trickle-down
catastrophe.
effect, and that's why he's leaving so often.
Yeah.
26 years ago, more than 750,000 people were forcibly evicted from their homes. And today, they're going through an even greater catastrophe. More than 35,000 men, women, and children have been killed by Israel's war.
That's the thing. So just a few generations ago, they went in, carved out these borders, and forced like half of the fucking nation. They forced like millions of people or close to 1 million people to like relocate. I mean, this is how it all fucking started.
On Gaza.
We lived through the Nakba not just once. We were displaced several times. Palestinian exiles. In 2014, we were displaced. In 2008, we were displaced. In 2022, we were displaced. I was a child in 1967 as well, and the circumstances were very difficult. A person does not feel themselves except in their home. A very bitter reality, and the situation is difficult. A tiring and boring life. We have begun to wish that we would die under the rubble of our homes, rather than be abandoned.
Yep.
You've got a new fan. Audrey likes what she's seeing on the stream.
Oh, thank you. Gene. Subscribe, like, do everything you can. Support the stream. And I really like people who agree with me.
Or
be fair, who doesn't?
Yeah.
John.
It's really awesome when people agree with you.
John, since we're covering this, maybe you should consider, finding a charity or something to be like, hey, donate to whatever if you like what we're covering.
Wait, what's that? I'm starting to crash because we have been going for a few hours, and I need to drink another Celsius drink. What was that?
Get a drink.
Well, maybe so we're doing these topics. We're finding new people that are like, hey, I like what you're talking about. Blah 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 blah. Maybe find a charity that you like to be like, oh, hey, we got a new person that likes our content. Maybe direct them to that charity to maybe donate $1 or $2.
Yeah, I could look into that. Find some links there and probably post them in the description. And actually, that's a really good idea. That's something that I need to, I'll probably look into that tomorrow, make sure we got everything available for the next streams. I'm going to have to do my homework there.
Life is a tragedy. Life is non-existent. People have been destroyed. How many martyrs have died? Thousands. Half of the population of Gaza has died. Gaza has been destroyed. The rich person has become a beggar in Gaza. Israel has taken us back 100 years.
We have a correspondent, Tariq Abazoum, who's joining us now from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. So, Tariq, the war in Gaza is described by some as another Nakba. Talk us through what people are going through.
Well, the Nakba, in fact, Doreen, has been the core of the Palestinian struggle in which thousands of Palestinians were forcibly expelled from their town and villages. And we clearly see that in 1948, we're talking about at least 15,000 Palestinians being killed in more than 500 villages that later paved the way for the establishment of the Jewish communities. And now Palestinians see that in 2024, they are witnessing the worst Nakba ever that happened during the history of the conflict, which they have been describing to be the deadliest ever. We are talking about 2 million Palestinians being internally displaced from their towns. They are unable to return to the houses or even to retrieve their basic rights of living, and now Palestinians ending up the situation with them to live in makeshift tents that completely lack all kinds of basic necessities and supplies, and living in a very tiny strip of land. And this, among Palestinians, have been described to be the worst ever, as their plight ongoing is still on the ground in the humanitarian and security levels. So clearly, Palestinians right now see that they are witnessing a repeat of the painful history in which they have been completely deprived and forcibly evicted from their towns. As Palestinians, we have been talking to them, they have been expressing their deep sadness and frustration to their humanitarian situation that they are experiencing now, as they say that there is no any end for this nightmare in the foreseeable future.
And Tariq, the Israeli forces, we understand, are pushing deeper into areas like the north of the Strip as well as the south. Bring us up to speed with what's happening with the latest attacks. What sort of resistance is being put up as well?
Well, now the Israeli military focus is pretty much on Jabalia and Rafah district. Now, we know that they have been describing the military operation in Rafah to be limited, but with the new controversial military orders of evacuation for residents in the central area, there is more growing intention by the Israeli military to expand the fighting to reach to the central areas. But now the fighting is still...
Okay, let's see. How many... Oh, 006 is here.
You like
okay,
them?
So it looks like...
You want to give them a kiss?
Yeah. Well, it looks like we got a few more videos left on the Israeli conflict, then we'll shift to Ukraine. So once we follow through with these last few videos on this topic, I'm gonna...
So once we're done with this genocide, we'll switch to the next genocide, guys. Don't worry.
Exactly.
We're totally focused on only genocide.
We need some kitties.
Yeah, where's the pussy?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. We're 3 hours in. There's too much stuff to cover.
Okay, Gene, can you explain to Luke in the chat, who said, what do you get from watching this? Is this a political stream? Can you explain to them?
Yes, it is a political stream. like pretty much all our streams, we're covering like news and politics, and when we're not doing news coverage and politics, we'll occasionally do deep dives on various topics like history and so forth, which I'm working on some of those where I make up PowerPoint presentations and so forth. So we've done some on like trench warfare. We've done deep dives on like things like maritime trade and stuff like that. So we either do educational infotainment content or we do news coverage and political commentary.
What do you get from watching this, Gene?
Well, sometimes there's a supply and a demand, and you know what? Sometimes people need to know about like how fucked up the world is, and I'm here to give you all the misanthropic sort of commentary. And you know what? I'm sort of a martyr, and I'm sort of I guess a masochist. I like fucking torturing myself.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, this took a weird turn.
I'm joking or whatever.
You didn't give the right answer that I was expecting.
Well, and then
Somebody's
sometimes
deep dive and really delve into all the atrocities going on globally, and I feel like much of the media. So it seems like Fox News, Western media, they really care when fucked up things are going on globally to predominantly Western white countries, which we will cover, like the fucked up things going on in predominantly white countries like Ukraine. I'm being a bit facetious here, but if you can't tell. But it's like sometimes you look at things like not too long ago, you had the Tigray War in Ethiopia, where it overlapped with the war in Ukraine. And you saw the same level of casualties. You have the civil war going on in Burma, where we'll cover that. And lots of dead kids, lots of human rights violations, people going into villages, burning the villages down, shooting up all the kids. Seems like in the Western media, they don't cover that stuff a lot because they're not a bunch of white Westerners. So I kind of feel that, you know what, maybe I should be some kind of I don't know, do some level of Western sort of coverage where I can be your person who speaks English that goes over this fucked up stuff that media tends to ignore. So I'm here to provide you with that service.
Gene, you're supposed to say perspective. I said this before.
Yes, I'm a fan of history. And we've also done streams, I'd say one of our popular deep dives, or infotainment streams that aren't news coverage. We did the world's worst, or history's worst prisons. Or the worst prisons in human history and the world's worst prisons today. And then we did another stream on America's worst prisons. So I gotta find those because those are taken down because they had I guess violent content and shit in them. So I gotta find the links because I still have them on a bunch of other platforms because we do restream. I gotta edit out all the content that was flagged and I'm gonna re-upload those soon because those were some of our most popular streams.
دارنا راحن ولادنا راحوا ملكنا راحت ذهبنا راح عيشتنا حلالنا راح ما ضلش حاجه ايش ضلنا نبكي عليه
God. I mean, again, do you think this is a bunch of selected journalism? So again, Fox News and everything. So you see every single journalistic source from pretty much every single fucking country, and they're going in, and it seems like all of the footage, it's like there's more kids than adults. Do you think they're just doing that? It's a bunch of left-leaning propaganda. Do you think that's what it is, or do you think maybe those figures are accurate, that over half of the people living in Gaza are fucking children?
No,
it's their fault for electing Hamas in office, even though the majority of them weren't even old enough to vote at the time. It's just more of the cognitive dissonance. They say that they're a terrorist group and everything, but then they're claiming that, hey, they elected that. It's like, do you not understand what mock democracies or just fake democracies are. It's like saying that Putin or Don Hussein that they were elected into office. It's like there's no way they're not aware of that concept. And it's just, like, even if they weren't, or even if like the majority of the people living in Gaza today were of age, do you think it was a genuine election? And it's something like only 15% of the world's democracies or something like that are considered to be like true democracies. Yeah, Shad.
Luke said, I fuck with you, Gene. Stay curious. Feed your hungry brain. Peace and love until next time.
Oh, thank you, Luca.
And I just want to say that that's funny that most people call you Gene, my nickname for you, rather than calling you.
Okay, that you go over that.
It's funny. Isn't it funny, Taylor?
Fucking okay, stop derailing it.
Shut up, I was reading this.
It's okay, you read his comment, that's fine. But then you're going into something stupid.
But did I actually do something? Shut up, Gene.
هذه مأساة. دورنا راحت أولادنا راحوا. إيش نقول كل حاجة اللي صارت.
Should all just be sadness the whole stream, Gene, huh? Fuck, Gene.
Yeah, you gotta have a consistent tone.
We're supposed to do kittens and carnage. There's no kittens. I'm trying to add a little bit of cuteness to the stream, Gene.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm pretty cute.
Not all masochists like you, Gene.
Yeah, Gene, you massacrist or whatever. Fucking piece of shit. Like them. Fuck you. Fuck you in the ass, Gene.
تستمر حرب الإبادة الجماعية من قوات الاحتلال حيث أغارت الطائرات الحربية التابعة للجيش الإسرائيلي على عائلة غزال. هذه العائلة جميع أفرادها من الصم باستثناء الأم التي استشهدت هي والأب، ويعتبر الأب هو الأب الروحي للصم في قطاع غزة هاشم غزال. التقى في هذه الغارة الإسرائيلية ولا زال مفقودا أسفل الأنقاض. نتعرف أكثر عن تفاصيل هذه القصة مع أبرار ونداء التي أصيبت في هذا القصف الإسرائيلي، وأدى هذا القصف إلى إصابة نداء بإصابة بليغة، وهي بحاجة إلى رعاية طبية يعني أعلى من المستوى المتوفر الآن في مدينة غزة، وهي من ضمن الضحايا.
How old do you think they are?
I don't know, but I know the bad part is the only bad part is they didn't hear the bombs dropping.
Oh my god. Terrible Crow. We're gonna have to
You're
put
a bad person. You're a bad bird, Gene.
Oh my god. You don't joke about that stuff, Crow. Oh my god, I'm offended.
التي وقعت في داخل مدينة غزة من أصحاب الصم والبكم، وهي الآن بحاجة إلى تلقي العلاج العاجل. وهي حالة من الحالات التي استطعنا تصنيفها.
She's 15.
Well, again, it's like whenever they're showing people, it's like a lot of them are women, a lot of them are elders, a lot of them are children. It's like, and it's like we were talking to Ruby when we asked him, like, what % of them do you think are actual militants? And I showed that when it comes to just how the dynamics of this work, when it comes to just probable numbers, just overall, the world's most militarized countries like North Korea and Andrea only get within like 2-3% of their nation being active military personnel. So what people don't understand is that when it comes to just recruiting like military personnel and getting people to fight on the front lines and just have some basic semblance of like an economy and so forth and a functioning sort of nation and government, and then when it comes to demography, age demographics, so many people, and regardless of how poor the country is, training military personnel is expensive. Providing them with food and just basic necessities while they're acting as a military personnel is fucking expensive. So that there's that economic like dynamic. So then when you look at all this data, and you look at like pretty much every country, even like countries like the United States, it is rare that the % of the nation's active military personnel enters the single digits. And then in times of war, that's where it starts to enter the single digits, but it's rare that it even gets into like beyond 3, 4, 5%. And then when they're saying shit like that, like, well, they're Hamas militants and so forth. It shows how uneducated people are when it comes to crap like this. Like, look up any sort of like military sort of like dispute across the globe throughout different periods of history, and then look up what percentage of the people in that country were actual that were directly involved, that were taking up arms and fighting. You're gonna find that it's a lot smaller than you actually think. And I mean, God, people are so fucking stupid.
Yeah,
people are so ill-informed. But Fox News, people aren't properly educated. It's like, maybe if people are properly educated, maybe if the fucking journalists on Fox News were properly educated, they would understand that basic dynamic of just, like, you crunch the numbers, the logistics, and how just implausible it is for it to even get beyond, like, 3, 4, 5%. And then they're acting like the entire country is Hamas.
الضوء عليها وسط هذه الغارات الكثيفة وسط العدوان الإسرائيلي المستمر وحرب الإبادة الجماعية. لو تحدثينا أكثر يعني
If the entire country was Hamas, there would have been way more than 1,000 people dead on whatever that date was that you said earlier. Like, if it was a whole country, woof, like 9/11, you know what, 3,000 people died or something, and it was like a group of people. Imagine if a whole country came after another country doing like with that, like that's great. Like, yeah, there's gonna be a lot more than 1,000 deaths.
And it's also like Ruby. So I don't know, 65%, over 50% are children. It's like there's not even. It's like,
just silly.
There's not even that percentage point even. And then you look at the adults, how many of them are seniors? How many of them are women? So you get to the 40-something% that are adults.
Yeah, for the most part, this was just a running economy and city. People trading goods, eating, and living their lives, like all that good stuff. And there happened to be Hamas in it, and that's a small percentage. And it's like, yeah, it would be. I think it would be pretty obvious if the majority was terrorists. It would be pretty fucking crazy. There it wouldn't be some just
there's whatever you call
simple
them
economy
militants. And it's like Hamas is the government, whether you agree with Hamas or not. So that is just so stupid. Like the mental gymnastics there, and just the playing around with equivocation, where, hey, because they're in the government, any police officer, Hamas, like operative, librarian, doctor, teacher, Hamas militant, anybody that is in the social sector and not the private sector, Hamas militant. Those are the kind of numbers they're using. Even when
and our own president does this kind of shit where people get killed and children get killed, and it's like whatever. But any real respectable like person like that in power, like a president and stuff, is really gonna care whether there's just innocent civilians getting killed. If there's even one or so, it should be a big deal. But there's just enough to fill a fucking lake full of dead bodies or whatever at this point, and it's like it's like nothing. Like, who cares? And I don't know. We need to make me president, Gene. Basically, I'll be better than these guys. I'll be nice, Gene. I won't let people die.
Should I be president or should Trubisky be president? Which one for president? Let's do a
You'll be my vice president so that you can tell me what to do.
Dude, the vice president, most useless sort.
Who cares? No one will know. You'll be in the background helping me
power.
out. I'll need your help, Gene. But I'm cuter than you, so I'll be the president.
But also, back on topic, when Fox News was just like, people just aren't well educated, where they're not really given like some accurate account of just how altruistic and how exceptional Israel is. And it's like, okay, you're talking about how all the data is coming from like Hamas, Israel. They have the greatest sort of incentive to fabricate the numbers, to make it seem as if it's the largest, like they're most likely to be the most inflated numbers. And even Israel's numbers, when they're classifying librarians as Hamas operatives, they can't even get to like even they're showing that it is like tens of thousands of innocent people dying. Even their own data and metrics, and like when you look at their data from like their Lavender Gospel, sort of like some of the most sophisticated like military AI programs, you look at their hidden data, and it's a lot like higher the civilian casualties, and it's a lot lower like who are the Hamas militants. But then even their fabricated, inflated data, like from the most biased source imaginable, according to Fox News, we're supposed to look up to them if we're well educated. They're showing that like that there's such a disproportionate amount of civilians that are being killed.
Gene, I looked up the population of Palestine, and it's a little, and by little I mean like a smidgen, over 5 million. So,
well, that's the West Bank and Gaza, which make up Palestine. So look up the population of Gaza alone. I think it's like
just
little
Gaza
over 1
alone.
million.
So they're saying just Gaza. Okay.
Yeah.
That's probably
because Hamas controls Gaza. Gaza and the West Bank aren't connected. So they have two different governing bodies, but look up Gaza, and I'm pretty sure
less than 600,000 according to a survey in 2017.
Their population?
600, less than 600,000 in 2017.
I think I don't know, before the war it said that they had like over 1 million. I don't know, but and I do know that they're one of the most densely populated regions on the planet, and also it's like a tenth of the size of like Rhode Island or something. Like I crunched it, or it's like a fifth of the size of Rhode Island, one of our like smallest states or territories in terms of surface area. And then it has, I think, like 3 times the population.
بلغة الإشارة. يعني
look that up. Like compare to Rhode Island. How does it compare to the population? And how does it compare with the surface area? Not Palestine, but Gaza.
حدثينا عن هذا.
في البداية نزل صاروخ زنار على أرض جانب البيت أصيب
go lower and lower.
Yeah, because it seems like more and more people are dying. I wonder why the population's shrinking.
على مستشفى المعمداني مع أخوها الأكبر فجأة بغمضة عين سواد كتم على كل شيء حواليها وأهل المنطقة اجوا يسعفوها انحرجت من الحريق الملابس راحوا أسعفوها وصاروا يشيلوها بعد ما سيطروا عليها أهل الحارة بعد ما طلعت من مكان الردم أدركت على إنه إمها وأبوها لأن كانت هي عارفة إنهم كانوا في الطابق الأرضي بعد المنظر اللي شافته أدركت على إنه إمها وأبوها فعليا مستشهدين حتى ما قبل ما ينتشلوا أي جثث من المكان.
هذه وعد الأخت الأصغر لنداء أصيبت في كسور في اليد والأصابع.
I like how I was just about to say, like, hey, I'm gonna take a bathroom break and get an energy drink. And then I look over, Shab's AFK.
مثل هذه الغارة الإسرائيلية التي طالت منزل عائلة غزال مما أدى إلى فقدان وعد لغة الإشارة الوحيدة التي توصل كل ما تحتاجه لمن حولها من خلال هذه اللغة ومن خلال التواصل مع من حولها بلغة الإشارة نتعرف على تفاصيل الحدث.
But, Crow, did you look that up?
What was the question again?
Look up Rhode Island's population and surface area, and then look up Gaza's population and surface area. And like Shab comes back, puts something down, and then walks away again. I'm gonna have to yell at Shab. And it's not like it's one of our. We haven't even been going for like 6 hours, only like 3 hours. But Shab. I like how I was about to be like, okay, I'm gonna take a bathroom break and get a drink, and then I look over and you're gone. Seem to, I don't know.
I was taking a bathroom break.
It seems like you get up a bit too often.
So,
I'm
John,
drinking beer.
Population by density in Rhode Island, according to a 2024, it's 1,018.1 people on average every square mile. And let me double check for.
Well, I want not even like we know like the surface density is going to be a lot higher. I just for perspective, what's the surface area of Rhode Island? and their population, and then what's the surface area of Gaza, and then Gaza's population.
Wait, isn't population by density the same?
No, that's like an average.
Of what?
Or a ratio.
Of what? I thought it was the same.
Touch my butt, Bill Hicks. Right after I take a big poop. How about that?
Okay, let's see. Area. Okay, 1,000, like 1,500 square miles. See, definitely need a drink. Starting to slur my speech.
Yeah, by square miles. So that'd be population by density.
No, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for, like, to put things in perspective, the population and the okay, so they have a population, Gaza, 2.3 million. I guess more like 2.4 million if you round up. And then where does it say the population of Rhode Island is roughly 1.1 million. So, and then they have a surface area of like 1.5 thousand square miles, 1.5k square miles, and then their area is 365 square or 141 square miles. So it's almost like a tenth of Rhode Island, approximately, and then it's like the population is half or double the population, a tenth of the surface area.
So density.
Yeah, and then
that's what I fucking just said. That's what I looked up.
Well, I mean, density is citizens per square mile. I'm just looking for their overall population plus their overall area, surface area. So I'm not looking for population density. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But like that's something to take into perspective. It's like Rhode Island's pretty tiny, and it's just again, it's a tenth of the size of, or roughly like I guess like 1/7 or whatever of the size Rhode Island, and they cut it in half. They just built a road halfway through the border separating North and South Gaza. Now, I don't know. It's just unfathomable.
How many more camels do you think Gaza has than Rhode Island?
I don't know.
Let's
I
look
want a
that
camel.
up.
I want a camel toe.
Okay, but we're gonna get to the next topic.
Go, Gene, go.
But
Gene,
I'm gonna get a drink and I gotta pee. What?
Yeah, go take a piss, you fucking
But
retard.
Crow and Shab talk to the stream, and I know Shab's gonna get up again and leave for like 90%.
You know what?
of the
I'm
time
getting
that
out of
gone.
here.
So no, get back here, Shab. Piece of shit. Talk to the stream while I'm gone.
He thought I was really leaving.
I am. I don't get paid at all.
Shut up. I only get paid $1,000 an hour. That's all I get paid. Cheers, you guys. How's everybody doing in the chat? Think I look cute tonight? See, here's the thing. All this death and destruction stuff, it's cool and all. But I wanted us to cover some really dumb political things. Like I've been watching that one channel and they go and they interview Trump supporters and ask them questions, and it's funny. What do you think, Drunken Crow? Good idea?
Yeah, those are funny, but those are the same type of videos that the conservatives use, that like they go on college campuses and be like, "Oh, what are the branches of
I
the
get
government?"
it. You can do that I understand that. You could do that in general. Just go out in the crowd and ask them the same question. cherry pick. You can cut out all the stuff where they said anything smart. Only put in the dumb people. But I think when they go and they interview these Trump supporters and like the videos I've been seeing, I think it really does resemble the majority of Trump supporters, because I think most don't really understand politics a lot, and I don't even understand politics a lot. They're right there with me. They just don't admit it. I think it's the reality of it, and I think most of them would have a lot of the same answers that you see these people have when they get confronted with actually like questioning their own beliefs and whatnot. I sent some to Gene, but he didn't care.
Wait, what's that?
Did you put any of the stuff I sent you in the stuff for us to watch stuff?
We're gonna cover that in a few days this weekend. This is this is very like breaking news, and we're a few days late because like I missed last stream, so I wanna this stream I want to get through all the stuff regarding Israel and Ukraine and so forth, and then we'll get to more of the entertaining stuff this weekend.
Gene, I'm not gonna put up with this anymore. No. Play the video.
Wait, no, hold on. Before you do that, someone in the chat says without a finger to point, you morons wouldn't have any talking points.
What does that mean, Becky?
I don't know. I think if you talk to plenty of the people in the chat, they'll go into great detail about. They can point to some of the timestamps of the stream where I've gone into a pretty decent amount of like detail. So you're saying without a finger to point, and I'm fairly certain I went into a lot of detail about various different like metrics and various different like sort of like systems and stuff that weren't discussed in any videos. I think there were plenty of times where I paused the video and gave like 20 minutes of dialogue about things that were completely unrelated and disconnected to what we were talking about. So maybe if you go back and watch some of the stream earlier in the stream where I'm not all sleep deprived and crashing, I think you'll find plenty of substantive dialogue.
Also, Becky, how old are you exactly? What generation do you think we are?
I thought Becky was talking about the portion of the stream where you asked how many limbs they lost. If we didn't have any fingers, so.
Becky, how old are you? Just because I look like I'm 22 doesn't mean I am. All right,
it's like, wait, laugh it loud. I feel so sorry for your generation with your label.
Yeah, that's bullshit. What I'm saying with the generation.
What are they talking about with the labels?
Yeah, they don't. I think they don't understand that we're like at most she's probably like 10 years older than me or something. You're not that far from my age, Becky. I'm sorry. Probably. I'm 32. I'm about to be 33.
We're talking about labels. Haven't we gone into like great detail about not treating people like they're a Borg and breaking things down where it's like, don't just put people in one group. And I think we've gone to a lot of nuance where we've spoken out against just playing the stupid label game, the apophenia, creating unnecessary groups, unnecessary patterns that don't really need to exist.
Yeah, that's the fucking whole generational bullshit. Like, oh, your generation, you're creating a label right there, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's how stupid people think, because it's just, when does one generation begin, one generation end? When you look at the stupid label like bullshit with like, it's like you could be 1 year apart and you're 1 year too old to be like Gen X and 1 year too young to be like a millennial. And then you're in two separate generations. But then you could be like the youngest age for a millennial and the oldest age for a millennial and be like close to 20 years apart. It's a stupid thing, and that's a good example of people applying no critical thinking. And it just shows that like Becky, the level of
Becky
like
never responded.
Hypocrisy.
Yeah, and they never responded when I asked what their
I wonder
age is.
why no response.
I bet the reality is
your
they're
tongue,
fucking.
do they have anything to say to your arguments here? But we're the morons because that is really stellar rhetoric, because clearly your group that you've created of your generation versus our generation, black and white, in-group, out-group, us versus them.
And it's not like
clearly
we're smart enough
shown...
to be individuals. We're just because we were born in a certain generation doesn't mean we're fucking not individuals. Like I'm different. Gene's, you can tell he's different.
It's not just that. Also, if they are going to play the stupid group thing, like in-group, out-group, sort of bias, it's kind of funny how it's like the Dunning-Kruger effect. Their stupid minds are full of pride, or intelligent minds are full of doubt. Their rhetoric is just not going into detail. So argument by
I was going to ask them to go.
You don't know what you're talking about because you don't know what you're talking about, and then you're morons. You're a poopy head. So argument by ambiguity, begging the question: X is true because X is true because nothing after because no attention to detail, and
no sort of argument. No sort
but
of
clearly,
argument.
our generation, we don't know how to argue. It's not like we're coming up with much more cogent, like rhetoric but hey, it seems
you're
like
born during these years, so you're dumb.
And the rhetoric, it's like not only does it lack any sort of like cadence or any sort of nuance, it's just in seconds I can type up like a paragraph's worth of information. It's kind of funny how it seems like this older generation, they're pretty slow if you're going to play the in-group, out-group game. It seems like your group seems kind of odd that when I debate with people like this, it's just, I don't know, over like half of Americans read or write at or below an 8th grade level. I think it's funny when people, it's just, they can't even like type up a paragraph. And it's like, even when I was in middle school, I could just sit down in front of a keyboard and type up multiple paragraphs worth of information in the span of just a few minutes.
Do it, Gene. Prove it.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, Gene. Don't prove it.
Oh, I want Gene to prove it right now.
He could do it. I could type that fast too.
Yeah, I'm sure Shab can. It's not that hard to like type up a paragraph or two.
My life is
here. I'm giving a verbal essay, a verbal paragraph, and like I can type just as quickly as I speak. And it's just, again, in like seconds, I can provide paragraphs worth of data refuting your points, but clearly, oh god, you're the superior entity.
All right, go on.
This is what Ukraine's front lines looked like last October, around the time President Biden made this impassioned appeal to Congress for more aid.
When dictators don't...
you want to speed this up, Gene? This is slowed down. I think you normally got this sped up. At least put it to...
No, it is sped up. That's Biden's normal talking speed.
My friend Corn Pop said this is bad.
Corn Pop said... Corn Pop said he's going to hit me with a chain outside the swimming pool if I mess with him. I can't remember the story. Like, he can't...
let's actually get through...
Okay, I'm sorry.
We're
Shut up. Get back to the video, Gene. Stop interrupting.
The second year, though, very different. Territorial gains or losses grinding almost to a halt. Then from October last year, if we go back there, and you see the months go by, if we zoom in on this crucial area of the Eastern Front, things start to gradually change. The Russian advance begins, and then by the middle of February, Ukraine had to withdraw from the town of Avdiivka, a town that had resisted for the best part of a decade. And the Russian advance didn't stop there. Well, if the red shaded area is Russian-occupied territory, you can see that by the end of March, Russia had taken a few more villages down here. Tiny amounts of territory, but signaling an unstable front line. And now the advance continues towards
so it's been a war of attrition. It turned to a stalemate. So it was like, pretty much they got in their, like, they bunkered down in their trenches and stuff. It's like a little miniature World War I. And for the last, like, year, like, victory has been measured in inches. And now things are starting to shift. It seems like Russia's starting to break the stalemate. And now they just signed some kind of military care package, but it's going to take a few weeks, it's estimated, for them to actually get all the equipment and supplies that they need. So they're going to have to rough it out until then. So things are starting, we're starting to enter like a very precarious situation where things are starting to kind of shift in Russia's favor. So...
I fucking doubt it. Fucking Russia paraded what was an M1 Abrams. They got one tank and they paraded it around like, oh, look at this tank, and like,
oh, that's obnoxious, but still, just recently it's the Kharkiv offensive. They've been locked in a stalemate And in the last few days, they have gone about the most the largest offensive since the beginning of the war, and they have started to seize a lot of ground. So that's the thing. The Ukraine, they were able to beat Russia back to those particular borders and those four eastern territories that Russia's trying to claim. They were able to gain a little bit of land. They went about their counteroffensive, and then it didn't do as well as they expected, and then it turned into a notable stalemate. And it's been that way, and now this is the first time where some shift in the boundaries has happened. So I don't know, and we'll get into it where the Ukraine is really dealing with a notable troop shortage. They're running out of troops, and that has been a notable problem that they've been having. And something Russia, they're one of the most heavily populated countries on the planet. I believe they're in the top 10, and they're a police state, very authoritarian. So they got plenty of young sort of conscripts they can just throw out the front lines.
I don't think that's right. Russia being heavily populated, where most of Russia is basically just wasteland.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with population. The Philippines is one of the most heavily populated countries on the planet. Same thing in Japan. They have over 100 million something people.
Yeah, there's
and
plenty
they're
of
these small
land.
island. Yeah,
there's plenty of unused land in America, and it's
in
still
Canada, Australia. I mean, most Americans live in the east. And
In Russia, most of the unused land or trash land, there is, there are people that live there, but they kind of are basically just themselves.
This is trash
and
land.
Trash land panda.
Well, that's irrelevant because most Russians, 77% of Russians live on the European side of their borders, so pretty much west of Siberia. But that doesn't even matter. The whole point is they have plenty of young troops and recruits to throw into the front line.
They did that in fucking World War II.
And it worked.
Yeah. Almost barely.
No, but they changed the tide of World War II, and World War II, one thing Russia's been good at throughout its history is wars of attrition. They're usually really bad at initial offenses, like you saw with Finland in World War II, but then
fucking meat shield.
Once it turns into a war of attrition, that is something that Russia has shown that they tend to do a good job at. So.
Oh, yeah. Brian is right. Russia likes using a lot of prisoners as troops. Yeah, they do. And also
mercenary groups.
What was it? Stalingrad or Leningrad, where the defending troops were pretty much all children.
Yeah, so here, Russia is the 9th most heavily populated country on the planet. So, roughly 1.5 million people. Or 100 million something people, or see, I'm falling asleep. Yeah, but 146 million people roughly, and they compared to the Ukraine, they got a lot more troops. Plus, they've stabilized their economy, so the ruble did fall down to it was something like a tenth of the value of the penny. But one of the things they did is kind of similar to COVID, when they were giving stimulus packages out to people, and you were thinking that okay, that would negatively affect the economy. It's the government's pretty much bleeding money to give to people, but then people started spending more. It resulted in inflation and stuff like that, and they've been giving out stimulus packages to all the relatives of anybody fighting in the war. And then if somebody dies, they give reparation pay to all the relatives, and that has been drastically feeding the economy. Plus, China, where it's it says right here, roughly 17.4% of the world's population lives in China. That's a notable. They're the second largest economy. That's a decent chunk of the world's GDP. Iran has been providing them. So the sanctions were working for a while, but then it's China's decided, fuck it, we're just going to continue to engage in trade with Russia. and they have one of the largest like stockpiles of natural gas like on the planet. So they have the money, they got the supplies, they have like the labor force to produce supplies in bulk, and they have like all their they don't have to deal with the troop shortages. And Ukraine has been provided with a lot of advanced military tech, and they've recently been provided with like the F-16 aircrafts. But if Russia is able to do enough damage and deal with their like aircraft, they haven't been utilizing their air force at all, and that is one big enigma. So some of the world's like leading military tacticians have been looking at it, and Russia has the like second strongest air force of any other military, and they haven't really utilized it much at all. So that's kind of odd. And like your air force is pretty much like in modern warfare the most like notable asset to a country, because like with a limited amount of personnel and a limited amount of vessels, you can easily just bomb your opponents from the skies. And controlling the airspace is a notable facet of modern warfare to like definitely take the advantage. That's why the United States, that's our big thing. And if you're not including countries, just air forces in general, the first like strongest air force in terms of the military strength index is the U.S. Air Force. Do you know what the second strongest air force is?
Japan.
The U.S. Navy.
Whoa.
Wait, yeah, because the Navy.
The U.S. Navy has more planes than it does than the U.S. Air Force has. Plus, it's like we've gone over that, like aircraft carriers. Pretty much only a handful of countries have them. Only like Russia has like one. Most other countries, like the UK and France, are some of the only countries that have more than one. They have like 2 or 3. The United States has like 12, 14 aircraft carriers. So one of the reasons why the Ukraine at the very beginning of the war, they wanted to establish a no-fly zone is because, like, if you're not able to control the skies, they can dominate. They can shell all of your artillery from the sky, and then it allows your troops to advance. They can set up their artillery. They can shell you from the distance with their artillery, along, like, in confluence with your air force shelling them, and that really changed the tides. And the thing that made trench warfare obsolete in World War I, so in World War II, because of the invention of, like, warplanes, you could just fly over the trenches and bomb the hell out of your opponents, and it would allow all your ground troops to advance. And the thing is, even if you don't take them down, even if they hide like underground and dig down and they're able to avoid being killed, they're not able to do anything when they're like hiding in tunnels. And then because they're in disarray, they can't set up their artillery if they're being shelled from the sky. So they pretty much can't defend. They have to either retreat or they have to find some way to hide. So it completely, I guess, paralyzes, or like it completely, it puts their ground forces to a pause. So then your ground forces can just continue to advance. Your artillery can continue to establish dominance, fire at them from a distance, and then your ground troops can just move forward and take over their cities and population centers. And I think Russia has started to really take advantage of their air force, because I do think they've been bombing the hell out of civilian infrastructure. Their railroads, power plants and stuff, that's something they've done in the last couple weeks. And that's why they've been going for taking over major population centers, villages, towns surrounding Kharkiv, which I think is their second most heavily populated city in Ukraine. So things are starting to shift a bit.
And Novokalinovo. Again, just villages, critical higher ground, and more potential Russian progress. And it's not just there that Russia is attacking. Down in the south, it's fighting to regain villages like Rabotina that Ukraine took back last year. And Ukraine's second city of Kharkiv is under relentless attacks.
We need to move back the line from which they can hit us. As I understand, Kharkiv plays an important role here.
City of Kharkiv.
So, look, that might not seem like it's a notable distance, but for the last, I think it's been close to a year, it's been the stalemate. So the red area has been controlled by Russia, and then of course the area east of that is controlled, or west of that it's been controlled by Ukraine. So here it's just been trench warfare. They've been bunkering down, and it's been a stalemate. So now Russia has made decent ground, and they're moving up there towards Kharkiv. So stalemate's been broken.
Kyiv is under relentless attacks.
We need to move back the line from which they can hit us. As I understand, Kharkiv plays an important role here.
Putin must be brought down to earth, and our sky must become safe again.
And remember Bakhmut, Russia's only significant victory of last year. Well, it's now redoubled its efforts to advance west of there and take the town of Chasiv Yar. That would be a huge blow for Ukraine, opening up critical routes to towns like Kramatorsk in the north and Kostiantynivka, and giving Russia more higher ground to fire on those military hubs. Well, the bottom line, Ukraine believes a major Russian offensive may be coming as soon as May. So new US aid can't reach these front lines soon enough. Sebastian, CNN, London.
Here you go, civilian infrastructure. So that's the thing. They've been engaging in war of attrition tactics, whittling down your enemy in the last few weeks. And they've been doing this for a while, attacking dams, attacking like power plants. But they've been really like ramping it up and stuff. And now and this is what they've been doing the last few weeks, but in the last few days, they've advanced pretty significantly after really fucking around with a notable amount of their infrastructure. And you'll see in all these different videos all the different types of public infrastructure they've been hitting. There you go, Chad. There's your animals. Yeah, Remy, I've had Chad watch V for Vendetta before. And we did on Rumble, because we'd get definitely violate copyright standards on YouTube. I did go over like pretty much my top 100 movies. We did a tier list with like 100 films, and V for Vendetta was one of the movies we covered.
Russia has attacked and damaged Ukrainian energy facilities across multiple regions. The strikes are part of a renewed Russian focus on destroying energy supplies. But Ukraine is expecting a boost in the form of new weapons and support from the U.S. CBC's Dominic Velitis is in London and joins us now this morning. So, Dominic, what more can you tell us about these Russian attacks?
Well, Marianne, Ukraine's Air Force says Russia launched 34 cruise and ballistic missiles at power facilities in 3 separate regions overnight. So in Dnipropetrovsk, Ivano-Frankivsk, and in Lviv. And although air defenses took out the majority of them, 13 did get through and did reach their intended targets. We're told, Marianne, that 4 thermal power stations were hit in total and that an employee at one site was injured. Now, this, of course, is a bit of a recurring theme. Both sides in this conflict have been going after each other's energy facilities for some time now. Indeed, Ukrainian drones reportedly hit 2 Russian oil refineries today, causing fires at both facilities, forcing one of them to partially suspend operations. But certainly in recent weeks, Russian forces especially have ramped up their bombardments on the Ukrainian power sector, attacking thermal and hydropower stations.
And here you go. They're starting to really mobilize their air force. They haven't been doing for much of the war.
Basis. And as a result, Ukraine has, according to officials, lost about 80% of its thermal generation and about 35% of its hydropower capacity, and is now facing an electricity deficit, which...
Okay, what were those numbers?
35% of its hydropower up there, bombardments on the Ukrainian power sector, attacking thermal and hydropower stations on an almost daily basis. And as a result, Ukraine has, according to officials, lost about 80% of its thermal generation.
80% of thermal, and then around 35% of its hydro.
And about 35% of its hydropower capacity, and is now facing an electricity deficit, which in turn is forcing the government to introduce scheduled blackouts in parts of the country and increasingly turn to emergency imports of electricity. So no surprise this morning, Marianne, that President Zelensky has issued a new appeal for air defences from allies in light of these latest strikes, which are having a real impact on the country's energy infrastructure. Marianne.
Dominic, we also know that the U.S. announced the purchase of more weapons for Ukraine. So what's the latest on that?
So what do you think of the situation now, Crow? So just recently, so this is from a couple weeks ago, I believe. So, 2 weeks ago. So, a couple weeks ago, they were able to attack their pretty much electrical infrastructure, and it was something like what did it say, 80% of their thermal infrastructure, and then 35% of their hydro infrastructure. And this was just primitive airstrikes. They did this pretty much multiple a few targets and a few airstrikes and so forth. That's how much damage they've done to their electrical infrastructure. And this is a couple weeks ago, and just recently, in the last few days, that's where the major counteroffensive took place. This is before the major counteroffensive. That's one of the big like news stories of the last few days.
So what's the question?
Yeah, that's right. This is a $6 billion package of new weapons.
Well, we were talking about it earlier, and you're like, "Well, I don't know, like about that with Russia and stuff."
No, I was just saying that Russia captured like a M1 Abrams, and they like fucking celebrated that they have a fucking 30-year-old tank, and like, oh hey, we have a 30-year-old tank. They were boasting like, oh, are you afraid we're gonna reverse engineer a 30-year-old tank? Like, no, America is not like that. Like, yeah, they can fuck with Ukraine, but like Russia trying to be like, hey, we got this 30-year-old fucking tank. What are you gonna do, America? Like they're not being like, hey, what are you gonna do, Ukraine? We got this 30-year-old tank.
Okay.
It says it will buy and send to Ukraine. It's actually
if they had a up-to-date modern fucking tank that we were sending to Ukraine, then yeah, maybe we'd be scared. But Desert Storm tank, are we gonna be scared?
I don't think they're trying to scare people. I think it's just like with Ukraine, where it's like some of their soldiers. It's like, hey, look at us or whatever. I think it was just some of their soldiers being like, yeah, look, we captured a tank. I don't think it was anything that notable.
Part of that overall $61 billion package for Ukraine, which President Joe Biden
Yes, it's a 30-year-old tank, Bill Hicks. Just so everyone knows.
Into law on Wednesday. So we now have a bit of a better idea of where some of that cash is going, what it's going to be spent on. The details were actually revealed yesterday by US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Here's a little more of what he had to say about how the money will be used. Take a listen.
This is the largest security assistance package that we've committed to date.
We're Shad.
It will include critical interceptors for Ukraine's Patriot and NASAMS air defense systems, more counter-drone systems and support equipment, significant amounts of artillery ammunition and air-to-ground munitions, and maintenance and sustainment support.
And as you heard there, Marianne, the US will be sending Ukraine Patriot air defense interceptors, missiles, not complete Patriot systems, which is something President Zelensky is desperate to get more of, as Ukraine currently only has a handful of them. And although they are expensive at about $1 billion a go, they are arguably the most effective. But as I say, Kyiv will at least soon be getting more missiles for those Patriot systems it does own. And US officials are hoping that they, along with the other bits and pieces they'll soon be sending, will help Ukraine rebuild defenses and refit its forces as it recovers from that lengthy delay in...
Russia has intensified its attack on Ukraine. Moscow is targeting energy infrastructure as the Russian troops advance in eastern Ukraine. According to Russia, its troops have attacked Ukraine's railways to disrupt military supplies. They attacked Ukrainian military trains, anti-artillery radars, and unmanned aerial vehicle control points, among other targets. Russia also pounded energy infrastructure in western and central Ukraine, saying its troops have taken control of more favorable positions in several directions, while also repelling multiple attacks by the Ukrainian army. Moscow says its air defense forces shot down around 200 Ukrainian drones, multiple rocket missiles, and aerial bombs. Now, with fears of more Russian strikes on Ukraine, officials in Kyiv have announced the evacuation of 2 hospitals, including a children's hospital. Moreover, due to the escalation of Russian strikes, Poland and its allies have issued an advisory which states that the aircrafts have been deployed to combat ready, due to which the residents in the southeastern part of the country could experience high noise levels. On the other hand, as Ukraine awaits aid from its ally, the US...
Hold on, John. They got Poland involved?
Oh, Poland's been involved.
You do realize that Poland and Canada are basically the 2 countries that are the reason that we have the Geneva Convention, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of like, you know, you're poking the fucking bear. I mean, I've seen a lot of videos of military people, like historians, being like, with this situation, like Russia, oh, you're fucking with Ukraine and Poland's involved, and Poland's like, yeah, we're involved, and they're like, oh, what about the Geneva Convention? And they're like, and the character Poland is like, oh, you mean the Geneva Suggestions? So, I mean, I thought that was funny. So, yeah, Poland and Canada are one of the 2 countries basically involved in the Geneva Convention. So,
so they're
like
two of the countries that were involved in the Geneva Convention. Is that what you're saying?
For the reason that we have the Geneva Convention, yeah. So yeah, have fun, Russia.
Okay. I do know Poland and France, they're the two big like NATO states that have really been ramping up their military power, increasing their military budget. Germany for a while was a notable like big contributor when it came to like NATO's like military strength, but they've kind of been neglecting their like military spending and so forth. And then Finland and Norway are joining NATO, and of course they're spending a lot more money on their military budget. Finland just changed their policies where women are now like they have mandatory conscription in Finland, so they changed it where also women of military age are also required to be part of the mandatory conscription. But yeah, so none of the NATO states are directly involved. They're all just giving weapons and training. But if war breaks out, they all seem to be getting ready.
Has announced that America will provide Ukraine with additional Patriot missiles for its air defense systems. This will be as part of a massive $6 billion additional aid package. This additional aid package is different from the earlier aid of $95 billion. That the legislation provides aid to Ukraine, Israel, and the Indo-Pacific countries. And to know more on this, we are now being joined by Sergej Samneni, who is a defense expert and director of a European Resilience Initiative Center, and he's joining us live from Copenhagen. My first question to you is...
What's that? Controversial opinion. I do think we belong more in Ukraine than we do in the Middle East.
Yeah, I don't think we should be supporting Israel at all. And I think that it makes a lot more sense to support Ukraine than Israel. Next vid.
Senate voting overwhelmingly Tuesday night to give final approval to a $95.3 billion package of aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, sending it to President Joe Biden and ending months of uncertainty about whether the U.S. would continue to help Kyiv in its fight against Russian aggression. Joining us live this morning to further explain is national security expert with the University of New Haven, Dr. Olena Lennon. Good morning to you, Dr. Olena. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So if you can catch us up, many people didn't see what happened yesterday in the Senate, but that approval did happen, sending the aid now to President Joe.
Chad left again. Or has he been gone this entire time? It's the last time I mentioned that.
Yes.
I gotta tally. I'm gonna look at the stream, and I'm gonna look at like what percentage of the time he's been AFK.
Biden, catch us up, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment that a lot of people have been waiting for, especially in Ukraine, but not only in Ukraine, across Europe and in the United States, as the aid had been held up in Congress for 6 months. So now that the Senate approved it, President Biden is expected to sign it. And we're actually, I think, going to see the first shipments of weapons and material to the front lines by the end of the week. So things are moving very fast now. But this has been a long-awaited move on the part of the U.S. And it's not just a huge relief to Ukrainians who had literally been, watching this debate live, soldiers on their cell phones, sitting in trenches, watching congressional debates in the United States. So this is how direct this help is, and how, it's expected to translate directly into Ukrainians being able to slow down the Russian advance and save more lives. So this is hugely important. Of course, it's not a silver bullet. Ukrainians are not necessarily going to win the war immediately or by the end of the year, but it, it's a huge relief to the Ukrainian forces, but it also reaffirms American leadership, and it's a huge morale boost to Europeans as well, who had started to give up on America's leadership in European security.
Now, Dr. Lennon, you're actually from Ukraine. I want to ask you, how have things been out in that area since the start of Ukraine-Russia war? And what are you seeing the needs are when it comes to humanitarian aid, when it does come to the military saying they do need weapons as they continue to fight against Russia?
Well, the needs are massive. Of course, Ukrainians are fighting on multiple fronts. There's an active military front, but there's also huge economic needs, energy needs, humanitarian concerns. You have to...
Hey, they're going over stuff that we already covered.
Сегодня США и их натовские сателлиты по-прежнему.
Taylor, you can clock out. We got plenty of people from across the globe and other time zones that usually pop in.
Is Taylor tired? What a bitch.
Trying to make it through.
Well, so far we've gotten through one of the 3 topics that are in our tags and in the title, and we're
the other one
3 hours in.
Are the other ones
at the 9-hour mark, we should be done. It should take us 3 hours to get. We should 3 hours to get through Ukraine, and then another 3 hours to get to our little France neo-colonialism issue in New Caledonia.
Одержимы идеей нанести России стратегическое поражение, готовы и далее сдерживать нашу страну, что называется.
Next vid.
Drunken Crow, turn your camera on.
I'm naked.
Turn it on.
He's living more of a newest lifestyle now, Shab.
Yeah, let me see.
Возле переезда газовой службы. Все, дорога не перекрыта, но в принципе ничего это.
Hey, I'm not getting soft. I'll still like do like 7-8 hour streams. Shab, who's the pussy?
My dick's getting soft whenever Gene talks.
Well, at least Ukraine, they've still been trying to give a good fight, and even though they like don't have the proper like supplies currently, they're kind of like undersupplied, and they're dealing with a troop shortage. Even though Russia has the advantage there, and they've taken down a decent amount of their infrastructure, at least Ukraine still finds a way to like even the tide to some extent, and they used drones to destroy a Russian oil refinery.
Бля, вот этот не жахнул. Он там уже тушить начинает. Возле переезда.
For that explosion.
Стоит просто, ну, по сути.
Все сильнее пламя вообще.
Hey, there's Drunken Crow.
Oh, it's Crow.
He looks like just like that Zeo De Don guy.
Got a shirt on for us, but
yay!
I think like who was that one? It was a John F. where he's saying I'm not wearing pants, and I thought he was joking because it was from the waist down, and then he ended up like flashing his dick.
Наших войск владеет инициативой по всей линии боевого соприкосновения и продолжает выдавливать противника с занимаемых рубежей. В результате активных боевых действий российскими военнослужащими освобождены населенные пункты Первомайская.
Next vid. Ooh, so like Iran, they've been selling their kamikaze drones to Putin. So it seems like I don't know, they're gonna try to like even score there when it comes to the kamikaze drone warfare. So it's future warfare. This is where like I'm gonna deviate a bit. Star Wars, one of the things that always bugged the hell out of me is why don't they just have their kamikaze like aircraft?
Oh yeah, they fucking they addressed that in the one of the newest ones. They did that plan in is it Force Awakens?
I don't know, but
yeah, one of them.
It is just like my thing is the Death Star. Why don't they just teleport a bunch of bombs inside the Death Star? They travel it at hyper speed. It's just hyper speed, like thousands of claymores into the Death Star. There you go. Subjected to the vacuum of space.
Аж слышно, как шумит.
I know I'm deviating a little bit more, but that's the thing. They don't even need any sort of like Cuban combatants or whatever, or like I guess like alien combatants. They just all they need. They don't even need like robots and stuff. Just the projectiles themselves. If vessels can travel at hyperspeed, they can just hyperspeed a bunch of missiles and explosives at their target. No more Death Star.
Yeah, don't think about it.
You don't even need proton torpedoes. Hyperspeed, thousands of like proton torpedoes, and there you go. No more Death Star.
Аж слышно, как шумит, горит. Нам 4 раза бомбануло.
War in Ukraine spreads to territory of Russia on a larger scale. Kremlin's difficulties increase. Ukraine's strikes on Russian military infrastructure, oil refining and exports, as well as increased pressure on Russia's air defense system, have demonstrated that Ukraine can counter Russia with a small number of weapons, mostly domestically produced. The Institute for the Study of War, ISW, said this. ISW analysts believe that Ukrainian strikes on targets in Russia are part of a Ukrainian campaign to degrade industries that support Russian military efforts and military capabilities deployed deep in the Russian territory.
Okay, repeating the same shit. Next vid. Okay. Did it take me out away from my... Nope. Okay, I gotta stop including them. I'm pretty sure this is just some, like, AI that does all of this. Like, it's an AI voice and text-to-speech thing.
Oh, I fucking hate
It's
those.
the most... Yeah, it's the most, like, rote sort of, like, video coverage imaginable.
Now, desperately needed ammunition is now heading for Ukraine after the US approved a new batch of military aid for Kyiv. A senior US defense official says the ammunition has been pre-positioned in Europe and it's rapidly being shipped to Ukraine. In addition to that, Kyiv's allies will also look into the possibility of sending more Patriot air defense systems. The official says the topic will be discussed at Friday's virtual meeting of the Ukraine Contact Group. The group includes more than 50 countries which are supplying military aid to Kyiv. Seen as Melissa Bell is live for us in Paris with more. So it does feel as though there will be this gush of ammunition, at least, because they've already put it in place.
That's right, that it's already begun. What the Pentagon is saying, Max, is that it is significant amounts of ammunition that are moving at a very fast pace, as you say, because part of those stockpiles were pre-positioned in the EU. And of course, this follows the unblocking after all these many months of this significant tranche of American military aid, 61 billion, the latest package to be approved. But there's also the 1.5 billion that's just been released by the European Union as part of that 50 billion euro package that had been announced and agreed upon by the EU just a few months ago. So a significant boost to Ukraine on the front lines is to be organized and has begun already. And of course, this meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, which will mark a significant anniversary.
Oh, dude, Bill Hicks advocating for the wrong side.
The meeting will commemorate the 2-year anniversary of the first contact group following Russia.
It's been 2 years already. Good God. What's that?
How old is Putin again? Because, like, Putin, Trump, and Biden, they're all, like, in their 70s, right?
I think Putin, he might be in his 70s. I think might be in his 60s. I don't know.
Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Over the past 2 years, the contact group has shown its unity and resolve, as evidenced by the continuing support and donations made by our international partners and allies. Additionally, the contact group continues its work with Ukraine to help it move towards development of a robust, efficient, and self-reliant defense industry.
So the defense ministers will meet virtually later today, Max, and at the heart of that will be the discussion of how operationally they can help boost Ukraine at this very critical time on its front lines, as you mentioned.
Okay. Next story.
New aid package out that will provide Patriot missiles. She looked like a fucking Harry Potter character.
She had a
some
unique.
sort of
She looked very unique. That's for sure. Very unique.
The U.S. is giving Ukraine Patriot missiles to defend against attacks from Russia. This is a deadly attack on a city in eastern Ukraine. So just about a week ago, those Patriot missiles are part of the massive $6 billion aid package and will replenish Ukraine's previous supply. It also includes some other defense systems and equipment to integrate Western weaponry into Ukraine's supply, which often dates back to the Soviet era.
Look at all the extra. So this is where we were I was discussing this with Dirt the other day, like when it comes to the billions of dollars that we invest in our military and also assisting other countries' militaries. And how it's like, okay, if there wasn't this big Western military force, like with the NATO states and the US, let's say, like, the average country, like, let's say essentially every European country along with the US, they only invested the amount of money in their military that, I don't know, like Argentina invests in their military or something. Do you think Russia and China would just leave the world alone? And they wouldn't expand? And I know, like, some people like to be a bit too sort of like woke or whatever. And this is where, unfortunately, I think it's like the hard truth. It kind of sucks, but I think we got to move away from war. But do you not think that if there wasn't any sort of, and I think like Darren and I agree, they could spend a lot less on military spending. It's like, do they need to be spending like more than the next like 7 countries combined on top of the billions we're giving to Israel and stuff? And I think a good example of them cutting back on things is not supporting Israel at all. I mean, the billions at least just go to Ukraine. But when I ask people what would happen if pretty much every country in Europe doesn't invest any more than a country like Chile or Argentina does in its military, that kind of like moderate amount, and the US like and everything only have a military budget of that level. So if every single NATO state only had the military budget of no more than like Argentina or Chile, do you honestly think China and Russia would just let the world be?
Taylor?
What the fuck, Taylor?
What do you guys think? People in the chat, what do you guys think?
I've never thought in my life, Gene.
Yeah.
Seems like yeah.
I think if we just cut the military spending, I don't know the numbers myself. Someone can fact check me, but if we just like cut our military spending like by a fourth, we could give like free healthcare to probably half our population just for free. Like if you make or if you qualify or whatever for this or that, you could free healthcare or free college or whatever the fuck. We're spending way too fucking much on military.
Yeah. Or I think we don't even need to cut our military budget for that, in all honesty. It kind of sucks that we don't give provided stuff to our citizens because it's just, we do have the world's largest economy, so we have more than enough money to spend on our own citizens, and it's not just our military that we spend excess amounts of money on, it's prisons.
Yeah, we're not fucking spending...
Our private prison systems, and we have... What is it, like less than 5% of the world's population, but like I think it's like over 25% of the world's prisoners or 15% of the world's prisoners.
Yeah, that's probably about right. But like fucking healthcare, education, what was another one? Infrastructure as well. We're not focusing on that.
Did you say?
But anyway, Chad.
Did you say infant? He said
infant structure. Yeah, I want baby robots.
My speech and stuff.
I want baby robots. Infant structure.
Yes.
Wait, did Crow say it or did I say it?
Drunken Crow. I feel like he said infus. I don't know.
Infant structure.
I don't know what he said anymore. He's a bird.
Okay, but answer the question.
What baby? I need to answer a question?
If all of the NATO states pretty much had a military budget that doesn't exceed the military budget of a country like Argentina or Chile, do you think China and Russia would just leave the world alone?
No.
So what is the...
They would try to take over. That's why us U.S. need to have the big military so we keep the world safe from stupid Russia.
Yeah. But I mean, and there's people to the like far right where it's like they support our like the dark side of capitalism. They support minimum wage. They support privatized prisons and like our private like healthcare system. And then they don't want to cut aid at all. They want to support Israel. But then there's people that are kind of like to the far left. They don't do their homework at all. And it's just this kind of like blind altruism where it's like, yeah, we should just have no military at all. That's what's provoking them. And it's like, you're a dumbass if you honestly think.
You know what that reminds me of is anarchists. The ones that are like, oh, well, just don't go to work, don't pay your taxes, don't do all that stuff. And it's like, we'll just start our own community, you know, where we take care of each other. You know, then we'll have one person that like maybe sells food in our community. We'll have another person that like, you know, maybe they know electronics and stuff. They could be like the electrician in our community. Maybe when somebody's acting bad, we could have like some sort of guy run around and stop them from doing that. We could start our own community without this shit, right, Gene?
Yeah.
We could start, and then we'll have stores and hospitals. Oh wait.
Yeah, I fact checked like statistics throwing out. So we have 4.4% of the world's population, and we have 20% of the world's prisoners. So I said 15-25%. So it's like in between, but yeah, a fifth of the world's prisoners are in the United States in our prisons.
I ran into a TikTok.
Ukrainian president says his country
needs
needs
I guess I'm going on that. I ran into a TikTok.
Stop watching TikTok. TikTok is poison.
It's some chick where she's explaining how we just need to stop helping the system and then make our own community kind of thing or whatever. And it's just like you realize that you're just trying to remake what already exists, right? It's like, yeah.
Well, you can send me some of those videos and we can cover anarchists weekend.
You know what?
South Park actually parodied that. Like, oh, well, we're just gonna, you know, make our own goods, man. if someone's being bad, or if someone needs bread, we have someone that makes bread.
Man.
I think we derailed it enough. Let's get back on topic.
The US agreed to send 31 Abrams M1A1s to Ukraine in January last year, as Kyiv prepared for its forthcoming counteroffensive. It was hoped the $10 million main battle tanks would help Ukrainian forces punch through Russia's deep defenses.
They're going to do a counteroffensive, and now I guess Russia kind of, beat them to it now.
But Associated Press is reporting that US officials say they've proved vulnerable to Russian hunter-killer drones. The 67-ton Abrams with its fuel-guzzling gas turbine engine has proven easy to detect on the battlefield, and 5 of the 31 have already been lost, most recently in the Ukrainian retreat from Avdiivka.
And Russia did lose a large amount of its tanks, and it kind of shows how tanks are pretty obsolete when it comes to modern warfare. Just you flying some drones, detonate it, and like I said, it didn't really make much sense why they were relying as much as they were on their I guess tank sort of like battalions and everything. And
well, for trench warfare, yeah, they were good, but for urbanized warfare, yeah, they're basically sitting ducks.
But the thing is, if you use I guess drones in your air force, they pretty much don't matter at all. You can just fly an airstrike over, destroy all the tanks, or just fly some drones in and kamikaze the tanks with the drones. So they've been sitting ducks, and it's kind of shown that both sides. I just don't get why they're using tanks as much as they are. And Russia, again, is pretty stupid. They kind of put all their eggs in one basket, relying much more on their army than all the other branches of the military, when I believe they had a much stronger air force than they did an army. What's that, Shab?
So, here's something. Me and you haven't done a Patreon thing for the Patreons any time recently. Here's an idea, okay? There's this documentary. I sent you the name of it, but it has to do with global warming and supposedly debunking the whole idea, and I think I guess it's pretty big with conservatives, this whole documentary and everything, and I'd like for us to go over and debunk it. And
okay, send me the link and everything, and we'll
already did,
go over
baby
it.
boom.
But Chad, everything you want me to cover, send it, and we'll do it this weekend. But
no, Gene, it's a document tree. That's what Shab says. It's a tree.
Oh my god, that's so hilarious. Anyway,
US officials told AP the tanks have been taken off the front line, while US advisors try and reset the Ukrainian tactics. Although Ukrainian forces have been trained in NATO-style combined arms warfare, they often don't use it, reverting instead to more costly Soviet-style assault tactics that put armour at greater risk. While the Ukrainians have lost some of their tanks, it's nothing compared to Russia's losses. It's estimated 3,000 Russian tanks have been destroyed since...
Yeah, they've started rolling out World War II era tanks, and they've what is it? The black market, because they have a lot of issues with corruption with their military. It's not as bad as China. China, when it comes to cronyism, they're far worse. But with Russia, they were selling a bunch of the parts of their tanks on the black market. So a lot of tanks that they had weren't even they were inoperable and everything. So it is something where, again, a lot of the world's major tacticians are wondering why haven't they utilized their air force at all. And I think the big reason is that based on the articles I've read, that because of what happened with their tanks, they weren't aware of how much of them were being vandalized by their own personnel. They kind of wanted to make sure that everything was in check with their air force, to make sure that they weren't going to mobilize all their planes, and then because of the piss poor logistics. And that's the thing. Russia's always had issues with their logistics. And when it came to the logistics of their army, it's okay, we're going to attack them with all of these armored sort of vessel, ground vessels, and then you play the ironic trumpet music. A very large percentage of them they weren't even able to use because of their own men sabotaging it. And the experts think that that's what they've been trying to avoid, and now they really started to use their air force again. So they probably were trying to make sure that blunder wouldn't happen 2 times in a row. So I think they were just bunkering down, engaging that war of attrition, while they kind of decided to learn from their mistake and apply that little bit more due diligence before mobilizing that other branch of their military.
It's the start of the war, the whole of its pre-war inventory. Recently, these have appeared, so-called total tanks, Russian T-72s covered in DIY armour, just the tip of their 125mm main guns poking out. It's bizarre, but it's an indication of the lengths Russian tank crews are going to try and protect themselves from Ukrainian missiles and drones.
That's what they were doing, like, in World War II. Like, when Germany invade and, like, the Battle of, what was it, Barbarossa? They ended up producing just as many takes as they could, getting anybody that has any basic sort of, like, efficiency when it comes to welding. And you look at some of the tanks that they were pumping out, and it's just, it's like, let me see.
There were some weird-ass fucking tanks.
Yeah.
Well, so the Soviets and the Germans had fucking weird-ass tanks.
Yeah, but these weren't even, like, official makes or models. This is pretty much just, like, there's no outline blueprints, just weld a bunch of metal together or whatever and put it on some tank treads and then, like, mobilize as many of these, like, machine guns on wheels as they possibly can. And that's one of the things that really helped them.
Here's the thing you did wrong here, Jane. You went to Bing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Bing.
Well, no, it's Brave. I'm sorry, I'm used to using, like, Chrome and Edge, where I have Google as my default browser, so...
Yeah. I just noticed it. I thought you were on Google, too, at first.
Nah, look up World War II tanks on Pornhub. See what we get.
Yeah, see what we get.
Yeah, look, it was like literally just weld, and a lot of it was very asymmetrical and so forth, and it's just, okay, they're invading, we need to go on some offensive. They literally had like 13-year-olds in factories that were just like welding just 4 slabs of, or like 5 slabs of metal together to create some interior where one guy can be inside of it. And it's like a one-man operating tank, and it's like none of them have any sort of like the shell, the casing are all different shapes and sizes, and it seems like that's what they're doing now with they're going back to like
Russian Defense Minister
Stalingrad all over again.
So Sergei Shoigu recently visited this tank factory in southwestern Siberia. Here they produced
the superior tanks during World War II. Is that why they won? Huh?
Wait, what's that?
Bryant said Germany had the superior tanks during World War II.
They did, but the thing is, they...
Is that why they won, though?
Well, they did, but the problem is that they got themselves involved in a 3-front war, which it was stupid of them to attack, like, Russia. And they almost did defeat the Soviet Union very quickly and swiftly, and that was the estimate. And it was Italy and Germany. It was the largest like military force ever assembled in military history, and they engaged in the Blitzkrieg tactic, which they utilized against like the entirety of Europe. So they ended up blitzkrieging pretty much every country. They took over France and Poland like it was nothing, and they took over all of Europe in just under 9 months. And then, because they didn't have the best navy, they didn't have the option to really annex Ukraine, or not Ukraine, UK, so they just subjected it to airstrikes. And then that went on for a while, where, but one of the things the UK did is it had, like, the strongest navy at the start of the war. The United States really started investing in its navy towards the latter half of the war, and it slightly surpassed the UK towards the end when it came to their military strength of their navy. But what happened is when they attacked the Soviet Union, there was this preemptive strike, and they took over they took over St. Petersburg. They took over a decent chunk of the European like half of like Russia. And in fact, Stalin had like a meltdown after it happened. It did seem really bad for Russia at the time, where he ended up going into hiding for like 3 days in his room. He just got drunk, went into his like private room, and didn't want to come out. But then once they started like the tide shifted because the weather got really bad. There's a huge blizzard that they didn't expect, so they had to halt the advance. And if that didn't happen, a lot of the experts do predict that if they were allowed to continue as planned, they would have taken over Moscow and the rest of Russia.
No.
But what do you mean no?
Hitler didn't predict. He was just like, oh, we're going to take over this swath of Russia, and in this amount of time. He did not predict the cold. He did a fucking Napoleon, and Napoleon tried to invade Russia.
That's what I just said. There's a major blizzard that they didn't predict,
and that repeats itself.
Yeah, but that blizzard pretty much halted the advance. They had to stop halfway through because their trucks and their vehicles weren't able to properly operate, and that it ended up becoming a stalemate, a war of attrition. And it was the first time in that war, I guess with the UK, it was a war of attrition because they couldn't advance because they didn't have a navy. But when it came to Russia, if the blizzard didn't happen, then the historians and the pundits do think that most likely they would have successfully annexed Russia. But then Stalin was a better Hitler than Hitler. And one of the things he did is that he had his infantry get as close as they possibly could to the German tanks. So we're talking about how German had superior tanks in terms of technology, but it would fuck with the German radars. And then when the German planes would come through to bomb their infantry, they would end up destroying their own tanks in the process. And then another thing they did is that, in the trenches, when the German soldiers would they would tell the Russian children that if they went to the river and filled up the canteens, they'd give them bread. Stalin ordered the snipers to snipe the children. And they engaged in the scorched earth tactic where after the blizzard happened, Russia decided, okay, order all the troops, burn down all the farm, and a lot of it was there were civilians living there as the civilian farms and everything, and their land or whatever, even though it was communist, so the land was owned by the government, you had all these people living there. It's just fuck you guys. A lot of their own civilians died because it's you gotta find your own way back up northeast, but essentially they burnt all their crops, all their factories, destroyed all of their infrastructure and stuff, and they forced the Germans to march miles and miles in frozen tundra. And then they started, I showed all those tanks, 13-year-olds in factories, producing all the tanks in bulk, and then Germany was fucked. And then the United States got involved. They started Big Red One moving in from the northern part of Africa, and then the UK had the Enigma device. They broke the Russia, or they had the Bomba. So you saw Alan Turing. He was able to, he was able to crack the Russian code, which they were using the encryption device to send, God, I'm having a brain fart. What's it called? These decrypted sort of messages and so forth. And then once that happened, the UK military, they were able to, or the British military or Navy, they were able to combat the U-boats. So because Germany was landlocked, they invested heavily in submarines. And that was something that caused a lot of issues where the UK controlled the Indian Ocean and they controlled the Atlantic Ocean. And they were able to use or prevent Japan and Germany from actually interacting with each other and actually assisting each other. So they cut off maritime trade and assistance from those two countries. And then once they cracked the code, they were able to determine where all the U-boats were attacking and stuff, and they knew all the whereabouts. And the Germans weren't able to properly coordinate their U-boats and stuff, and their assaults on their naval vessels with their own U-boats, so forth. So once the British Empire had the advantage with their navy, the United States started moving in from northern Africa and did their large land division with the Big Red One division. And then once the Soviets started coming in, once they broke the stalemate and they fucked them, Germany fucked themselves over, it was game over for Germany.
So what you're saying is, even though you might have the most technological
logistics and tactics are key.
Yes, strategics.
The T-80 BVM main battle tanks, as well as an armoured flamethrower system. This footage, designed to show how much they're ramping up production, also reveals some of the protection Russia adds to its tanks. These T-80s are rolling out with factory-fitted coat cages, a metal umbrella above their turrets to protect them from top-down attacks. The T-80s also carry anti-drone jammers and reactive armour along the sides of the hull. But as the Russians have found out, few of these things really work. British NLAW missiles, for instance, can penetrate side reactive armour, while the American Javelin anti-tank missile can break through these cages. Moscow's forces, and now Ukraine's own Abrams, it seems, have found out the hard way just how dangerous the battlefield in Ukraine is for any tank. Simon Newton, Forces News. Thanks for watching.
Struggling to find men to fight. Its military commander in the east has said that in some sections of the front line, Russian forces outnumber it 7-1. Now its government's announced a new...
And yeah, Ukraine has recruitment struggles. They're having a difficult time. So, and I mean, in Russia, so initially when they put the draft out and everything, people were Googling. Like one of the more popular Google searches was how to break your arm, because people were trying to get out of the draft. A large amount of Russians were fleeing to and seeking asylum in Georgia. But with the Ukraine, they've also been dealing with people that they don't want to fight in the war, and they've been deserting and so forth. And that's a debate for another day, whether they should or shouldn't commit to the military service. But they have been having a notable recruitment struggle, and that is probably the number one problem that Ukraine's been facing. And here we go, 7-1.
New controversial measure. It'll stop issuing any new passports abroad to military-aged men. They'll only be able to get them back in Ukraine. It wants them to come home.
This is what the Ukrainian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dmytro Kuleba, wrote in a statement. How it looks like now, a man of conscription age went abroad, showed his state that he doesn't care about its survival, and then comes and wants to receive services from this state. It doesn't work this way. Our country's at war.
On Wednesday, the order seemed to go into instant effect in the Ukrainian passport office in Warsaw. There are tens of thousands of Ukrainian men of military age in Poland.
I got told to pick up my passport. I got here at 6 a.m. yesterday. We spent the night, but no one's giving us a passport. What do we do now?
This is a fight against draft dodgers, but they didn't ask us on what basis we went abroad. How can I be a draft dodger if I went abroad legally?
Poland, neighbouring Ukraine, supports the measure, and its defence minister said late Wednesday that his country could help out.
We've already suggested for a long time that we're able to aid the Ukrainian side by helping those who are subject to military service go home. I think that many of our compatriots feel outraged now when they see young Ukrainian men in hotels and cafes and hear all the time about how much effort we have to make to help Ukraine.
But will the measure increase Ukraine's troop numbers? Oleksiy Hetman is a military analyst and reserve major in the army.
We need three things. One is the military aid that we've already got from our partners. Two is the mobilization of troops. And three, powerful fortifications to repel the Russians. These three things need to add up so that we're able to fight back.
With weapons from a $61 billion aid package from the United States now set to begin arriving in coming weeks, Ukraine's still missing men to wield them. John Holman, Al Jazeera, Kyiv, Ukraine.
So they're having a notable supply weapon shortage, which should be accommodated soon. They're saying they need a week or two to actually get all that in order, but there's still the issue with the troop shortage.
Power plants and electrical facilities in central and western Ukraine have come under attack.
We have a lot of people, just get fucking rednecks being like, hey, Ukraine? Yeah, that's the south. And Russia? That's the north. You want to relive the fucking Civil War? Come on, be on the right side this time.
Well, I do know that, in Vietnam, it's we had our troops there. And I mean, France and other, Western states had their, the troops in the South helping them defend. And the issue was that, they didn't want to go on an offensive and have their own personnel attack the North because they didn't want to piss off China and the Soviet Union. So there was the fear of mutually assured destruction. But it's before World War II, it was considered acceptable to get involved, just attack other countries. Post World War II, so Vietnam era, it's okay to, in the Korean War, it's okay to have our troops in our allies' territory defending, but it's not okay to have them engage in the offensive. Now it seems like you can give them aid and training, but now it's not okay to have the troops in the territory defending. So we went from it's okay to support an offensive to it's only okay to support in a defensive. to it's only okay to support with weapons and training.
In recent weeks, Russia has been targeting Ukrainian energy infrastructure. Russian missiles also struck a psychiatric hospital in the eastern city of Kharkiv, leaving several buildings damaged. The latest attacks come as Ukraine is running low on air defence missiles and is waiting for a much-needed boost of military supplies from the United States. DW correspondent Carolina Chumoy has more now on Russia's strikes on Ukrainian infrastructure.
We can definitely say that the attacks from Russia have been intensifying, especially in the past months. And this is also because, as you know, the aid package from the United States was on hold in that country. So this 6 months.
And why was it on hold? It was almost like we were supporting genocide.
Have definitely given Russia an advantage, not only to advance and take cities like Avdiivka, but also to keep on planning their next targets, like the missile attacks we saw yesterday.
That was DW correspondent Carolina Chimoy there. Now, as Russia steps up its attacks, Ukraine says it will suspend consular services for military-aged men abroad. Authorities now want to ensure that men aged between 18 and 60 living abroad return home. But many Ukrainians say they are being unfairly targeted.
Confused and anxious. Hundreds
now,
line up.
What is your opinion on drafting?
Depends. This, maybe I'm more leaning to. The Vietnam War, fuck no. Just because it's been through history, and we know that there's a lot of shit talk through that. But I don't know, maybe.
So, my attitude is that I do think that you shouldn't really force anybody to fight if they don't want to. And when people are like, hey, you want to like protect your nation, blah, blah, blah. I think that if you have like a decent government and you have people that like really support and have passion for their land, their country, they're going to want to fight. So if you have people who don't want to like volunteer and do it willingly, then maybe you're doing something wrong as a state. So I do think that it shouldn't be okay to draft. Chad, let me finish. Stop waving your hand. Sorry. Yeah, and if you're afraid you're going to forget it, why don't you open up Notepad or sticky note? Well, no, seriously.
I don't do it because of that. You just stop it, Gene. Just go on. Okay, stop yelling at me.
Okay, but anyway, my thing is I could kind of understand that currently we're in a war zone and we need you to fight. So if you want to stay within these borders in a scenario like the Ukraine, it's like, then relocate. And I understand that is kind of conservative thing. Like, why don't you just leave and stuff? And sometimes it's not an option for people to pack up and just leave. But it seems like it's not that difficult for people from the Ukraine to get asylum in other countries. And I do think that it's not okay at all to do like a subpoena to try to get people arrested because they're avoiding their draft, their mandatory service. So that's kind of my attitude. I think in the Ukraine's case, it's just if you want to live within the borders currently, we're in a war zone. You need to bear arms and help. If not, then I don't think they should lose their citizenship, but it should be like, maybe you need to go and live in the US or Poland temporarily until the war is over.
Wait, so
I don't know.
Russia is very anti-LGBTQ, right? So what if Ukraine had like a bunch of furries, like a unit of furries?
Well, I think they're pretty, unfortunately, they're still kind of on the wrong side of history there. They're sort of LGBTQ Ukraine. So that is something that people will criticize them for. Now the thing is, I think it's something like it's a don't ask, don't tell thing, not just with their military, but it's not like it used to be illegal in a lot of countries, like in the UK, where they would force people to like be chemically castrated, or they would send them to like mental institutions or even prison if they were gay. Now,
what I'm talking about is like, oh, they're like anti-LGBT, and then you got like a unit of lesbians, and you got a unit of gays,
I understand the joke, but I do want to go over this element.
It's not a joke, but it is.
This is something they criticize Ukraine for, so I want to go over this level of criticism, and I want to specify how it works. People might not know. It's not like what I was describing with like the UK and their laws. It used to be where it was illegal whether you were closeted and gay or you're openly gay. It's okay to be closeted gay in Ukraine, but if you reveal on social media that you're gay, then, or if you're openly gay, then you can face criminal charges. And I do think that that's what the policy is. I don't know 100%. So this isn't something I've looked into too thoroughly, but maybe you can look that up, Crow, or Skeppy, or somebody, because what's that, Chad?
Can I answer the whole what's it called when they need troops and they make everybody
drafting then.
Drafting? Okay. Here's my thing, okay? And just listen to me, okay? You know, like when you have a kid and instead of like putting them on timeout when they do something bad, you go out of your way to give them something good when they do good stuff, right? So what they should do with the drafting, instead of being like, oh, you go to jail, you don't come and blah blah blah, instead they'd be like, hey, come and work for the army, and if we win this war, you get
a house.
Yeah, I mean, like seriously, like something like that.
Like
you,
idea to entice the truth.
Yeah,
we'll reward you if you don't run, but we won't punish you if you run.
Yeah, exactly. What's the word I'm looking for? Positive
reinforcement.
Reinforcement, yeah.
Yeah, good job, Chad. That is something that, and also we're sending billions of dollars in aid now. Mercenaries. That's something like Russia. They not only like penal sort of forces, like with like Wagner and their mercenary groups within the country, but like the U.S. like there was like Watergate, or not Watergate, Blackwater, and you had that like sort of My Lai-esque sort of like massacre where like the Blackwater mercenaries went into a village in Afghanistan and shot up a bunch of civilians, and that's something where. Like that's a fucked up element of like U.S. Like our history and involvement in the Middle East, but I do believe that it's a lot cheaper to hire like mercenaries because you don't have to spend all the money on training, you don't have to like feed them stuff and so on. And I think it was something like around half of all of the military personnel that were fighting for the U.S. in the like our conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan were mercenary groups. So that is something where they have like a troop shortage. And of course, currently in like our current political climate, it's not even okay to have like US NATO troops just on Ukraine's borders, like on the defensive. But we're giving them all this money and they can invest in weapons. But if the troop shortage is a notable problem they have, I mean, they probably could just invest money in mercenaries.
Wait, what wasn't Blackwater renamed the Wagner Group after war crimes? And
no, Wagner, they're different. Like they are a Russian mercenary group in Russia. And one of the things they do is that Russia will provide them with prisoners.
But but Blackwater did commit war crimes and changed.
Yes. That's what they changed their name. It's kind of like how a lot of companies do that if they face a lot of backlash because of like poor decisions. I know Comcast changed their name to Xfinity. So it's a way to get around, like, I guess the stigma associated with the brand or the name. But yeah, Blackwater, they did like in Vietnam, there's My Lai catastrophe or massacre where they went into a village and shot up a bunch of civilians. And then same thing, Blackwater, they went into a town, shot up a bunch of civilians because, like, hey, why not?
But the Ukrainian passport office in Prague, hoping to pick up their documents before Ukraine's new mobilization law comes into force. It requires all men of military age who want to renew official paperwork to return home, where they could be drafted.
There's no way I'm going to a recruitment center in Ukraine. They won't let me come back to the Czech Republic. I have an official and permanent residence here. I pay taxes here and do things the proper way. But now I have a problem.
Similar scenes in Warsaw, with people frustrated.
Yeah, I know it still exists, but that is something they did with like Xfinity. They changed like a certain branch to Xfinity, and a lot of that's to avoid the stigma associated with the company.
The passport office is temporarily closed.
They don't ask us why we went abroad. I went abroad legally. The law has not yet come into force, but passport office employees seem to be applying it already.
And then I guess it works to some extent because corporations do that all the time, and I mean Xfinity is still a lucrative like corporation. But one thing, like this is kind of a derailment, but with Elon Musk, it shows how much of a dumb fuck he is. Because Twitter was never that profitable of an organization, but the one thing that Twitter had going for it was its brand recognition. That was like the big thing. And again, it's a tweet. Now it's X. So it's just, he is such a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
it's like, let's rebrand something that doesn't even need to be rebranded. Something that doesn't even have that negative like reputation where there's some scandal. Plus, the brand recognition is one of the most, like, I guess, was one of the most valuable thing, and that's the thing. It's like all of like the economists or people like financial experts that were like crunching the numbers and evaluating it. That was the most valuable asset of Twitter was the brand recognition, and then it shows how much of a dumb fuck Musk is.
Yeah, whenever you made that whole change, I was kind of expecting. It made me think that like in the upcoming months or year or something there was going to be like some sort of just big huge change with Twitter, but really it's the same thing. Yep. But it's probably not doing as well as it was before he got a hold of it, and it's called X and Twitter at the same time. It's just like when he made that big change, I really thought it was going to be some big working towards something really big with changing Twitter, where it would go in a whole different direction and maybe even like become a cooler thing. But he really didn't do anything to it except for maybe make it worse. I bet.
One of the things he wanted to do,
the stocks went down, and he recently, I don't know how recently, but he put on Twitter, "Oh, what do you like better, X or Twitter?" And everyone was just like, Twitter.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, here's the thing. He is obsessed with the letter X. And one of the things is he was a part of PayPal, like one of the like original 10 people that established the company, and he owned like the certain percentage of the stock. And they ended up like pretty much firing him, like buying him out of the company, because it's like, oh my god, you're so fucking annoying, because he kept insisting on naming PayPal X. And then he ended up paying them a bunch of money for the copyright or whatever for X. It's like, okay, here you go. We don't want to take it. So he's always been obsessed with that for some reason, which is like fucking weird. But one of the things he wants to do is create the first Western mega app, which is kind of stupid. So in China, because China is a very totalitarian, authoritarian country, there's only pretty much one chat or one app that is a everything app. It's Facebook, Twitter, it's your like streaming service, like YouTube. It's everything all in one. And that's what in WeChat, that's the Chinese sort of everything app. Now the problem with that is you kind of want competition and variation. So he wants to have that monopoly, and I think even if he wants to do that, which I don't agree with it and I wouldn't support it, it would make sense to be like, hey, X is the logo for this everything app, where Twitter's the start of that. And that doesn't seem that bad. It's like, and Mark Zuckerberg's kind of doing the same thing with like Facebook, like Threads and stuff, and he seems to be doing it in a more wiser manner, where they're all somewhat connected. One will kind of like guide you, point you in the direction of the other. So even though they're separate apps, they're all kind of like combined under one umbrella of like a corporation. Musk could have done something like that, where it's like, hey, here's this X brand. X is a separate website that you sign up for Twitter, you sign up for X, and that takes you to whatever he wants his version of Facebook to be, his version of Instagram, Snapchat to be, TikTok to be. But he pretty much he's a fucking moron. He really squandered that by just turning Twitter into X.
Yeah, and I would like to see that kind of change happen to Twitter, where all of a sudden it is that what you just explained, but he never really did that. You just go to Twitter and it's the same thing, but not as popular as it was before or whatever.
It doesn't sound the same either. Like, oh, did you see what he or she tweeted? Oh, did you see what he or she X'd? Or whatever the fuck.
Sounds like they should do like Fortnite does, where you go to Fortnite and they have other games within it. Like there should be X, and then there should be Twitter within X, and the other things that are so it's an everything app. I don't know if he actually did take that route. He might actually have something going, but
it shouldn't be the main branch of his fucking company. It should be like, oh, X controls Twitter. And then blah, 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 all the other companies. It shouldn't be like, oh, yeah, I X'd the other day. Did you see that?
Me and my ex X'd the other day. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, I forgot the name, but I looked it up. It's like the sort of weird, like infinity sort of logo. It's Meta. So that's what Mark Zuckerberg like is doing, where Meta's the umbrella sort of, I guess, app and stuff, and you use that where... Like, you make an account for that. You can use your Meta account for Facebook, Threads, Instagram, all of their, like, sort of, systemic, like, stemming sort of, social media sites or platforms. And that's probably what he should have done. He should have used the logo X. You see the X on the Twitter website, make an X account, sign up for X, and then... You could use that to log into Twitter, and then he can come up with his his version of Facebook. That would have been smarter, but instead he just wants to make Twitter itself, that one site, the everything app or the everything platform, and that, like, his approach is just fucking terrible. And it kind of shows that he's not intelligent at all. He's a fucking dumbass. He's a rich boy. He was born into wealth.
Well, another thing is like, we're gonna change it to X, and this 14-year-old X'd at me like that. That sounds kind of fucking bad.
Oh yeah.
Ukraine banned draft-age men from leaving the country after Russia's invasion in 2022. Authorities say they are only targeting those who are illegally evading the draft.
It's fair towards Ukrainian men who stayed in Ukraine and who work in the Ukrainian economy and who fight in the Ukrainian army. I think it will be fair towards them if men from abroad return to Ukraine and stand by each other in defending their country, the country that gave them everything.
Russia currently occupies around a fifth of Ukrainian territory. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers have been killed or wounded in the 2 years since the full-scale invasion began.
Wait, what did they say?
Wounded in the 2 years since the full-scale invasion began.
I did pop another Adderall, so hopefully that kicks in the next, 10-20 minutes. Give me some vigor to get through it.
Wait,
the country that gave them...
I said I did pop an Adderall, so I said hopefully that kicks in soon.
What was the other word that you said?
I don't know, but vigor.
Men from abroad return to Ukraine and stand by each other in defending their country, the country that gave them everything.
Russia currently occupies around a fifth of Ukrainian territory. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers.
Okay, tens of thousands. I don't know. Seems like it's not that bad, in Gaza, because tens of thousands of Hamas militants been injured and killed stuff, and it's tens of thousands of Ukrainian militants. So it doesn't really seem like it's that disproportionate. What do you think? But yeah, it's almost like the Ukrainians who are injured are all adults and actual militants. So yeah, I think there is that.
The United States faces a host of national security challenges, direct and indirect, from ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and the unrest in the Middle East to possible conflicts over Taiwan and new threats to NATO. When President Biden signed the foreign aid bill Wednesday that includes tens of billions of dollars in assistance to Ukraine, Israel, and...
Can we pause here? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let's just see.
Taiwan. It was touted as money that would quote.
Do you think what like people who watch Fox News would be able to relate to him the most? Because again, like they're probably all in their 70s.
Yeah, they're almost
80s,
dead too. They're almost.
They
dead
can barely
too.
speak and barely walk from point A to point B. So it seems like he would be the ideal candidate for them.
Quote, strengthen our national security and send a message to the world.
And he is a fucking Democrat. And I mean, he campaigned, like, if you look at his political career, he was against the civil rights movement. He was on that side of history. He was anti-reform and anti, like, abolishing Jim Crow laws.
So
about the power of American leadership. To discuss the nature of American leadership, we're joined by.
Yeah, I mean, Biden hasn't really, when it comes, he supports major corporations as well, not regulating them, allowing them to just do whatever they want when it comes to fucking the environment and like with CO2 emissions. So it's just they're the same thing. The difference between Republicans and Democrats, and he's a warmonger as well. And it's like, it's stupid. Fox News is like, yeah, he's not doing enough or whatever. But it's like, no, I think he is doing plenty when it comes to being involved with the war. And it's the same thing. Obama campaigned on withdrawing troops in the Middle East. And then towards the end, he was deploying troops in Libya, and just, he had us deployed all over like North Africa and throughout the Middle East and stuff. And he definitely did not do a good job at all when it came to withdrawing or like, I guess, lessening our involvement when it came to like our military affairs in that area. And it's like the difference is that Republicans are overtly bigoted pieces of shit who overtly shill for corporations and are overtly warmongers. Democrats or Democratic candidates, they're covert. They're like, you look at what the ideologies of the party are supposed to be, and they're Democrats name only. They engage in the same exact agenda. They engage in the same exact support the same amount of policies and stuff. And the only difference is they say that they support the other thing when they support the exact same thing that Republicans support. And the Republicans are just open about what they're doing. So fuck both parties. They're essentially the same.
By former National Security Advisor and CBS.
The Democratic Party, they're not left. They're right. They're a right party. It's either more right-leaning party, slightly less right-leaning party. That's what it is. Which right-leaning party on the right side of the political spectrum do you support? I mean, I don't support either party. I'm going to claim that I have very left-leaning political views. So if you claim that you have left-leaning political views, you should say, fuck Biden, fuck Bush, fuck Obama, fuck Clinton, fuck, like Trump. They all fucking suck. They're all right-leaning politicians.
This News foreign policy and national security contributor, Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster. H.R., it's good to see you. Thanks for being with us. This Ukraine funding, it has passed. House Speaker Mike Johnson said he changed his mind and pushed for it after being against it because he received intelligence briefings. What do you think he might have seen or heard that changed his mind?
Well, John, great to be with you. First of all, I just want to applaud the speaker for having the courage to do it. You know, it's doing the right thing and prioritizing the right thing over maybe, his...
Okay, good. We're 5 hours in, and we have a little over 1,000 views.
For celebrities, Gene.
Well, that means when we were covering the issues of Palestine, that took us 3 hours, and 3 hours that meant we had around 600 something views, and then we've only been covering this for a couple hours, and we've gotten around 400 views just on this topic alone. So it seems like we're averaging a good 400, 500 views per or an average 500 views per every 3 hours.
Wait, John, I want to address Bill. I was not scrolling through Grindr. I seen that still of Joe Biden, and I was looking for Gary Oldman's role in what was it? Hannibal? Yeah, it was Hannibal. Yeah, they look about the same. You can, yeah, they're about the same.
Well, Remy I have been doing video game streams, and because I've been sick the last several days, like I've kind of halted that. But I mean, I've been playing 7 Days to Die. I've been playing Civilization, like Civ 6, and we've been playing Fallout 76. So I'm gonna get back into doing that again, like probably tomorrow. Dirt and I are probably going to do a patron stream, and then before the patron stream or after it, we'll probably stream Fallout 76 or 7 Days to Die, and those streams do good with numbers. Civ doesn't do that well, but I really like playing Civ. But 7 Days to Die and Fallout 76, we'll get like over 1,000 views only streaming a few hours with those games.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I think that what he got is a briefing on how interconnected the crises that we are facing today are. Of course, we've heard a lot of arguments about why it is intrinsically good to support the Ukrainians based on the invasion, the brutality that the Russians have visited on the Ukrainian people, the potential for Russia, if it succeeds, to be emboldened and to conduct greater aggression in Europe. But I think what he may have heard is the connection between the crisis in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, and the cascading crises around the world, especially across the Middle East, and the degree to which Iran and Russia are working together. It's so clear now, John, the degree to which this axis of aggressors are aiding and abetting each other.
When's that happening? So it's just they're all taking back different territories. Israel wants to seize Gaza, Palestine. Ukraine wants to see, or Russia wants to they want to annex previous Soviet states. They're trying to build a land bridge so they could annex like a certain sub-region of Moldova. And it seems like Putin kind of wants to rebuild the old like Soviet sort of like empire and borders. And then China wants to go and take Taiwan. So, you know what? If everyone's taking back their old territories, why don't we just, I don't know, Philippines used to be our colony. Why? It's like, okay, Russia will end and you know what? All the powers can get along with each other. That way we can make peace and not war. We should sign a military alliance with Russia and China. We'll stop, instead of giving the money to Taiwan and Ukraine, we'll give the money to Russia and China and be like, you can have Taiwan. Russia, you can have like Ukraine and Moldova. We can have the Philippines, and 100 million something people live in Philippines. You have like 300 million people, we'll have like 400 something million people. Let us have Cuba and Philippines. We can have our old territories, and there you go.
Nah, that's not gonna work. Israel, that's a fuck no. Ukraine, yes.
Well, not Israel, but I'm saying that. Don't you think we could make? Yeah, that's fair. The big three like military powers, they can all like hold hands and have let France have their African Frank countries, and let Britain just, you know what? Let's just go back to like the 15th century.
No,
whatever. No. Get France all their colonies back. Get Britain all their colonies back. Let us have the Philippines, and then it's like here, China. You can have Taiwan. Fuck it. Here's Korea. You can have Korea and Taiwan. We get to have all the East Pacific countries.
Actually, Taiwan identifies as the main base of China. They identify as China.
As the government. Well, they're starting to like shift from that. I mean, which for a while they were holding on to that, and they actually held the UN seat for the Chinese government because they both viewed themselves as the legitimate government of China.
With material support, the drones and the missiles that Iran is providing.
Well, what territory? Like, let them have the South China Sea, whatever. Look at all the like when it comes to maritime borders. Look at all those borders we'd have, like with the Philippines, all those extra people. Just they can all get along. And let's just give Canada and Australia. Look, let's face it, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. They're still British countries. They're still part of Britain.
Shab has something to say.
What's that, Shab?
It has to do with what we're talking about. What if you show Dark Master's thing that he said, where he said something about this thing that we're talking about right here, remember? And he called us something, but I don't want to say what he said. What he said. I sent you a picture of it, Jane. I'm
on Twitter or?
No, on Discord. I sent you a picture of it, and he called us something apologists. I don't remember the word.
Oh, we're the.
You could bring that up. It has to do with this. Dark Master, for all of you guys that don't know, Dark Master, his name on YouTube is The Dark Master, because he's too stupid to make it just one of those. He's somebody that's been a complete idiot, and he's made a thing, a documentary on Gene that was extremely inaccurate. Yeah. So we commented on his stuff recently, telling him that we hit 1,000 subs because it's funny to talk shit about that, because he talked shit about us having less subs than him a while back. But now that we have more subs than him, it doesn't matter. It's very convenient. But he said here, you guys seem awfully obsessed with me for some reason. And that's coming from the guy, again, who made a John Morgan documentary that lasted like an hour or something, full of lies. He literally made a whole fucking video, like an hour long, on John. But yeah, we're the obsessive ones. Says a lot about how spiteful you are. And yeah, that it's like spiteful, us commenting on his things. He made a documentary full of lies about John Morgan, saying all this bullshit, and then we're spiteful because we comment and say 1,000 subs. He doesn't really understand the definition of spite. Like it like seriously, like that. Yeah, that's so horrible what we're doing to him.
You know what?
On his video saying 1,000 subs. We're so spiteful. Wow. Such evil people we are.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna say this and then let's get back to the actual topics. But I think when we did cover the documentary, we did it last minute, and I was also sleep deprived when we covered it. And we also had a bunch of other stuff to do, so we're kind of rushing through that to get to the next thing. And then we also have the annoying contrarian Raisin, who was there, why are we covering this? Why are we covering this? So maybe we should just find some of his other stupid stuff, like his interview with Rodfeast, and why don't we take some of his comments? Not a documentary, but let's just do a live stream exclusively on that shit. We can do that, and
Dude, it would be funny to just cover him, because okay, so hold on, so I dare you to hold on, back to it. Hold on, I was reading it.
Okay, Shab, we'll do it later. I'm telling you, all the stuff you're sending me, we'll cover it this weekend, and we'll go over him in one stream. But we've derailed me, and not just you. We've been derailing it quite a bit. So let's get back to Ukraine.
So Russia is in turn providing all kinds of support for Iran, enabling the serial episodes of mass homicide in Syria, enabling Iran to establish this kind of land bridge to the Mediterranean, so it can continue to support its proxy forces and terrorist organizations, and execute this ring of fire strategy on Israel. And then, of course, China's in the act too, enabling Russia's war-making machine by feeding his ATM, by buying more and more oil and gas, as well as now what is coming to light. And I'm sure what the speaker was briefed on is the degree to which Chinese hardware, manufacturing capability, equipment, and it's essential for manufacturing missiles, for example, have the degree to which China's also providing direct military assistance.
So instead of a conflict with a single country, it's a conflict with a team almost. You seem to be suggesting. Let me ask you then about Mitch McConnell said in his support for this funding. He told the New York Times, "I sort of feel like I was the only Reagan Republican left," which I took to mean that the view of global national security obligations for the
the president, and maybe I should do one of the things I want to do is a stream, because we got to do more deep dives. We haven't done one in a while. I wanted to kind of go through, all of the major, because I think the United States, plenty of people go over all the fucked up things with America. And of course, it's obvious how fucked up Russia's history's been with the Soviet Union and, Putin's Russia, and same thing with China. But I think that people kind of ignore all the fucked up stuff that the five main powers, the five main world police, the big three, the small two. I want to do a deep dive on France from the Napoleonic Wars, sort of latter half of their colonial age, through their involvement with all the post World War II colonialism with Vietnam, and the neo-colonialism with the African Frank nations. And I'm going to go over all the fucked up shit that France has done throughout its history. Then I want to cover Britain. And I want to go over like how they, when they colonized India, they purposely crippled their fucking economy. I want to go over their slave colonies all over the planet, because people give America shit for slavery, which we deserve, like our country deserves criticism. It is a black mark on our like nation's history. But Britain and France, they're just as fucking bad when it came to slavery. They had slave fucking colonies all over the planet. They did not abolish slavery before we did. They did. No, they didn't. They had slavery in India up until the 90s. The Indian trading companies were...
East Indian trading companies, I think we did 1862.
Okay, so you had the transatlantic slave trade.
Well, there's a difference between, like, because, like, in the United States, like, we couldn't import slaves, right? I think that was 1860 something. But, yeah, I think we were one of the last countries to be like,
no,
hey,
no, we weren't.
One of the last.
We don't deserve any. No, we weren't one of the last. We were. Okay, so essentially, the developed world decided in the 19th century that, okay, slavery has to start. We got to start getting rid of slavery. We were pretty much along with the rest of the world when it came to our pace of getting rid of it. We were nothing special. We don't deserve credit for being like one of the first countries, but even when the country started, the northern country, the Union states didn't have slaves. It was something that they started gradually like phase it out. Like you said, they made it to the point where they can't import slaves. So that, and we'll go into that. But we weren't the last country to back out of the transatlantic slave trade. Brazil was.
Yeah,
Brazil was a Portuguese state. So that's the Portuguese, where they were heavily involved in slavery. They trafficked far more slaves, and they were like a Portuguese territory until like the 1830s. And then there was the Belgium, or not Belgium, Bulgaria, or see, I'm sleep deprived. Yeah, it's Belgium. King Leopold II and the Congolese genocide. They enslaved that entire country. That led to the Great African War, the most serious military conflict post-World War II. And they were engaged in slavery in that country up until the 1950s. You had the Arab slave trade, so like the Ottoman Empire and like the wealthy Arabian states, that went on until the 1890s. And that lasted longer. That lasted longer than
the Marines, the Barbary Coast.
Yeah. But that lasted longer than the transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade was around for 300 years. The Arab slave trade was around for 900 years. And the 300 years that it like coincided, they still trafficked more slaves. And then you had the East Indian trading companies, and then the Dutch controlled Indonesia, and then France controlled Indochina, which was Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, and then Britain controlled like Malaysia, India, Pakistan, Nepal. And there was this slave network where they engaged in human trafficking, where the Dutch, the French, and the British would take slaves from Africa to those territories. Plus, they would take slaves from Indonesia, India, and Indochina, and they would like trade all of their slaves. There was this like, I forget what it was called. It was like the something triangle or whatever. But that went on.
The Ron James Triangle.
That went on until like the 20th century, like right at the peak of the 20th century. And Britain, so once again, like we had that reform where, okay, we can't import slaves anymore, so we're gradually adding policies to phase it out. Britain did the same thing. It's like, okay, we're going to start gradually phasing it out. So in certain colonies like South Africa and Australia and stuff, it was illegal in the 30s. Then, of course, like in India, it wasn't illegal until the 1890s. So that it is not true that America was the last country to abolish slavery and we were behind all these other countries. We were just as bad. We were like pretty much at the same pace as the rest of the developed world when it came to like phasing it out and abolishing it. But Britain and France and the Dutch and the Portuguese, they all deserve the same level of fucking blame as the United States.
I did not say that we were the last one of the last ones.
We were one of the last.
Well, I just want to fucking point out that after we banned slavery and everything, and you're talking about like towards the 1890s or whatever. Yeah, Chinese people, built the fucking railroads. Basically the same thing.
Well, then that's where you get in the realm of like our Walmart employee slaves, our prisoners slave, like that. That's where it starts to get into an equivocation semantics game. But the thing is, the British Empire didn't abolish it until the 90s. China didn't abolish it until the 20s. Brazil didn't abolish it until the 80s. Belgium didn't abolish it until the 1950s. And when I say the 80s and stuff, I'm talking about the 19th century, the 1800s. But it wasn't until and then like Belgium, they didn't abolish it until the 1950s. So we were not one of the last.
The United States is different in the way people think of it now than they used to think of it before. How do you see the obligations in a world that you just described, in which there's this partnership of aggression? What are the obligations of the U.S. and what lessons might people be forgetting about those obligations?
Yeah, I think what we're forgetting is Reagan's phrase, peace through strength. And John, what I see that connects a lot of these cascading conflicts and the looming crises maybe in the Indo-Pacific is that the perception of weakness is what is provocative. I mean, I think the February 2022 re-invasion, massive invasion of Ukraine is directly connected to the humiliating surrender, self-defeat, and withdrawal from Afghanistan. I believe that October 7th is at least in part related to our inability, our apparent inability until just recently, to sustain our support for the Ukrainians. If you're Ayatollah Khamenei and you look at the United States unable to support Ukraine, if you look at the contentious relationship, for example, between President Biden and President Netanyahu, for that matter, the Israeli perception of weakness in Israel.
Next Fed.
I want to show you something. It's infrared drone video posted online by Ukraine's 67th Mechanized Brigade. Those white dots, Russian vehicles.
Okay, this was in like my news feed, so if you go to news, we're not going to cover this. These are one of those videos where we'll get a copyright strike. I try to stay away from people, like, I'll cover videos from the mainstream media, from major news networks. I try to stay away from people's more edits or infotainment videos, like things like Vox and so forth. Oh, here we go. This in the last few days. This is Russia surprise attack 5 days ago. So here we go. We're delving into it. Chat rate is at 1. We need more people and participate in the chat.
Well, it hasn't been front page news lately, but the war in Ukraine is heating up ahead of Russia's long-anticipated summer offensive. The Russians launching a new push in the Kharkiv region in the wake of that massive U.S. aid package that is still on its way overseas. Our Patrick Rubble has been tracking it. Patrick, Ukraine, it's been anticipating this offensive, of course. What more do we know?
Hi, Kira. Yeah, there's been a big development today. Russia has opened a new front in the early hours of the morning, launching a major push across the northern border into the Kharkiv region in Ukraine's northeast. And the attack, which was with armored vehicles following a major artillery barrage, was focused on the city of Vovchansk, which is about 60 kilometers east of Kharkiv, which is Ukraine's second largest city. Ukrainian officials are saying that for now, Ukrainian forces were expecting the attack and were able to repel it so far, but say that heavy fighting is continuing. One source has told our colleagues in Ukraine that they hit the Russians badly, but it's hard to tell how this is going to develop. I mean, as you say, Ukraine has basically been bracing for months for a major summer offensive by Russian forces. An official has told our colleagues in Ukraine that they believe this may well be that.
They've been preparing for months. So like I said, with the logistics thing, I think that's the explanation towards that enigma of them not using the Air Force. They're probably trying to make sure all their affairs are in order and the planes aren't missing parts and shit like that. And now that they can use it, here you go. Major, offensive.
It takes some days now to understand quite how large it's going to be. We know that Russia is assessed to have amassed around 40,000 troops across the border in the north, and that while that is not enough, most analysts believe, to try and seize Kharkiv, it's certainly enough to try and put severe pressure on Ukraine's front lines. Kira?
All right, so what is Russia's objective here in this new front of the war? Has anything changed?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, because the question is, what is the objective of opening this front in Kharkiv, in the Kharkiv direction? As I said, most analysts believe that 40,000 troops is not enough to try and actually seize the city of Kharkiv, but it is enough to try and put pressure on Ukraine's front lines. And because at the moment, Ukraine is already under severe pressure in the eastern region of Donbass, where Russia has been advancing and has been threatening a key strategic.
You know what? You see how it just ran right through that tree? Ain't nothing like of an obstacle for a tank. Maybe what we need to do is start supplying all the humanitarian aid organizations with just killdozer trucks. Armored trucks with bulldozers, a bulldozer and an armored truck all in one, and there you go. Okay, rocks and everything, just let them.
So Bill Hicks says Zelensky always dressed like he's going to play airsoft. Well, I'm defending him because he got elected because he's a fucking comedian, and that's one funny. And two, he doesn't have the military. He probably doesn't have the military mentality to be like, oh yeah, I should probably dress to impress.
Chasiv Yar. And so this will again already put great strain on Ukraine's defenses. Ukraine says it's already sending reserves now towards the attack in the north around Kharkiv. And so the question now really is this an attempt just to try and draw more forces away from Donbass, or is it going to be something even larger and to try and push to get closer to Kharkiv and threaten the city there?
And then let's talk about the American aid and just how it's going to impact this fight. It's still apparently on its way.
Yeah, I think American aid here
This happened 5 days ago and it's still on its way.
Absolutely crucial. And I think what we're hearing from many Ukrainian officials and also independent military observers is that the delay in trying to pass the aid has in part led to this situation where Russia over the last 6 months has been able to improve its position on the ground and basically lay the ground.
Okay, chat rate went to 1 to 4, so we are improving there.
For this summer offensive. And right now, because it takes simply time to deliver the weapons, although Congress has passed finally the aid package, it now takes weeks and months to actually deliver all the aid. The Pentagon has said it already is moving weapons, but ultimately Ukraine is also a very large country. The front line is huge. And so getting the ammunition where it's needed will take time. And again, a source close to President Zelensky told one of our colleagues in Ukraine today after this attack began that we need those American weapons ASAP. Kira.
All right, Patrick Rubble. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Russia claims its forces have captured 5 villages in a renewed ground assault in northeastern Ukraine. The villages lie in the contested gray zone in Ukraine's Kharkiv region bordering Russia. Ukrainian journalists report the villages were...
I think they'll take Kharkiv, so they got to fight them off. So it's on its way. It's passed. And it's estimated that it will take something like a little over a week for them to get all the supplies and stuff that they need. Do you think they'll be able to hold out till then?
Ever.
Were destroyed by Russian airstrikes. Police and volunteers rushed to evacuate more than 1,700 civilians. Russian troops are trying to break through Ukrainian defensive lines in an effort to cut supplies to the city of Kharkiv, where more than 1 million people live.
На окраїнах з 3 боків вже йдуть стрілецькі бої. Тобто це окраїни. Я не можу сказати, що росіяни ще зайшли в Вовчанськ, а однак уже на околицях Вовчанська бої йдуть.
Dude, and before we saw what was going on in Gaza, this is like Disneyland. And it's not to downplay it. It's terrible, but it's like you see a girl in tears and stuff, losing their home, and it's like, oh my god, this is terrible. But it's like, she's got all her limbs, and she doesn't have a big bloody wound on her forehead.
She has her
mother.
And dad.
It's
her house didn't fall on her.
Yeah, and they are victims, so we got to put the disclaimer: we're facetious, ironic humor. We don't agree with what Russia's doing at all, but still,
it's perspective. It's horrible. What's going on with them, but it makes it look like nothing compared to Gaza.
And all problems should be addressed. So this isn't us saying that yeah, whatever, it's not as bad. It's just to show that hey, look, you think this is bad. It's very telling when after what happens in Gaza starts to make this look like it's more of a Disneyland scenario.
Зараз вони просто, росіяни його стирають з лиця землі і йдуть методом випаленої землі. Тобто вони спочатку випалюють перед самою...
Scorched earth method. So I went over that earlier when the Soviets in Germany.
Цю територію, потім заходять піхота. І так вони просуваються завжди. Так само це Бахмут, це Мар'їнка, це Авдіївка. Те ж саме зараз відбувається в Волчанську, в режимі онлайн.
Look at the Pomeranian. I know my grandmother has Pomeranian. I really need a... Two Guns told me the other day that the last grandparent that he had passed away. Sucks. I've been doing a really bad job visiting my grandmother who's within walking distance of me.
Dude, they're all probably dead of mine. I don't care. Whatever.
Gene, you might be walking distance to her, but she's not walking distance to you.
Nah, she can still walk and everything. She's not that old.
No, she's old.
My grandparents are probably all dead.
The fire and fury of a new front in this 27-month-long war. In Vovchansk in Ukraine's northeast, a house burns as its owner sits covered in soot and shock.
I need to make a commitment to visit my grandmother at least once a week because I've been going months without visiting her. I really...
Is she a nice lady?
Yeah, my birthday's coming up soon, so that's going to be my resolution where it's like...
Wait, are you turning 30 before I do?
I'm going to turn 29.
Oh, shit, I'm older than you then.
Since Friday, Russia has launched an armored ground attack in the Kharkiv region.
Oh my god, 1 year left in my 20s. I don't want to be 30.
Ukraine fended off an invasion here 2 years ago. Now, Moscow senses an opportunity.
The fighting is still taking place. The Russians were pushing us harder. Their tank arrived and the Russian assault began. Our boys got surrounded.
Ukraine says they are holding the line of defense, but they are desperately awaiting delayed military aid from Washington.
Okay, here. I'm actually gonna make a note. Before I forget.
Yeah, what's the note gonna be about?
We'll talk to the chat. One is, Crow actually came up with a really good idea. Links to donation sites for these causes.
Oh, I made a fucking good idea. John didn't think of it. I did.
Yeah. And also, we should have a disclaimer because Shab does mention I engage in so much sarcastic, dark humor. We need to have... Okay, can you stop doing that? We need to have a disclaimer that shows up after the intro. It goes over that. And I think we should have something that pops up every 30 minutes. That these are our views. We're left-leaning. We don't support this. If you think we're engaged in a lot of sarcastic humor. So,
maybe you should just pin it at the top of the chat if you're really that worried about it. That would probably be the best way to put the disclaimer, maybe.
Oh, pin it in the chat, and then maybe... But we might want to... Yeah, I'll just put it in the live, in the basic chat description. Maybe have Nightbot post it every 30 minutes, and then maybe put a brief disclaimer, or addition to the intro.
Yeah, Gene's special.
Yeah.
Disclaimer. Gene has horrible moral values, but
Moscow claims to have captured 9 villages this weekend as they appear to...
We don't joke about this stuff, even though the whole context of the joke is mocking terrible things. We're mocking what the U.S. is doing.
Fuck you, Bill Hicks.
But
sorry,
closing on the city of Kharkiv. Residents watching and waiting. Some now fleeing. Valentina is deaf.
Now I've mentioned that with all it seems universal, and I think it's a facet of age where a bunch of older people are like, "No, I'm not relocating. I don't." They kind of have come to terms with it. I don't care if I die or whatever, but it's kind of telling when even your seniors are like, "Yup, we're packing up."
And didn't hear when her house came under fire. She's now one of more than 2,500 who have been evacuated from the region. As the
do I have a big nose, Crystal?
No, we're talking about
is Russia
me.
planning to capture Kharkiv? It's doubtful they have the...
Well, Shab does have Italian ancestry.
Yeah, I have a big dick too.
Bad.
Why don't you ever make fun of my big fat veiny cock?
Moscow may be using this moment to create a buffer zone because over the border from Kharkiv is the Russian city.
Which one of us has the big nose that you're referring to?
Of Belgorod, which has come.
My nose is big. It's huge.
This apartment block was struck, leaving at least 7 dead and 15 injured. and as rescuers got to work, the damaged roof collapsed, covering several with rubble. Moscow has blamed Ukraine, calling it a barbaric...
This is terrible. It's like, you'll see it pan over, and it's like, hey, there's two houses on fire in a village. Here's like one segment of this building that's collapsed, but a decent amount of it's still intact. But then you look at Palestine, and in the same radius, it's like nothing but a pile of rubble.
Attack. Kyiv is yet to comment. Another reason why Russia may be trying to advance in the north is to divert Ukrainian resources away from here, the battleground in the southeast. In Avdiivka, medics treat the injured from the 47th Brigade as Russian forces slowly advance.
It is very hard out there on the battlefield. We are coping, but it is difficult. We keep up the defence, and that's it.
As the sick wait under the dim lights, Ukraine is facing a difficult situation, down here in the south, and further up north too, where busloads of evacuees ponder the future away from their homes, and wonder what next for their nation as Russia opens a new ominous chapter, the pain and sudden shifts of this ever-grinding conflict.
Kieran Moody reporting. Well, Maria Adiva is a Ukrainian security analyst from Kharkiv. I spoke to her in the last hour and began by asking about the situation there.
Well, it's a difficult situation there. So Russian troops are trying to get closer to the city, and I think at the current stage, this is their number one goal. This city, it's just on the border, and it was already liberated. So people who live in Vovchansk, they already went through the occupation. They know how is it to be under occupation. And this is why they are rushing out, because they don't want to experience it for the second time if this happens.
What do you think is the wider strategy then? You've said that Russian troops are on the border somewhere else kind of gathering. Do you think that it's to create a so-called buffer zone or to eventually take Kharkiv? What do you think is the strategy here?
I think they have several goals in mind. One is in actually what you mentioned, to create this buffer zone or gray zone along the border. This will allow for Russian troops, if this happens, to come closer to the city and have Kharkiv in the artillery range. The other aim is to stretch the front line, because obviously to hold the new front that just has opened, Ukraine needs to redeploy more troops here from Donbass, and this means that they will be overstretched. And as you know, the Ukrainian army has not sufficient manpower, so this will be difficult. I don't believe that Russia will try to get the city itself, but even if they will succeed in getting closer to the city, this will create a dangerous situation for the Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine.
You would have heard that Russia are blaming Ukraine for a strike.
And the thing is, what?
You know that I like thick black girls, right?
Okay, shut up. Anyway.
Sorry. Okay, go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. That kind of joke is just really stupid. Oh, yeah, boobs.
On an apartment block.
I'm sorry, Shad. But anyway,
it's not really a joke.
One of the thing is, taking the city, one of the big reasons why, like she's saying that they don't think they'll take the city. Urban warfare, if you're dealing with it like troops on the ground, infantry and everything, it's terrible. The concrete jungle, people popping out of buildings, detonating mines under sewage systems that cause like the vehicles to cave in and stuff. So, do you know why they don't want to just bomb the hell out of the city with artillery and airstrikes?
It's because of thick black girls.
What city? I don't get it. Like, they've been dropping bombs on Gazas.
We're not talking about Israel.
Oh, you're talking about
why Russia isn't doing it and why Israel
fuck. Oh.
Russia wants the cities for themselves. They do want the cities intact. Once they annex these territories and they kind of bring it into their own like governance, they want the cities. So it's like you can't really utilize the city and its population, its GDP, if you just level the entire city. But here's the thing with Israel, they don't give a fuck. And of course, they're going to establish settlements there, but they don't really. It's like they just want it in the long term. They want to genocide them. They're willing to level the entire place and then whatever, clear out all the debris and just start from scratch. They just want the land itself. They don't really care about seizing the city itself and they don't care about the population.
And
that's the thing. Russia wants to indoctrinate the people. They want to bring those people within their own population and their own governance, and they want to tax them. They want like it to like they want to benefit from the boost of those different cities like GDP adding to their GDP. So that's the main difference.
What do you make of that? They've said it's a terrorist attack on residential areas.
I have studied the reports and seen reports of the different analysts, and all of them come to the conclusion that the explosion, whichever caused it, happened in the other side of the building, in the side of the building that is like heading towards north, which is not into the Ukrainian side.
Okay, next head.
New tonight, fierce fighting rages on in the fringes of Ukraine's northeast, prompting the evacuation of nearly 1,700 civilians from the Kharkiv region. According to Russia's defense ministry, troops have captured 5
Okay. Timmy, I have been with black chick before. Dated 3 different.
Why have you been with a ghetto bitch? Okay.
Oh my gosh. Can you?
There's a difference.
If we're gonna, okay, there's a difference between derailing things and talking about.
Well, then why are you talking about it?
And talking about history.
You're derailing.
Okay, whatever, but if we're gonna derail things, I think this is stupid. When
You're
it's just
derailing from the ghetto talk.
They're black.
You just said you slept with a black girl or whatever.
Okay, well, I
stop derailing things. Stop derailing things, Gene.
Okay, Shep, stop doing that. I'm sorry. It's
Stop
getting
derailing things, okay, Gene?
Well, if you derail it, at least talk about something.
Like you literally just started derailing about you dating a black girl.
I know.
What does that have to do?
It is just, if you're going to derail it, don't do something that's just as juvenile like what you expect from like a 12-year-old.
Bring something of substance to the table, Gene, okay?
The renewed ground assault,
wait.
seeking to take advantage before
John,
the arrival
how many black girls?
You're
in timeout. Wait, no.
U.S. military aid. Ukrainian officials would not confirm the claims, but say reinforcements are rushing to the region to hold off Moscow's advancements. It marks a new front in the war. Until now, Russia has largely focused on the eastern Donetsk region.
You get in the car right now. Get in the car, Granny.
You're saying too far, Bill Hicks. It's not with like the humor. It's not like, oh, like the humor's too bad. It's just like, if you're gonna derail things, at least do something that's a little bit more, I guess, higher tier than just.
Gene, I wonder. Well, maybe it's not so high tier that you're worried about. Like we get LOLs and LMFAOs. That means win.
We're missing the fucking kittens and carnage.
Okay,
whatever.
I'm adding the kittens to the carnage, Gene.
Особлива увага Харківщині. Тривають оборонні бої, жорстокі бої на значній частині нашої прикордонної смуги. Є села, які фактично із сірої зони стали зоною ведення бойових дій, і окупант намагається в частині з них закріпитись. Частину просто використати для подальшого просування.
Signs of an escalating emergency. Russia is attacking from multiple directions, but this is the quickest route to the regional capital of Kharkiv.
We've seen smoke in the trees as we went past. There's also smoke up ahead, which looks like it's from a fresh strike. It's eerie. There's been cars racing past us. There's not much
Here's
time of
another
life.
sociopath fucking press bitch. There's some death ahead of us. Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, I don't know if they're sociopaths. I mean, it's like
what was it, psychopath that you said, or what was it that you said?
That is true. See, this is a derailment. That's whatever. But it's one of the jobs that has the highest percentage of psychopaths is
psychopath. Yeah.
And the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath is that psychopaths are born, sociopaths are raised. That's the big thing. Antisocial personality disorder is synonymous. It's clinically, based on textbook definitions, the same thing as a sociopath. So if you ask somebody what's a sociopath, it's somebody who has antisocial personality disorder. So it's like somebody's raised in a dysfunctional setting. So it's the kind of people that just like, I'm going to bully other people and stuff and engage in impulse, but then the person I'm bullying tells me I suck, so I just impulsively punch them in the face. Psychopathy is, they could see a dog get like gutted in front of them and it just doesn't faze them. And the thing is with psychopathy is that it's something like exterminators. They have one of the highest percentages of psychopaths. And of course, they're still the exception of the rule, the vast exception of the rule, even in these occupations. But lawyers, because lawyers a lot of times they have to defend people who've done very fucked up things. It's like a lot of lawyers will say, "Oh, I'm not going to take this case," but you do see that element where everyone it will be provided with a lawyer. And then you look at some heinous people that lawyers have to defend. They need to do the Saul Goodman. And lawyers are like one of the top police officers. CEOs are number one. Yeah. And it's something, butchers, I think, are in the top 10. And door-to-door salesmen, that's another thing. People hate door-to-door salesmen. It's like, oh my God. And you think most people are like, oh my God. Like, they have that basic level of empathy where it's like, oh my, like, I'm going to feel so awkward knocking on people's doors. They don't have that sort of emotional, like, sort of, they just kind of don't have emotions. I know people joke about me being robotic and stuff, but that's the thing. They can kind of, they have complete and total emotional detachment. And sometimes it's useful. Like, we need surgeons. We need people that can perform open heart surgery. But then sometimes it's terrible, like with cops that beat the shit out of people, and then CEOs that just they don't pay people a livable wage because they just don't give a fuck.
Feel very tense.
And if people don't believe me, look it up. Look up the top 10 occupations, the highest level of psychopaths. And I do think with journalists, I don't know if it's the one that go to war-torn countries. I think a lot of it's paparazzi, where it's like, and what was it? Is it Kevin Spacey in the movie Seven? That was his job. He was an actual like journalist.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, in the movie Seven, that was the serial killer. Their job on the was a journalist, because they showed up to the crime scene. Most serial killers show up to the scene of the crime, and he showed up as a journalist, and later on they found out, oh, he was that person. So, but the thing is, I do think with journalists...
No, hold on. I'm pretty sure you're talking about Nightcrawler.
No, I'm talking about Seven. Look it up.
Seven?
Yeah, the movie Seven.
No, I don't think... Fuck. No.
Look it up. It had Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman. But, I do think, Shab, with the psychopath thing, I think that as far as journalists go, I think it's the paparazzi journalists. I think it's the same thing with door-to-door salesmen, where it's like most people would feel awkward. Hey, taking the photos. I think those are probably the ones that fall into the they don't have any emotions kind of crowd. Stalking celebrities and lurking out their like residents just to take photos and shit and reporting on their families. I think the ones that go into these like war zones, it's like, I don't, maybe because they put their lives at risk, they could be killed, but seems like some of them seem like sort of I guess emotionally attached to some extent, but it seems like a lot of them do, you can tell, have a notable like emotional response, and has that impact on them.
I'm very emotionally detached in general, so maybe I should become one of these people.
Getting closer. Russian troops are only about 10 miles from this village. It's almost completely
John, you're
deserted.
Wrong.
I'm wrong.
You're wrong, James.
What are you talking about?
For the
About
1000th time.
Yeah,
Who was
two
in-
detectives, a rookie, and a veteran hunt a serial killer.
And who was the serial killer?
The 7 deadly sins as his motives.
Yeah, but I'm saying that his job, where he wasn't like a serial, because no serial killers, that's not their job, being a serial killer. His job was, he was a journalist.
Sure, whatever. It doesn't say that in anything that I fucking looked up.
Well, what are you looking at? Like IMDb?
Yeah.
Okay, well that just tells you the roles and the casting. Look it up. That's a plot point. So look up a plot synopsis. I do remember that, where he was a journalist. They told him, get the fuck out of here. He's at the apartment. And then later on, when they broke into his home and they found out, it's like, oh shit, he was that journalist that we told to fuck off earlier.
When
Residents appear to
retiring
have fled in a
police
hurry.
detective William Somerset tackles a final case with the aid of a newly transferred David Millis, they discover a number of elaborate and grisly murders. They soon realize that they are dealing with a serial killer who is targeting people he thinks represents one of the 7 deadly sins. Somerset also befriends Mills's wife, Tracy, who is pregnant and afraid to raise her child in the crime-riddled city. That's what came up.
That's the basic premise.
You told me to fucking look it up with the synopsis. A 7 pilot.
They believed
plot with
here we go. The cache includes images of Summers and Mills and a person I believed was a intrusive journalist as the sloth crime scene.
Was believed.
Yeah, and they found out he was the you can probably find that scene where it's the first scene where Kevin Spacey is at the movie, and literally the first scene he's in, he's playing the role of the intrusive journalist. How much money do you want to bet?
6 cents.
Only 6 cents? Who else has seen the movie?
The only reason I said 6 cents because it's also a movie.
Okay.
Is the 6th Sense the one where it's like the kid's like, I see dead people?
Yeah, that was an M. Night Shyamalan film. Have you ever seen the movie Seven, Shab?
I've seen the I See Dead People. I guess I'd never seen 7.
Well, 7's more of a crime investigative thriller. It's got Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman, Kevin Spacey. Pretty good movie. I'd say, and it's directed by David Fincher. He's the guy that directed, I think he directed The Social Network.
We are scared, but what can we do?
Olga is the only person left in this apartment block.
So far, I'm not planning to leave, but if the situation deteriorates, then I will go.
The village of Ruski Tishki was battered by Russian strikes in the first months of the war. But families like this couple ventured back after it was liberated by the Ukrainians. Now they're fleeing again.
We were here yesterday, and the sounds were far away. Today it's closer, much, much closer.
How are you feeling?
They are pushing us out of our homes. Damn those so-called liberators. We don't want to leave. It's our home.
Yes, Fight Club. I can't believe I forgot that. And Brad Pitt was also in Fight Club.
Ukraine is trying to counter the attack. But as the human misery grows, criticism is mounting about why the border wasn't better defended. Footage on social media appears to show Russian troops simply walking in unchallenged, no sign of any fortifications. Yet the Kharkiv governor says defenses are strong.
Fight Club, that was one of my top 10 movies when we did that stream.
Blames a delay in the supply of Western weapons for leaving Ukraine exposed.
We feel it, and our soldiers on the battlefield feel it. The enemy outweighs us in munitions, not in quality, but in quantity.
Slim comfort for those escaping the assault. At a checkpoint on the outskirts of Kharkiv city, they monitor the movement. The police chief says Russia has captured a number of small communities on the border. How worried are you that Russian forces will try again to take Kharkiv city?
Whether they can or cannot, it all depends solely on our defense forces, the armored forces, and on us. They will stop only where they are stopped.
It's why this new front should not just be seen as a nightmare for Ukraine.
What's that?
His name was Robert Paulson.
To Ukraine now, Russia ramping up its renewed ground defensive there.
The Russian military is targeting towns and villages in the northeastern part of the country as it closes in on Ukraine's second largest city. Thousands of citizens have fled towards the city of Kharkiv in the hopes of escaping the violence, but now there are growing concerns that the Russian military could make it close enough to be able to attack that city.
The latest advance coincides with a shakeup in Russian President Vladimir Putin's war cabinet, where he reassigned Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu.
And that is something where I don't know if he's had history in the military, but one of the things they've been discussing is that he's an economist. So it's kind of an odd or kind of an eccentric move to appoint an economist as their defense secretary.
As the new secretary of Russia's Security Council over the weekend.
Let's bring in Ambassador William Taylor for more on this. He's a former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and the vice president for Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Thank you so much for joining us today, Ambassador. Can you talk to us about what we know about this push on Kharkiv and what would it mean if Russia is actually able to capture it?
The Russians are trying very hard for big breakthroughs. The Ukrainians are pushing back very hard. The Ukrainians have to defend a long line. The Russians are attacking in several different places, including, as you say, up around Kharkiv, second largest city. The Russians would like to have this as a...
What's that?
They have to defend a long Rhine?
I think a long rain or...
A long line. The Russians are attacking...
They have to defend a long line, so he's talking about the defense
line.
In several different places, including, as you say, up around Kharkiv, second largest city.
He said Rhine, so I was thinking the Rhine of Zayudadon.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like he's like doing a Brett Keane here.
No, he's doing
long
Asian.
line. Okay, wrong line.
Long line. Very long line.
That would be, in answer to your question about what it would mean, this would be rough for the Ukrainians to take, and therefore Ukrainians are pushing very hard back. They're moving forces up to defend Kharkiv. They have already dug in some places there to try to stop the Russians. They are going to be pushing back in order to shoot deep into the Russian-held territory to stop that. So the Russians are trying hard. The Ukrainians have the advantage of being at home. They're fighting for their city. They're fighting for their nation. So they've clearly got the morale advantage. The Russians have the ammunition and manpower advantages.
Ambassador Taylor, the shakeup, or what appears to be a shakeup to me anyway, with the dismissal of Russia's defense minister seems like a big deal from my point of view here, but I don't know a darn thing. So is it a big deal? How big of a deal is it? And will it affect this attack on Ukraine?
Well, it probably is a big deal. It does indicate that President Putin, who, let's be clear, is the ultimate decision maker, has some concerns about the former defense minister Shoigu. And he's replacing this defense minister.
I think, again, one of the big things Russia has always had like a bad reputation for is their logistics. So they're replacing who their defense minister is. And I think that's probably because they want to improve that realm of their tactics, their performance.
With an economist, which suggests also that they're concerned about resources. They're concerned about resources for the Russian military, but they're also concerned about the effect of this war on the overall Russian economy. It's taken a beating.
And like their economy's taken a beating, but they did manage to stabilize it. So I don't know, maybe that's a good decision or whatever. Maybe he made a smart choice there, like appointing somebody. And I don't know if they have like history and experience when it comes to being like a general tactician, but they also happen to have like the education, the background with being an economist. I think it's the fact, I think they have like dual experience, but maybe that's a good idea because they need that. It seems like somebody who's an economist who's also like a war general, probably we'd be good at dealing with all the dynamics with like balancing not just the strategy, but also with the logistics on like the front lines and so forth, but also being able to help stabilize the economy as well and help improve in that area.
The Russian economy has taken a beating. However, it has not stopped the Russian attacks on Ukraine. So this could be a change in emphasis. It does indicate that there's a real concern about resources going into the military.
Run, Granny, run, he says. The police are trying to rescue the civilians of Vovchansk. The Russians are on the edge of town. People take cover at the side of the road and make a run for it in between shells. Open up. The police know they have to try and get everyone inside at least.
Vovchansk is being destroyed by cluster bombs, artillery, mortars. There are gun battles on the northern outskirts of the town. There's tank fire. They're destroying everything they can. It's very dangerous for people to stay in the town now.
They're trying to make people leave for somewhere safer. She's blind, he says. We have to lead her to the bus. Most of those in Vovchansk are elderly and infirm. They may not care if it's Ukraine or Russia in charge, but they're in danger as Ukrainian troops are forced to retreat.
Special attention is being paid to the Kharkiv region. Defensive battles and fierce fighting continue on a large part of our border. There are villages that have actually turned from a grey zone into a zone of hostilities, and the occupier is trying to gain a foothold in some of them, and others are being used to advance further.
Russian troops are pushing into the region around Kharkiv in northeastern Ukraine. Russia says it seized at least 9 villages over the weekend and is closing in not only on Vovchansk but also Liptsy. Russia is seeking to push Ukrainian forces further back from the border to make it harder for them to shell the Russian town of Belgorod. It also wants to divert Ukrainian assets from the front around Avdiivka. Today, Russian workers were clearing up after an apartment block in Belgorod collapsed yesterday, presumably the result of a Ukrainian missile attack. 15 people were killed. Ukraine believes it needs to bring the war into Russia and not just fight on Ukrainian soil. It's hard to know what President Putin thinks about the progress of the war he started, but yesterday it was announced that his defense minister Sergei Shoigu had lost his job and been made Secretary of the Security Council, at best a sideways move. He's been replaced not with another military man, but with an economist, Deputy Prime Minister Andrei Belousov. A sign, maybe, of how Russia's is now a war economy, where everything is in the service of victory against Ukraine. As for the Ukrainians, they may have a few shiny new Western tanks like the Leopard 2A6, but they're still struggling with a shortage of ammunition. Nor do they have enough troops. The expected delivery of a much-delayed American aid package will help, but Ukraine's determination to preserve its independence may yet prove greater than its ability to do so.
Russia says it's captured another 4 villages in the Kharkiv region in eastern Ukraine,
John.
an area where Russian troops had been pushed back nearly 2 years ago.
What's that?
Okay, so Putin is in his 70s. Trump and
You've
Biden.
already.
Yeah. Okay. So
you said this earlier.
No. Okay. So we get rid of those 3. What do you think happens after that?
I don't know. Like, I think that maybe Russia, like, if Putin, like, once he passed away, I don't know. Will he be replaced by an even worse, like, or not a worse dictator, but just another sort of, like, oligarch? Because Russia is essentially, it's a kleptocracy, it's a oligarchy. So probably I think what you'll see is that there is some tinge of democracy when it comes to Russia compared to other things, like comparing it to like Syria, Turkey, other like sort of like fake democracies with the president dictators. I think what will probably happen is things like similar to when like Stalin died. I think it will slightly decline when it comes to its level of corruption, and it will kind of improve a little bit when it comes to, I guess, becoming more of the genuine democracy. And I think that maybe you'll still have a bunch of corrupt oligarchs where there's corruption when it comes to like financial embezzlement and stuff. Because one of the big things with Russia is you look at the taxpayer money, you look at where the money's going. There's that huge, like, it's like when journalists look into people who are guilty of fraud, like they do these charities, and it's like, well, wait, they're paying their taxes, and then this is where they're spending the money, the expenditure and stuff, and the liability assets, and then, wait a second, why is there this giant gray area? Where is this money? When you look at the money with, like, Russia's economy, there's that, like, notable gray area where it's like, hey, where is this? And then Putin has a bunch of palaces and stuff, and it's debatable that he might be the richest man on the planet. He might be richer than Musk and like Bill Gates and so forth. So I think that what will happen is maybe there's less corruption with expanding the nation and engaging in warmongering and stuff. I think they'll be less volatile when it comes to war, or less engaged when it comes to war. And I think that probably what will happen is, I forget, who was the first president of Russia when the Soviet Union collapsed? I think maybe that's what will happen. We'll get just some sort of head of state that might be a bit more diplomatic overseas, but they're still laundering a shit ton of money.
So it's going to be the same, but they're going to be like, hey, Putin and Russia, we took over this land. This is our land now, and we're not going to expand. Something like that.
Yeah, I think it will be a similar scenario when the Soviet Union collapsed. Stalin, one of the most evil men in human history. You could argue he was the most evil man in human history. And you look at all the atrocities of the Soviet Union, draining the Aral Sea, the Holodomor, and all that stuff. I think that, like, all the Russian or Soviet gulags. Then he passed away, and then you saw some more tame heads of state that were still very corrupt and stuff. It was still the Soviet Union. And then once the Soviet Union collapsed, got a little better. And I forget the first president, but now Putin, I'd say, is probably the second worst in terms of malevolency head of state they've had since, like, Stalin. Or throughout, like, like since the 20th century. So I think once he'll die, once he passes away and stuff, the power vacuum will go back to just more tame oligarchs not engaging in these mass human rights atrocities and violations, but still laundering all the taxpayer money and just keeping themselves on top of the wealth pyramid.
Ago. It means that since they launched their surprise offensive 2 days ago, they've taken 9 villages. Russian officials say as of today, these 4 villages are now under Russian control. They claim to have also taken these villages since Friday. Ukraine insists its forces are managing to hold back further Russian advances. Kyiv has been expecting a Russian summer offensive for some time, including a possible attempt to capture Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city. Today, there have also been strikes on the Russian side of the border in Belgorod, with Russian military saying a Ukrainian airstrike destroyed a section of a 10-story apartment block. With the latest on the conflict, our defence correspondent Jonathan Beale reports from the border town of Vovchansk.
The road to Russia, just a few miles from the border. And proof the Russians are back in the Kharkiv region again. The town of Vovchansk was liberated in a surprise Ukrainian offensive less than 2 years ago. Now it's at risk of falling back into Russian hands. Alexei, a local policeman, is once again telling the population to leave. He says it's better than dying. The shelling is constant and chaotic, and it's all over the town. We quickly move on at the sound of a Russian drone. This is all that's left of Serhi's home. The familiar Russian tactic of reducing towns to rubble. But Serhi says he can't leave. He needs to look after his goats. Now,
and there you go. They don't care about completely leveling towns, but they don't want to level the cities because they want the cities. They're valuable.
His only worldly possessions. You can still hear the artillery battle going on. It was more intense yesterday. This devastation, one man's house, was created by a Russian glide bomb. And that's the sound of a jet somewhere.
Oh shit. You could listen how his voice completely changed. It's like, and then look at the sound. And that sounded, oh shit! See, if he was a psychopath, he'd be completely chill when that happened, Chad.
Ukraine's outgunned and outnumbered, and Russia's using aerial glide bombs to devastating effect.
Maybe he's just putting it
Alexei
on for
simply
the camera,
says,
James.
look.
Maybe he's a psychopath with good acting skills.
Yeah. I mean, some psychopaths, they do put on a show. They put on a fake set of emotions.
For some, it's made the decision to flee unavoidable, though it's still heartbreaking for Alexander. This was the home he grew up in. He doesn't know if he'll ever return. Ukrainian officials insist they were ready. Not everyone agrees. This drone footage appears to show Russian troops crossing the border unopposed.
Maximum 2 hours I'll be in front line.
For something you've already fought for before in 2022. Same again.
Same again.
You're angry?
Very angry.
Denis, a Ukrainian reconnaissance commander, helped push back the Russians in 2022. Now he's having to fight for the same territory again.
There was no first line of defense. We saw it. The Russians just walked in. Where were the minefields? They just walked in.
Ukraine says it's repelling this attack with reinforcements, but Russia's been probing the entire 800-mile front. And in Kharkiv, it's exposed the weakness. Jonathan Beale, BBC News, Vovchansk.
In world news, Russia now claims to have captured 4 more villages in Ukraine after launching a surprise attack on Friday. Ukraine's army chief says the situation on the northern front is, quote, significantly worsened. Police officers also evacuated residents from a city in the Kharkiv region yesterday as Russian forces pushed in. President Volodymyr Zelensky says it's part of a new counteroffensive wave by Russia.
Okay, let's get to our last subject. New Caledonia. So, Shep, do you know what, wait, did it take me away from my, okay, good. Do you know what, New Caledonia is?
No.
Okay, so, it's part of France, and do you know where it is?
In France?
Well, no, it's not. Do you know what continent it's in?
The one that France is on?
Well, try to give a serious guess.
I don't know the answer.
Well, even if you don't know, just guess. It's okay.
Okay, it's in the 60th continent.
What?
I don't know. I don't know which continent it's in.
North America, South America, Europe, Asia.
Okay,
the East Pacific Oceania.
No, Europe. I'm going with Europe.
Okay. It's all the way in Oceania. So near like all the Polynesian. I don't know if it's technically Polynesian, but it's hell, maybe I should try to find go to
I didn't
World
pay
Atlas.
attention in school, Jane.
Well, just give a guess. Sometimes I ask you to guess. It's like you don't have to know.
Well, I
It's
guess
just
that there
sometimes-
was a continent called the 60th continent. I didn't know that there wasn't. How am I to know?
You don't know like the basic I don't know 7-8 continents of.
We don't have red eye on.
I
Apparently,
forget.
it's near Australia.
Yeah.
I forget all the time, Jane.
I said the Philippines, but apparently.
Well, it's close to the Philippines. Okay, so France actually has more time zones than Russia.
Yeah.
It's the country with the largest amount of time zones. So back from the colonial age, they have in Martinique and stuff. A lot of these are in like the Caribbeans and stuff. French Polynesia, no one lives there, but I think like it's home to like a bunch of like what are they, empress or like penguins or whatever. So it's full of I think like thousands of penguins and so forth, and that's where they tested their nuclear bombs when they developed nuclear weapons. And then where is it? St. Pierre, that's off the coast of Canada. So they actually share a maritime border with Canada. And then there's French Guiana, which is their largest territory, overseas territory. And that's, that's all the way in South America. So it borders Brazil and Suriname. And let me see. So North Caledonia.
Caledonia.
Or New Caledonia.
New Caledonia.
Go to Google Images.
Oh, there's a wabbit.
No, that's not a rabbit. That's a fucking lemming? It's a lemming.
Shut up. That's a wabbit. I know a wabbit when I see one.
Yeah, here we go.
I did not see an old guy with a fucking musket being like,
okay, back on topic. Here it is. So it's fairly close to like New Zealand and Australia and everything. And I think it's also fairly close to Guam and so forth. But essentially, they had 3 referendums. I don't know how it works because they clearly want to maintain control of like these countries. So when it comes to referendums in these nations, I think it had something to do with like when the UN was established in 1946. The World War II ended in 1945, so 1946 when the UN was established. And one of the first things that like pretty much the decrees they made is that all colonies had to go. So they came up with definitions of a colony and stuff, and they had to come up with some system of phasing out their colonies. So it's like French Guiana is an official part of France because I guess they agreed to maintain being part of, they still wanted to be part of France. The Philippines fell within the definitions of a colony, so we had to give them independence. Korea was like a colony, and Korea and Taiwan were colonies of Japan. They actually annexed them before World War II and the first Sino-Japanese War in the late 19th century. And those, they had to like give cede control of like Korea and so forth. And then you had all the African colonies grabbed for Africa, so they had to like provide them with sovereignty and independence. So one of the things I think is they had to offer all the different nations like these referendum movements, and they legally are obliged to have a certain amount of referendums. So they had 3 referendums in New Caledonia, and the first 2 they won the popular vote just by like a little over 50%. Now the third referendum, what happened was you had COVID, the quarantine, and Macron, the president of France currently, he pretty much they wanted to like postpone it, the people, because it would interfere with people's ability to actually go out and vote. And they purposely had it during the quarantine, they insisted, and then over 90% of the votes voted to stay part of France. So now I guess because their third referendum was passed in favor of staying part of France, now they are an official part of France. So based on those like UN policies established in the 50s. So yeah, and again, there's a level of like corruption there where, yeah, they clearly played the system by not postponing it until post-COVID. But here you go. It's clear that they kind of want that far eastern territory in the same way Guam's a huge asset to the United States in terms of having and American Samoa having a foothold in that part of the globe. Oh, here. But they're having riots over disagreements they have with the government. And France, President Macron, he's declared a state of emergency.
Putain. On espère que notre voix, notre dignité, notre fierté d'être un peuple, le peuple de Kanaki, soit écoutée au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale.
Yeah, that was French and not their native language. So, yeah. I would be pissed too if I had my own native language and my kids had to learn fucking French.
Yeah, and I do think, what is it, like Madagascar? They have 50% of the people speak French, but then the other 50% speak different traditional like tribal languages. And that is like huge. Like you wouldn't think that it is. Like to me, it's like okay, like they're different languages and stuff. It's like whatever. You speak French, but in-group out-group bias, it is this huge way to divide people. Where in Cameroon and Africa, you saw it, and this causes problems all over Africa and a lot of their like previous colonies, where because they enforce these unnatural borders and these like foreign languages on the people, you had this dispute in like Cameroon over I think it's the French-speaking majority and the English-speaking minority, or it might be the other way around. But the government of like the majority-speaking language, where they don't like the fact that the people that speak this other language don't have much of a say because they aren't pretty much allowed to participate in a lot of like the like bureaucratic and political processes and so forth because they don't speak the right language. They were going into villages and burning. We actually covered this when Miss Parker was there. It showed satellite images of the military going into villages and burning down the villages because like fuck these other people of the other side that speak the other language. Let's divide people based on race. Let's divide people based on what borders they live in. Let's divide people just based on whether they speak English or French. And then another good example is Canada. So you have Quebec, which is their French-speaking province. And this has to do with like Canada was originally a French colony, and then the 7 Years' War. And in the American like theater of the war, it was like known as the French and Indian War. Britain went in and annexed like all of Canada from France, and then the colonies that were there already, they decided like, hey, we'll let you speak French and stuff or whatever. So it became like a French-speaking British sort of colony. And then once they were given independence, one of the things is there's this terrorist group known as the FLQ, and they actually killed dozens of people. And after that, it's like they kind of gave in to the terrorists after. So you have to speak French if you want to run for office. I think like prime minister, and I think a lot of the other political officials as well. And only a third of the French population speaks like fluent French. So 2/3 of their country, or 2/3 of the people in their country aren't even able to, I guess, run for politics at a federal level because they don't speak French. And I think a lot of people in Quebec don't even speak English. So I think the policies, I'm not sure, but I think they don't need to speak fluent English. That's not a prerequisite. You can exclusively speak French, but you have to be able to speak French.
French, as far as I'm not fucking Canadian, Timmy, if you're here, it's a bastardization of French, and basically I think it's native. It's Quebecois. And
of course they're going to have a different accent, of course, where it's like, hey, you got the Southern accent, the British accent. But the point is that they can't just speak. So, like, if you learn how to speak a language later in life and it's not completely fluent and stuff, where you can speak it well enough, people can comprehend it. But a lot of the French, like, French culture, one of the things they're known for is being kind of like snobs when it comes to their language, where they get really pissed off if you don't speak it in a very eloquent sort of manner. And one of the big things is it's not just the fact that they got to speak French, they also have to speak it in the proper way. And it's just, that's and it's weird because why is that such a significant thing, especially nowadays where it's like we have apps and everything that can just convert somebody's, like, it's like this voice to text where it can, like, convert what you're saying in the other language, so that communication barrier is no longer that, like, much of an issue. But it's just, I think it's kind of odd that even, like, whether you're speaking English or French, that is a huge sort of, like divider when it comes to people being able to just fucking cooperate and treat the other group like they're even human.
Well, like I said, it's a bastardization because, like,
well, I don't think it's a that's like saying that people that speak English in the U.S. or Canada, it's a bastardization of, like, English in Britain.
Well, no, I don't think that, but like French, like Creole, and like, so it, like, Louisiana, and because that was part of the French language, and the fuck, you got me so fucked up. I don't want to, Jesus shit. But you got French Louisiana, and then you got the French Quebecois, as like they want to fucking say. Yeah, those are two different, I think, not accents, but pretty much language. But
okay, so this is Reddit, so this is definitely the best source, but they say it's not a formal law, so maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. This is probably something I should look into later, but I do know that that's a big source of contention with Quebec and everything, but you're saying it's a bastardization, and the issue is it's a different, like, dialect. It's a different accent.
Well, I say bastardization because I know Afrikaans, RIKAANS, is a bastardization of the local language plus Dutch. That is an actual bastardization of the language.
Okay, let's continue.
Burning cars, looted supermarkets, clashes with police, and roundabouts blocked by masked rioters.
I do think France, they're actually sending in police from, like, what is it?
These were the scenes in...
What do they call the mainland? Like they're sending them there from mainland France. They're sending like police forces over all the way to the East Pacific to deal with it.
New Caledonia's largest city, Noumea, Monday night. The unrest was sparked by constitutional reform being debated in the National Assembly 17,000 kilometers away in Paris, which aims to expand the electorate in the New Caledonian territory. The Pacific Islands electoral lists have been frozen since 1998 following France's Noumea Accord, which aimed to give more political power to the island's then 300,000 inhabitants. But as a result of the agreement, those who arrived from mainland France or elsewhere in the past 25 years have not been able to vote in local elections. Thousands of pro-independence indigenous Kanaks protested against the bill, fearing that expanding voter lists would dilute their political influence. They make up 41% of the archipelago.
If the unfreezing of the electoral rolls happens, it will quench the struggle of the Kanak people.
Just last month, the Loyalist camp also took to the streets in support of expanding voter lists, which they say would give the 40,000 who arrived post-1998 the democratic right to vote.
We're all here for the unfreezing of the electoral rolls. Everyone has to be able to vote. We are.
And I think beforehand, it's kind of similar to like the U.S. Virgin Islands and like Puerto Rico and everything, Guam, where they can't, or a lot of the Native American reservations where they're not actually able to vote for president, and they don't have any say in like Congress and so forth. So that's an issue. And a lot of it, I think, is because they don't pay federal taxes to some extent, and I don't know what the exact legality is, but the point is they're technically not states, so that's the thing. So like Guyana is like an official province of France. So in the same way, like it's like Alaska, where it's an official part of America, it's a state, but it's just farther away. So
but you still have to pay taxes in Alaska.
Yeah, I know. They all pay taxes to some extent. They pay federal taxes. So that's why. But for a while before the referendum, it was a territory. It wasn't like a province. So it had like the same status that like Puerto Rico had. And I do think that technically with like Guam and everything, they're supposed to have referendum movements and so forth. So they're, I think, going through the same process where I don't know how many referendums they have, but if they vote yay or nay in the next referendum, they can secede from the U.S. or they can continue to be part of the U.S. So I do think they do have some legal right to secede. And Greenland's also still part of Denmark, which is weird because Greenland is categorized as its own country.
Greenland cannot survive without any other help. But it's weird that it's considered its own country, which it based on the level of sovereignty they have, it would be like branding the Falklands as their own country, because it's just it's the same thing. They still technically are. And I know I goof off with like Canada and stuff where it's like a ceremonial thing with like the governor general and so forth, but the like when it comes to the like Greenland, they are still technically part of Denmark, and Denmark has control over like all the federal or all the international policies and stuff, and they have control over their military and so forth. And one of the big reasons why, and Greenland's technically part of North America, it's not technically part of, in terms of just basic geography, it's not part of the European continent. But in the same way, if you live in French Guyana, because it's part of France, you are an EU citizen. So if you live in the territories, you're not an EU citizen. But if you live in their provinces, you're an EU citizen. So when it comes to Greenland, one of the reasons why when they've had referendums, they don't want to secede is because all their citizens there will lose their EU status, and they don't want to go through the minutia of rejoining the EU. And then there's the issue where they aren't technically part of Europe, which I don't know if like the EU would care. They're probably close enough. They were going to let Turkey join, or they were considering letting Turkey become part of the EU. And debatably, they might not be part, like some sources say they're part of Europe. Some sources say they're part of Asia.
Above all, French. The night of violent clashes left 30 police officers injured and dozens arrested, prompting the New Caledonian High Commission to ban public gatherings, and schools and the international airport have shut until further notice.
Winston Peters has been forced to postpone his trip to New Caledonia as violent protests over election rule changes rock the French Pacific territory. Pro-independence activists reportedly leading riots and roadblocks focused on the capital, Noumea. Kiwis are caught up in the unrest, which has seen dozens of police injured and France's elite tactical unit deployed. Kushla Norman has the latest.
A night of shooting, rioting and fires in New Caledonia that prompted mass mobilisation of police and security forces.
I've close to 7 squads on the ground, special forces and elite police tactical units mobilised.
He says 200 young people were extremely aggressive.
There were 35 security forces injured last night by rocks thrown from a short distance, shooting too from long-range weapons.
The violence broke out over proposed constitutional reform for the French-ruled island. A Kiwi was caught in the chaos.
The streets were on fire. They were riding in the street.
Do you know what a Kiwi is?
A New Zealander.
Yeah. It's kind of like how they call Australians Aussies. So, like, that's what they call it. It's the Aussies and Kiwis.
It's quite a frightening experience, actually. And then as we approached one of the roundabouts, there would have been about 150 people there rioting.
A curfew is now in place, the airport's closed, and Foreign Minister Winston Peters has been forced to postpone his trip here this week.
We've spoken to the staff here today about the incident.
Bill says the fruit.
They believe the worst is yet to come.
Historic divisions over the island's status have re-emerged in recent months. The indigenous Kanak people mostly support independence and want full sovereignty by next year.
It's been many years that we've been colonised. I think that these young people...
Well, yeah, they were given the referendum, and they engaged, the French government did engage in a sleazy tactic trying to cheat the system, where, again, they held it during the quarantine, which it's like, they knew that was a way to kind of play the system when all the polls and stuff showed that they most likely would have seceded. So this is just France wanting to cling on to the old, colonial era. And they definitely want the territory because in the same way we want Guam, and I think we engage in the same kind of, tampering of trying to play the system to make it so they stay part of the U.S. Why? Because we want our military bases and our territory that's the farthest east, so we can engage in our global police work, and they want it for the same reason. It's like their version of Guam.
It's no longer acceptable. But 3 independence referendums have failed.
New Caledonia is French because it chose to remain French.
Now the French government...
Did they choose to remain French? And Macron's a scumfuck.
I mean, would you really want to be fucking French? That really? French?
Government wants to amend voting laws here with a push to change who's eligible to vote. That's likely to strengthen the hand of anti-independence supporters.
We hope our voices, our dignity, our price to be people, Kanaki people, will be listened to at the level of the National Assembly.
Thousands of kilometres from here, the law at the source of so much anger here will be voted on in the coming hours. Kushla Norman, One News.
On the streets of New Caledonia Monday, rioters burnt cars, clashed with police and set up barricades amid plumes of smoke. Chaos ensued on the French-ruled Pacific island after protests...
They said they wanted to be part of French, but then they shouldn't be a territory anymore. They should be a province. So that's the thing. They're not able to vote and stuff, and their vote should have the same level of weight that French Guyana has, and that, if you're living in Corsica or mainland France, the same level of vote. So if you're living in France inside, at Europe, you're living in Paris and you're voting, their votes in New Caledonia should have the exact same should carry the exact same weight. I'm sorry.
The plans to change the territory's voting system turned violent. Authorities in the territory brought in reinforcements, imposed a curfew in the capital Noumea, and shut the international airport. Lawmakers in France's National Assembly have been discussing a draft law to change New Caledonia's voting statutes. The proposed changes would allow French residents who have lived in New Caledonia for 10 years to vote in provincial elections, a move local leaders fear will dilute the vote of the indigenous Kanak people.
We hope that our voice, our dignity, and our pride of being the people of Kanaki will be heard by the General Assembly.
We hope that the state listens to us, that they realize that we do not agree with this. We don't agree with that law, with the text that they have laid there. We don't agree at all.
New Caledonia's Interior Minister said dozens of police have been injured and many people have been arrested over the last 2 days. Mike Lightfoot, a New Zealand national, is on holiday in Noumea with his wife.
We ended up coming down into the town, and the streets were on fire. They were riding in the streets. Quite a frightening experience, actually. And then as we approached one of the roundabouts, there would have been about 150 people there rioting. They had the roundabouts all on fire, black smoke.
One of 5 island territories spanning the Indo-Pacific held by France, New Caledonia is the world's 3rd largest nickel producer. It's also integral to French President Emmanuel Macron's plan.
Bill Hicks mentions she was skinned. She's probably of mixed ethnicity.
Yeah, you racist.
I'm guessing either sometimes people from Australia, New Zealand will move to apparently that's a notable thing. They get a lot of people who are like foreign citizens and stuff there. So she probably has parents that are either like part Aussie or Kiwi or part like French, and then part like whatever like indigenous Caledonia.
To increase Paris's influence in the Pacific.
I forget what the indigenous group's called.
New Caledonia is over 12,400 miles from France and 930 miles east of Australia. Of a population of 270,000, 41% are Melanesian and 24% are of European origin, mostly French. A 1998 Noumea Accord helped end a decade of conflict in the territory by outlining a path to gradual autonomy and restricting voting to the indigenous Kanak and migrants who had arrived before 1998. 3 referendums to determine the future of the country.
So people who have French ancestry, so people who moved there from France, which is like 40-something% they said, which is a minority, they get to vote. But then, what is it, the Kanak, the indigenous people, the referendum made them a permanent part of France, so they're supposed to be a province now, but the indigenous people aren't allowed to vote. France, Macron, isn't it like 2024? That's like Jim Crow era stuff where like women can't vote, Black Americans can't vote. I don't get what the logic is there.
Country followed. Independence was rejected in all of them.
Now let's turn our attention to New Caledonia. It's an island territory in the Pacific Ocean. Territory, not nation. Sadly, New Caledonia remains a colony to this day. It's a French overseas territory. But not all the people of New Caledonia are happy about this. Yesterday, violent protests broke out. Protests against France. Take a look.
Whoa! Whoa!
About 80 businesses were set ablaze in the capital, Noumea. 200 cars were torched as well. Shots were fired and over 50 police officers were injured. France says the violence is unacceptable.
I have given very firm instructions to make arrests. 82 people have been...
Unacceptable. Sorry,
Unacceptable. Thank you very much.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop it, Drunken Crow. Stop it.
Okay.
Stop
I'm not
it.
even like, hey, this is going too far. This is... maybe no pun intended. This is banal and pedestrian.
This is unacceptable.
What offends me is how fucking stupid it is. It's like, are you like 10? They got accent.
This is unacceptable, Shibisky. Okay.
It's like when people hear British accents. It's like, they sound like different Harry Potter.
Been arrested in the last 2 days. I have decided to send 4 additional mobile gendarmerie units. They are leaving for Noumea this morning.
82 people have been arrested in New Caledonia. France is sending more troops to try and bring the situation under control. A situation...
Yeah, you gotta send the military in, the grenadiers and so forth. I mean, yeah, you gotta keep control of the colony.
That Paris itself has brought about. To understand what's happening, we need some context. New Caledonia is in the Pacific Ocean. It's about 19,000 kilometers away from...
So apparently, and I think there's multiple different like indigenous groups, but the Karnak, like it's Kanak. So they're the ones.
K's.
What's that?
How many K's? Is it 3 K's?
2 K's.
2 K's. Okay.
Kanak, I think. The problem with like English, especially when it's the English spelling of foreign words, is that rarely, like in a lot of cases, it's not pronounced the way it's spelled because English is like a broken language.
From France. France annexed the islands back in 1853, and it has held on to them
really
ever
us
since
that talk
1853.
weird, right?
This is despite the decolonization that has taken place elsewhere in the world.
What do you
mean? What
mean?
you're saying, Gene? It's really us that talk weird.
Well, no, it's that English when it comes to like just how it works when it comes to the pragmatics of the language.
So like when we're making fun of her, really she should be making fun of me and Drunken Crow because we talk like dumbasses because we're from America.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
English is a very inconsistent language. So in linguistics, it's like pragmatics is the grammar and syntax. Phonetics is like, you know, how you articulate it, the spoken element. And then the semantics is the definitions. And when it comes to English, it's just there's no consistency with the rules. So it's like a lot of times you just have to guess how it's spelled. So a lot of languages, as long as you know how to articulate the word, you'll know how to spell it. So a good example is like house, the plural is houses. Mouse, the plural is mice. And in pretty much any other language, it would be heis or it would be mouses. So it's just most other languages you can use basic intuition to and just you know how to pronounce the word, you know how to spell the word.
What about moose?
Yeah, like it's like goose. The plural moose, I think it's just moose.
What about deer?
It's just deer.
Dials.
And see, there's no sort of like logic. It's a broken language, and that's the thing. So like when it comes to spelling, you just kind of have to use memory, spell most words, because you can't rely on any consistent set of rules. And like with most languages, it's much more consistent stuff and clean, where if you know how to articulate it, you know how to spell it. And if there's some rule when it comes to pluralization or whether it's past, present tense, it's consistent all the way through.
Yeah, you don't have any trouble speaking English.
New Caledonia is the world's fourth largest producer.
What?
Salty fart?
What are you talking about?
Of nickel. It's a metal that is used in electric car batteries. It has become increasingly valuable over time. That's one reason why France wants to keep these islands. Another reason is...
So, I mean, speaking's one thing, but it's just, again, if you're reading it, a lot of words, you don't pronounce them the way they're spelled based on the basic rules.
Yeah.
And then a lot of words, it's like, again, you don't spell them based on how they're pronounced.
Is the location. They're in the Pacific Ocean, a region that is becoming a battleground between China and the West. The fight is mostly between the US and China, but France does not want to be left behind.
Jeez, it's like 10 a.m. where
prides
you
himself
live.
in being a global statesman. New Caledonia gives him...
It's like 10 a.m. where you live, Jane. Aren't you dead by now?
It's 5 a.m. Okay, well, we'll get through it soon. We're on the last topic.
A base in the Pacific. He can use it to influence the region. So minerals and strategic location. That is why France does not want to let...
And there's strategic location, like we said, like similar to Guam, and then there's the resource element.
But what do locals say? What about them? Don't they want independence? That is where things get complicated. New Caledonia's indigenous people...
And India, it's like India is also a Commonwealth nation. It's a previous British colony.
...are the Melanesian Kanaks. They were once the majority on the island. But now they make up just 41% of the population, less than half. About 24% of the population here is of European descent, mostly French, and that's a sizable chunk. New Caledonia has held multiple independence referendums.
Missing 35% is probably like people of mixed ethnicity.
In 2018, in 2020, and then again in 2021. And look at what they got. In 2018, 43% of the people voted for independence, only 43%. In 2020, it went up to almost 47%. The next referendum was an anomaly. France insisted on conducting it in 2021 in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. The pro-independence parties in New Caledonia thought this was a trick, a scheme to ensure low voter turnout, so they boycotted the last referendum.
Like how Shep gets up. Do you think that's the case? I think that's just a bunch of propaganda from a bunch of people who just don't want to abide by popular vote? Thanks for the quick response.
Pro-France side won by landslide in 2021 because their opponents boycotted.
How do I know who you're talking
mean that New Caledonians are...
And I was responding to Brittany. Her clock's wrong.
Fiery protests have broken out in New Caledonia's capital ahead of a vote to change the territory's constitution, a decision taking place some 16,000 kilometres away. On Tuesday, in Paris, the National Assembly will make its final vote on amendments that could see more French residents able to vote in provincial elections. For many, it's not a welcome change.
We hope that the state listens to us, that they realise that we don't agree with this. We don't agree with that law, with the text that they've laid there. We don't agree at all.
Protests against the proposed law have been building over the last 10 days, but on Monday night, security forces were mobilised as violence escalated, leading to dozens of arrests. Numerous buildings, including shops and car dealerships, were damaged, with officials reporting 200 vehicles had been burned. New Zealand's Deputy Prime Minister, Winston Peters, was scheduled to visit this week, but cancelled due to the unrest.
We're here today to set up banners to say no to enlarging the electorate.
Currently, voting is restricted to the indigenous Kanak people and migrants who have lived in New Caledonia since at least 1998. France wants to open up voting rights to migrants who have lived in the territory for 10 years or more, an extra 25,000 people. Independence supporters worry this would weaken the indigenous population's vote.
We hope that our voice, our dignity and our pride of being the people of Kanaki will be heard by the General Assembly.
All gatherings in the greater part of the capital have been banned, with a curfew in place until Wednesday morning. Madeline Low-Booth, ABC News.
Former Australian Consul General in New Caledonia and visiting fellow at the ANU Centre for European Studies, Denise Fisher, is with us.
Oh, so is she.
Denise, good to see you. This discontent has been brewing for a little while now. What's behind it?
Well, hello, Beverly. Yes, it has. It's not something that's just happened, out of the blue. It's been these demonstrations were planned very carefully. We've had a number of demonstrations in recent months, but certainly in the last week. And yesterday's was to coincide. It was called by.
What is that? Doctor Who, What, Where? Kanak Independence. So, are you part of New Caledonia? Wondering if we're getting any people from there. It's in the tags.
Independence leaders, largely Kanak independence leaders who are wanting to express opposition to legislation currently being considered in Paris, across the other side of the world, legislation which will change the French constitution in order to impose on New Caledonia a change to voter eligibility requirements. The thing that they're objecting to is not just the fact that this is all being decided in Paris, way over the other side of the world, but because the subject is central to Kanak concerns about the governance of New Caledonia. The voter eligibility requirements confine voters eligible for local election to vote in local elections to those who have long-standing connections in New Caledonia. So a vote was being held in Paris over this change, just as in New Caledonia, independence leaders organised a discussion in the local Congress to actually get it to be withdrawn. The discussion was extremely bitter all day yesterday. It was long. Outside in the streets, their supporters were protesting against the legislation in Paris. The discussions raised all the bitter differences between both sides, as you can imagine. In the end, it was passed. The resolution was passed because the independence leaders had support from a small minority party. But meanwhile, frustration was mounting. By the end of the day, Mr. Macron in Paris was offering a gesture, talks in Paris, but only after the National Assembly has passed the legislation. It's important to say also that the legislation wanted this constitutional change, but they would withdraw it if they wouldn't act on it if local discussions took place about the future. It was a pressure tactic by Mr. Macron to encourage discussion locally. Yeah. But even despite this gesture by Mr. Macron, at the end of the day, I think tensions were mounting so much that things just got out of control last night. And sadly, we haven't seen this sort of violence, Beverly, since the early 80s, the bad old days of civil disturbances in New Caledonia.
Yeah. What is the impact that Macron is trying to have? Ultimately with these electoral changes, what are they trying to, are they trying to thwart independence? Are they trying to thwart the way New Caledonia governs?
No, I think all sides fundamentally see that there has to be another look at the voter eligibility provisions. I think even many Kanak leaders would accept that the kind of change that was agreed to in order to secure peace 30 years ago, in other words, confining voter eligibility to people who had 10 years residence to 1998, obviously now, today, needs to be looked at again. But the key thing is that...
So what's they need 10-year residence? So is it like...
Independence leaders want to look at in New Caledonia.
Yeah, this out of the three topics we're covering tonight, this one I've neglected the most when it comes to research. Talk to the chat.
Fuck the French.
Learn how to do research, Shane.
Just because of the language.
This is what my profession is, doing research and engineering. This is why Jane is just a dab streaming idiot.
Yeah.
Okay?
In my streaming of fuck the French. I've said it.
Fuck the French government.
No, sure.
Not the people.
No, the fucking language. It's like rendezvous. You have
Well, I don't have a problem with the language. I do.
There's so many fucking syllables that you don't have to fucking pronounce.
What I have a problem with is the attitude that. And this is something to criticize the culture, how they kind of give their language some. Apparently, they're very judgmental towards people that come to French, whether they're tourists or foreign sort of citizens or immigrants. They pretty much are very judgmental if you don't speak the most fluent kind of French.
It's croissant. It's croissant. No, not croissant. You have to be like mentally fucking. It's croissant.
Well, the thing is, if somebody speaks Spanish in America and you can clearly understand them or whatever, and maybe they don't articulate every word in the proper manner, people don't really fucking care. But in France, they're very uptight about that, apparently. And like I said, in Quebec, that's a big issue of contention where it's like them not speaking France or them not speaking French the right way.
Around a table, led by a dialogue mission. They no longer trust the senior leaders in France to conduct talks in Paris. They want them in New Caledonia. They see it as central to their concerns to preserve voting rights.
Oh my God. I'm French. I have to fucking criticize her on that goddamn fucking pronunciation. It's Paris. Fuck. Tell him, Drunken Crow. You tell him.
Stellar commentary.
Tell him, Drunken Crow. He's standing up for what's right, Gene.
For essentially those with long-term interest in New Caledonia. You know, Beverly, French being France it's a territory of France. So you've got French people posted out for a couple of years to administer the territory, then they go back on other postings. The independence leaders want to be sure that it's going to be people with long-term connection to, and they also want it to be New Caledonians to decide how long the residence requirement should be, not people over in Paris on the other side of the world. So it's a very vexed issue, and I think Mr. Macron sought to use it as a way of bringing people to the table. This is what we'll do. We need to look at it where we have democratic principles.
So, Paris voted on a bill to allow French residents who have lived in New Caledonia for 10 years to vote in provincial elections and move some local leaders for will dilute the kind. So, like, what I don't get is, like, they need to live in New Caledonia for 10 years to vote in provincial. So I guess they're saying that because my thing is, haven't they lived in New Caledonia their entire life if they're native there? So I guess what they're saying is that because they just made it a territory, they can't actually vote in new provincial elections until 10 years later. So that seems pretty stupid. Now that they're established as an official territory, everyone there should be a citizen now. So that logic of, yeah, and because if there's people with European ancestry and stuff, it's like, well, hey, because they have European ancestry and they've lived, their parents are from I guess mainland France, they're eligible. So the people there that have lived in France and stuff that move there, they can vote, but then they still need to wait 10 years before they have it. And it's because there's that sort of sleazy approach he did with the quarantine, where it clearly was a mock sort of referendum, and they're upset with that. So now they don't want this population of people to be able to vote too soon. They want 10 years to go by where I guess it becomes more far removed of an issue where maybe they'll forget about it. So once they do vote, it's not going to interfere with the outrage that they've had over the fact that they kind of played them using the quarantine as a way to, I guess, fuck them over with the referendum.
In France, one person, one vote. But if you come around the table, we won't act on.
They're identify as mainland France because you gotta fucking have the goddamn.
Okay, you've run this joke in the dirt.
On this, it's to encourage them to do that. Sadly, I think the response last night, and this is not just a few rioters, this was very difficult to see. Very orchestrated attacks on iconic French businesses in Noumea. First of all, looting, then burning of buildings and businesses. Homes were burnt. There were blockades stopping access in and out of Noumea for quite some time. Airports were blockaded in the outer islands more peacefully than in Noumea. And then there was shooting upon police. There were stonings of police. And all of this was perpetrated largely by very young Kanak indigenous people. So it's a major concern. It's shaken up, not just the European people who live in the centre in Noumea, but also the wider polity in New Caledonia. This is quite serious for the future.
Yeah, and as you point out, nothing like this has been seen since the bad old 80s. To characterise that wave, France is going to send reinforcements.
The French President Emmanuel Macron has called an emergency meeting following rioting and protests that have left 2 people dead.
What's that?
That last chick's Here.
Oh my God. Okay.
In New Caledonia. The civil unrest is the French territory has been sparked by controversial changes to the voting system. So the move looks to allow French citizens who've lived in the territory for more than 10 years to vote in local elections. And leaders from the indigenous population known as the Kanak people say that.
Okay, oh, I didn't mean to make Crow leave. Sorry, Crow. But anyway, I do think this would be a good time to stop because it is 5 a.m. It's a work night. And then how long have we been going so far?
7 hours, babe.
7 hours. So, yeah, I guess we'll see you later this week and everything. I mean, I think we did a really good job in the first
guys.
half
Type
of the
one
stream
in the chat. Guys, type 1 in the chat if we did a really good job.
But anyway, I'll try to. Dern and I probably are going to try to follow through with the patron stream tomorrow, like the movie commentary and stuff. It's Dirt's turn to choose this week, but then, yeah, this weekend we're going to do like a stream where we're probably going to cover stuff that isn't Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, Russia related. And then maybe we'll do a Dorkmaster sort of stream because Shepard's doing that.
He's
solid stream. Thank you, Bill Hicks. So, peace out.
Scissor with your
Nighty
mom.
night.